Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Alongside me is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are here for the playoffs top 8 bracket of the Pro Series Fall Edition. That is correct. This third and final edition of the Pro Series for the year has reached its playoff stage. And that means only one more week's worth of matches remain until the very inevitable finish before we go to the SA Nationals a couple months from now. Again, nothing's confirmed on that front, but keep an eye out on socials for that, folks. But let's zoom back to today's matches. Team Uwu versus Hunters LFO. And, of course, Won't Stop Peaking versus Phalanx. Babagusta. It should be quite a day of matches, don't you think? Baba?
Hello?
Oh, there he is. Baba, are you back from the Shadow Realm? Oh dear me. Uh we might we might be having some technical difficulties on Baba Gusta's end, folks. Don't worry, you did see him on the cams. He is here. So we're gonna get him back in just a quick minute here. But as I was trying to, get him to do this part, it is Team Uwu versus Hunters LFO, and of course, that's the first match that we'll be going into in just a short moment here. Team Uwu, of course, looking in quite solid form, as it were. And Hunters LFO, of course, I mean, they're Hunters LFO. They're always going to be one of the best, or if not the best, in the South Asian region. Always coming up with some fantastic strategies, even some new ones that may not have been seen in this region before, and some that are, well, shall we say, lifted from the EU and or NA Brazil regions. Excuse me. I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, if you all remember the SSG Roam strat on Clubhouse, that has just basically become the Clubhouse extended Roam strat now, right? With Castle, Mute, Mozzie, and the like. So, all things considered, not a whole lot different as to what hunters are doing here, just taking the strategies that work and trying to spin them in their favor. But of course, talking about everything, let's talk about the format of this tournament that we've seen so far. Qualifier 1, of course, 8th to 11th September. That decided the first 4 teams to come into the playoffs. The second set of 4 teams were decided between 13th and 17th September on qualifier number 2. Playoffs, of course, now have the top 8 teams here. And that is starting today, the 19th of September, with 2 matches. 2 teams will be going ahead to upper bracket round 2. 2 teams will be going down below to the lower bracket for a second and final chance, since after all, it is a double elimination bracket, folks. Is there's going to be a lot of matches, and that lower bracket is going to be very, very filled. Excuse me, right there, very filled with some exhilarating games indeed. And that, of course, is something that we will all be looking forward to. And mind you, we may be looking far forward towards the SA Nationals, but before that, we've got, of course, Pro Series Fall, which has its own prize pool. No surprise there. And of course, more SA Nationals points to be given out to the teams that place in the top 4 and top 8, respectively. For the prize pool, of course, first place gets $1,200, second place gets 600, third place gets 400, and fourth place gets 300. That, of course, is the division here of money, US dollars money, of course, that the teams are getting from just being in the top 4. And while fourth and third positions are great, second place, of course, is really, really good. And that first place, 1200 USD, that is, of course, the very best prize that either side can hope for right about now. But all things considered, we're going to have to see about whether or not these teams are, well, for one, able to get into the top 4, and secondly, how far they're able to push it in terms of the SA Nationals points. We'll go into the points table in just a quick second here, folks. Don't worry, as that is definitely going to be something very, very interesting to look at. There you go. SA Nationals qualifiers, the point system. Between first and eighth place, there are points to be distributed. 10 points for first place. I nearly messed up saying 10 points there. I don't know why. 8 points for second place. 6 points for third place. 4 points for fourth. 2 for fifth and sixth. and 1 for 7th and 8th position. So 7th and 8th, of course, getting away with possibly the shortest end of the stick, or the shortest stick in this whole fight, I should say. And of course, the best being first place. Now, we'll talk more about that in just a second as we move into the points table. And I hope Baba Gusta is back from the Shadow Realm. Baba,
Yep. Hello. I hope
there
I'm
he
loud and
is,
clear for you.
folks.
Yeah.
Yes,
There I am.
yes.
Apparently, I had to, had a talk with the Shadow Realm once again. I was just pleading from behind and just asked, please, just please let me talk. But yeah, the solutions has been fixed, folks. Don't worry about that.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Hmm.
like we for now, as we take a look at the SC National Qualifier points, Hunters LFO back-to-back winners on both of our series, claiming 20 points in the first place, followed up with MRCZ on second place with 16 points, Kira Esports on third with 12 points. Now, the main difficulties would be for Team Retrograde because they haven't qualified for the fall series, right? So the only teams that have been qualified for the Pro Series fall event is Hunters, MRCZ, Kira Esports, Phalanx, Shaheens, Won't Stop Peaking, and then we have our two newest additions from the team side. We have Militant Esports and Team Uvu. Those are our two new teams which has just arrived in the fall season. So the rest of the teams, aka Shift W, Mahadi, Damon Mia, and Team Clickbait, will have a lot of issues, mainly when it comes to their points wise. You're going to see a lot of changes in the SN National Qualifier points itself. But all in all, the top three teams might not have a lot of changes unless and until we might see Kira Esports and Mercenaries make their own play here. Jack, what do you think about it?
I mean, Kid Esports and Mercenaries definitely are going to be shooting for that top spot. That is for sure. Retrograde, Phalanx, they have a lot to play for as well. Phalanx would definitely love to get up to 8 or even more points if they are able to do so. Retrograde as well, they would like to cross over into the double digits. Shaheens and Won't Stop Peaking, mind you, they will definitely need more points as well, too, to each. And mind you, they obviously have more than 1 point, right? So the eighth position becomes even more vital for any of the teams playing today. It could be Militant Esports, it could be Team Uwu. Neither of them have any points, mind you. This is the first time they're getting into the Pro Series. And of course, better late than never, I would say, in terms of both of these teams, folks. So all things considered, there's a lot to fight for, and there's a lot of fighting to be seen, a lot of quality siege that will be played here at the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition. So, with all that being said, let's have a look at the brackets and how things will flow starting today. Uwu and Hunters LFO, and of course, Won't Stop Peaking and Phalanx, the first two matches that will be happening today. Tomorrow, we'll be seeing Militant Esports take on Kira Esports and Shaheens and Mercenaries duking it out. Four teams from these four matches will be going forward to upper bracket round two, while the other four will go to the lower brackets. And of course, lower brackets winners go to lower bracket round two. Lower bracket losers get eliminated. So as soon as a team gets put into the lower brackets, the going gets really tough for them.
Yep, that's exactly what double eliminations are for. If one of the teams gets down to the lower brackets, then it means it's all or nothing if they have to stay in the game. But brackets, on the other hand, this is where we get to see the top teams in this region battle it out to ensure they have good control of the situation. Yeah, even if you do talk about the two of the series which had happened, right? Pro Series Spring and Summer. We saw Hunters LFO all the way to the lower brackets and then make their way all the way towards the grand finals. Team MRCZ also did the same thing. They also did came all the way to the grand finals, but still did ended up losing to Team Hunters LFO in the end. And now, with the third edition of Pro Series Fall, as we do get to see it in the map veto itself, we're going to see them go up against Team Uvu. It's a relatively new team, but you still have some memorable players still coming back into the scene. We have players like DZ, Drish, Desi, Ragnarok, and Dagger. So they're going to go up. They're definitely going to go up against Team Hunters LFO, who are currently the champions in this series so far. Theme Park will be the map from Team Uvu. Chalet will be the map for Team Hunters LFO, and the decider will be Border. So for Team Uvu, I wish them the best of luck, and especially on this playoffs, knowing that they're going up against the Titans of the South APAC region, things will not go as smoothly as they'd expected it to be.
I mean, it's going to be a very difficult game. That is for sure. Of course, we've seen Team Uwu before in the Community Cup going up against, of course, the not quite complete roster of Hunters LFO. I think they were called the Water Boys in the Community Cup competition. And it wasn't exactly great for Team Uwu.
Well, I believe we just lost Jack there. Oh boy. But in the end, just as I'd like to talk about the entire matchup itself, Team Uvu, Team Chile, and just like Jack pointed out, the Community Cup series. Back then, in the previous Community Cups, Hunters LFO was also called as Team Water Boys at that moment. You still had some of the players like Sandy, Rattler, and Beat Venpai, all four players were in Team Water Boys, and they did went up against Team Uvu. Team Uvu had the same rosters, they even had the same players. The only difference was that they had different players on the side of Team Water Boys, and they did ended up winning the entire the Community Cup series. So now, since this is the Pro Series fall, Team Uvu, they have guaranteed the spot on the playoffs. The only question is, how can they survive? Will they challenge this gunfight head on, or would they just try to survive, see if they can head off to the lower brackets and see whether if they can have that final fight? But all in all, knowing that you're up against Team Hunters LFO, the odds are stacked against him, especially with the Team Uvu's end. But who knows, maybe they might surprise us with some challenges that might happen on these three maps. Talk about map Theme Park, this would be their map pick. Theme Park. Map number two, Chalet, which is a map picked by Team Hunters LFO. And then we have the Deciders Border, in which Team Uvu will be going on attack. So we will see Team Uvu go on attack on two maps, Theme Park and Border. And then we have Chalet, in which Team Hunters LFO will be going on attack first itself. So it clearly show I mean, even if you take a look at the map vetoes itself, Map Chalet, Hunters LFO, they have proved time and time again, even when they went up against Team Mercenaries, even when they went up against Team Kira Esports, Hunters LFO determined that this would be their home turf. No matter what happens, even if Mercenaries shows their pure aggressive plays on both attack and defense, Hunters proved them wrong, and now they have made a decision to bring map number two once again up against Team Uvu. And Uvu, on the other hand, it's an interesting map pick being, brought out from them, Theme Park. Not a lot do we get to see Theme Park being brought out on most of the matchups because, let's face it, most of the qualifiers and all of the matches that we've seen here always do end up on either on map Clubhouse, map Oregon, and of course the deciders to either be on Villa itself. But to start things off on the playoffs itself, I'm actually glad that we're going to see some new maps itself. Theme Park, Chalet, and Border. These three maps will be brought out, and I'm very excited to see what kind of plays we get to see from Uvu's end, especially from Dagger, who is an exceptional player when it comes to a fragger role itself. And then you have Drish and DZ. Although you could say the whole players on the side of Team Uvu comprises of all five fraggers. So I'm quite curious to know who would take the role of a support role, who would take the role of a hard breacher that can help them open up lines of sight. You could say that they have a lot of potential when it comes to challenging gunfights and ending up getting a lot of kills from their favor. And then you have Hunters LFO, with in which they are coordinated. They're always they're always one step ahead when it comes to decision making. And plus, when it comes to aim, you have Sandy, you have Jittery, and of course Rattler, who plays as the smoke and is just an expert when he plays at the SMG 11. So for now, folks, let's just not waste any time at all and proceed with match number one. Map number one, it is Theme Park. Ubu on attack, Hunters LFO on defense. And let's start off with the ban phase itself. This is the first upper bracket matchup for the fall edition of the Esports Club Presents Pro Series. Hunters LFO going on map Theme Park. I think it would be best to see them ban, maybe a hard breacher, on the side of attack. High likely chances that we see a Thatcher ban, but no, we don't. Instead, we would see a Nook ban coming in from Hunters LFO's. And granted, On a map like Theme Park, when you see, Nook being brought out, Uvu has highly clear chance of bringing that specific operator because uh, the ability that can be able to, hide, even though there's a defender cam being present from the defensive side, it's a bit difficult to take out that one particular operator. But talk about the second attack ban, it will be the Osa. We've seen a lot of Osa picks being made in majority of the matchups. We did get to see them in the playoffs too. The bulletproof deployable shield and a total of two EMP impacts that increased a lot of picks for the Osa. And with her being banned, we will see the defensive side, Melusi, having a total of three Banshee deterrents, which was, in fact, you could say, a wireless barbed wire. Although it could help you give some information, and you also have that good potential of getting a lot of kills with the MP5, and also you have the impact nades too. Last but not the least, the final defensive ban will be the Valkyrie. Nonetheless, a lot of information being gained on the side of defense won't be available, which means that Mira is up on the grabs. They could bring it on a map Theme Park. You have certain sites like first floor in throne room, second floor initiation room, where Mira's mirrors prove to be very efficient on that particular place. So let's see how well it works out. And also let's introduce the rosters on the side of Team Uvu. We have Dagger, Thrish, DZ, Malik, and Ragnarok. On the side of Team Hunters LFO, we have Rattler, Jittery. Once we get Rattler, Jittery, Sandy, Beat, Sparko. And without any further ado, folks, let us proceed with round number one, starting off with the side on first floor Armory and Throne Room. Now, you guys might be wondering what exactly happened from, Blackjack's end. Currently, he's having some issues, but hopefully he'll be able to come back as soon as possible. So, yeah, I'm just hoping that he'll come back soon enough. But for now, let's just focus on the match at hand, because these matches are very important for all 8 teams who've been currently qualified for the playoffs. Team Uvu on attack, Hunters LFO on defense. Very curious to know as to why Team Uvu has made a decision to bring in Theme Park. So let's see how will it work out for them with the action phase coming into play. We have the Ragnarok, the Jackal, which can give you a lot of information, and Sandy. How can we forget about his pawn peaks? Already all the way towards Dragon Stairs. I believe we have some information, especially with some of the defenders camp being destroyed. They might be able to pinpoint exactly where Ubus made their spawn. And also, they'll try to understand what kind of positions would they come down to. Rattler playing a very good angle, and to start things off, it's Sparko. The rest goes out. And it's interesting to see that Sandy's in the site and Sparko's the one who's currently roaming around. But he's got to be careful though, because when it comes to information on the attack drones, his location has already been compromised. And I believe Team Uvu, they are here to see whether if he, they're here to see whether if they can pick him out as best as possible. Diffuser been dropped all the way outside. Interesting way to place the ADS, but not for now. We get to see Rattler's SMG-11 proves out to wonders for him. A second kill where both Thrish and Dagger have been eliminated at the early rounds. Hunters LFO, they are showing no mercy already at the first round itself, and look at the amount of damage that Sparko is giving right now. All the way to a second floor, Ragnarok still has to figure out a way, and he has no idea that there is one player all the way from Yellow Stairs, and that's Beat. SMG-11, C4 toss, will that connect? No, he's just going to patiently wait it out. Meanwhile, Beat's location is not compromised. I believe that is one of the footsteps of Sparko's. Actually, it's Mute who's been detected. Boy, oh boy, Uvu, they are not up to a good start. They've already lost 2 of the players, and now since Hunters LFO are taking things nice and easy, they don't want to remove the player. They don't want to get, very aggressive just yet. All of them are in the site. They know that they've done their job. Now all they've got to do is just wait for Team Uvu to make their play, knowing that they don't have their hard breacher Thresh to help them open up a line of sight. And the problem continues to run more. Rattler once again with the SMG-11, and Malik is so low on HP, gets picked out from Jittery. Now it's Ragnarok. 1v5, not a lot of time left, no hopes for Team Uvu to end this round number 1, and you could see how powerful Team Hunters LFO is on their defensive strategy. My god, what a way to start things off for Hunters LFO. They have some information, good shot. That is 1 kill. But in the end, Beat comes back all the way from the yellow stairs to claim their first round win on defense. You could say that they had no problems at all defending the side. And when you have two players, Sparko and Rattler, who both of them were on second floor, contesting the angles, getting kills, they were just the amount of protection that they had from the teams itself. It's they even had good they even had good backups too. So if one of them gets taken out, you still have the other. You can just get the kill nonetheless and ensure that the attackers wouldn't gain control of the side as fast as possible. So I gotta say, for Team Hunters LFO on round number one, that was a flawless defense coming from them. But for round number two, side's been changed a bit, and judging by round number one, the way how Uwu had played, they gotta be careful of those, challenging angles that Sparko did all the way towards the cafe door entrance. We didn't get to see them go very aggressive. We didn't get to see them go for runouts. It's just the usual spawn peaks, and unfortunately for Team Uwu, they couldn't handle out the challenge. Changes being made from DZ's end as he switches out from the Dukebi to the Hibana. You definitely need some hard breaches to open up some certain lines of sight, but you've got to make sure to ensure that they would remove some of the players too. Ensuring that either Sandy or Sparko wouldn't get the best of the players by getting an early peak advantage. So round number two will be a difficult factor for Team Uwu, unless and until they cannot focus on getting this win on attack. Then Hunters LFO might be in a whole lot of pain for Team Uwu's end. Sandy, on the other hand, is just currently trying to vault from the walls aside. Apparently, he's having a bit of a problem. Maybe he could vault from the railings of the door, see whether if he could, parkour his way towards that particular side. But nah, I believe Sandy is not going to be able to do that. But instead, he'll be able to focus on the next side. Although I could see the way how Uwu is going as of now. You see two of the players from Cafe, and then you have the rest of the three players from Team Uwu from the Hatches side. So you could say that there is high likelihood chances that they would go in for a split push towards the hallways of Yellow Stairs. But the amount of time that they're about to take, it's very worrisome for Team Uwu's end. Not only just that, they just succeeded in removing Dagger off. It's a 4v5. But Thresh is still here. Finally, we will see Team Uwu start things off with a bang, and that too taking out one of the important players, Jittery. The Frost will no longer help the players in providing gunfight, but at least the Frost mat traps will. And with it, Hunters LFO can make do with those informations clearly. The main problem for Team Uwu is the control on the site, and yet they're still trying to find the roamers. Oh boy! Oh, Rattler. My goodness, by the time Jackal decides to, get the scan, he didn't expect Rattler to be all the way towards Gong Room. But he'll get picked up from Malik nonetheless. 3v3 equalizer, you could say that there is still some hope for Team Uwu. They have at least equalized it to a 3v3 situation, but the amount of time it required for Team Uwu to contain the roamers did took more than a minute or two. So they only have 35 seconds left, which means that they have to open up lines of sight. They still have to focus on Sandy all the way from Yellow Stairs, in which DZ won't be successful in getting that kill. A 3v2, the breach will happen all the way towards second floor bunk, and now you gotta worry about a lot of angles and a kill from the Mira. Beat gets the headshot, and now it's Malek. 1v3, he will get the Sandy out of the picture, but once you still have Beat still contesting towards the office side, you could say that Team Hunters LFO are making sure that they're not going to make Uwu get away with a kill like that.
Hello? Oh. I seem to be back. Hello there. Okay.
Welcome back to
All
the
right.
Shadow Realm, Jack.
Attackers need to locate and
Wait, am I in the Shadow Realm or am I out
No,
of
no,
it?
you're in. No, no, no. I actually said the wrong thing. Welcome back. How was your journey to Shadowrun?
It was weird. It involved, a lot of heat and no power for whatever reason. Like
It
nothing.
is the
Just
Shadowrun, so yeah.
it was very warm down there. I'll tell you what. But anyhow, back to the match, folks, and back to having me alongside Baba. Kind of feel sorry for the guy had to solo carry the match while I was figuring
10
things out
seconds
down
left
there.
before insertion.
Um, but here we are, 2-0 to the Hunters. All right, looks
5
like they've
seconds
taken a
left
couple of
before
rounds
insertion.
pretty quickly over Team Uwu. And
Attackers are
they
heading
want to
out to defuse a
continue
bomb.
this action that they've got going with a round on first floor lab and storage. Okay, this is, of course, a Hunter's classic, as it were. I won't say a theme park classic because not a lot of teams go here when it comes to South Asian Siege on theme park. But Hunters, oh boy, do they love this site. They've gone here once again.
Attackers bomb diffuser.
Oh no!
Oh,
no.
you have
Oh,
to be
boy.
kidding me. Ragnarok,
A
my
for effort.
guy.
A for effort. I gotta give Ragnarok A for effort. He was about to feel his surprise element, only to get surprised by himself from Sandy's frost match. Second kill as Sandy gets his another kill as he takes out Dresh. And just like that, this for Team Uwu at the early rounds, they are being weak.
Ooh.
Triple kill. And another from Sandy, and another from Beat. Oh boy, Hunters LFO. They are here to give a statement here, Jack.
Yeah,
They
Yeah.
are here for a statement.
they really are. That shot is about as emphatic as it gets. But I have several questions about that attempted push from the side of Team Wu. First of all, Ragnarok going just straight into sight, not
With the
droning
diffuser, yep.
underneath the big window. Yeah, not droning the main window clearly because of the frost mat. I think they knew we saw they had a drone right inside a bathroom, so they knew where the smoke was. I think the idea was get the smoke out, and since Hunters are
Defenders,
roaming
protect your
so much,
bombs
we can
from being
take
defused
control
by
of sight
attackers.
and use it against them. Right? That's I think what they wanted to do. But well, they clearly didn't know that a frost was in play because Sandy walked away with 3 kills, as it were. Really unfortunate for the side of Team Uwu, and not a great start for them either. Mind you, they are the ones who brought this map against the Hunters, and currently they're 0-3 down. Hunters have made it impossible for any lead for Team Uwu to be established in this first half.
10 seconds left before
Yep.
insertion.
This has been an entire recap here, Jack. For the past 3 rounds,
seconds left
Hunters
before
LFO gets away with an early kill or two, and the next thing you know,
Attackers must locate
they're just
and
currently
defuse the
safe.
bomb.
On round number 1 and 3, of course, it was an entire flawless round win. But on round number 2, there was some hopes for Team Uwu that they did equalize it to a 3v3 situation. But when they had only 40 seconds left, Hunters LFO did succeed in wasting a lot of time. So for Uwu, let's not forget that this is their map pick, right? This is their map pick. Team Uwu needs to figure out a way to at least get control of removing roamers first. And when you have players like Sandy and Sparko who are currently still roaming around the second floor side, Team Uwu is taking a lot of time to try to focus on those 2 players. Especially with the mute jammers, which can delay a lot of information, and Beat, who really needs to be careful on that peak because there's 3 players in towards the cafe side. It should be best for him to fall back, and he will fall back it is. Ragnarok starts off with a bang. Gets to take out Sparko's second kill to take out Beat. Now this is looking promising. But no, you forgot about Sandy. He flings back, he gets 2 more. And now Hunters LFO,
Rattler's up here
although
too.
although both Sandy and Rattler, both of them are in second floor, they aren't in the side, which means Uwu, they can just go downstairs. But look at what's happening. Ragnarok has fallen down. 3v1, and it's Rattler who needs to clutch things off.
Oh boy.
Gets the triple, and he's in it for the ace. All right.
Rattler might
think an
just
ace
be
can happen, Jack?
actually.
Bomb diffuser.
Honestly, it feels likely. There's one in split, and I think you heard it. Rattler's got to be careful here. It's the Twitch, of course. right by the split door here. Throws out the drone. C4 gets blown out. Position will be given away of this Goyo in just a second here. Plant is now going off as well. It is a 1v2. Rattler's got to find these final two at any given point here. Gets the Twitch down as well, but no, looks away from the Zofia. Dagger gets the kill just barely, but of course the Zofia getting that kill in return. That, of course, means that Team Uwu finally taking a round for themselves, as it were. And of course, that puts them up on the 1-3 scoreline right there, as it were. Bit of a banter in the chat about drones and the like, but it is what it is, as we are just going to be moving on. Round number 5, as Team Uwu finally putting themselves on the board. And mind you, they took Hunters on their second floor roam fight, right? Hunters were all up on second floor. They were like, what, 4 players above? And Rattler had to go back down to the site to try and counter the site push. And it almost worked out. It came down to the 1v1. So Hunters definitely feeling themselves right now. Maybe a bit too much so, but it is what it is. As we will be going to second floor bunk and daycare.
Almost. Almost an ace from Rattler,
Located a bomb.
which would have given
10
Hunters
seconds left
LFO
before
4-0. But for Uwu,
5 seconds to
although
insertion.
they did win their first attack round, it was a very close round nonetheless, mainly because Hunters LFO dropped their guard. All 4 of them were in second floor to try to contest the situation all the way towards Cafe, and once it was too much, it was just difficult. Rattler was the only one left. If Sandy was still alive, and if he did win that gunfight all the way from Arcade Hallway, then things would have went still in the favor for Team Hunters LFO. Uwu, on the other hand, they did win their first attack round for now on round number 4, and you could say it's a good line. I wouldn't say good line. You could say it's a good start for them. 1 to 3, especially winning attack rounds on map like Theme Park, it's a bit difficult. And with Rattler bringing in the Goyo's Vulcan Shield, will held off the attack pushes even more. Mainly because of that Vulcan Shield has a total of how many seconds? 20 seconds for denial. So that means they gotta wait for an extra 20 seconds to get in the building, and they have to focus on the site.
That they do. That's a lot of time that Goyo can waste very, very quickly. And it's for next to no cost as well, because he gets what, like, I think 3 canisters? And Beat's not going to let them enter without another big cost. That being DZ going down. You have, of course, the C4. Oh my goodness, Beat is just out here right now. Mira window gone, does not even care, pushing out to the vault door of office. As we have another Claymore being put down. The Hibana approaches. So does Dagger. They're trying to get these kills, but no, Sandy walks away with the DBNO. That's on the Zofia. Dagger can be picked back up, but no, Sandy really wanted the kill. Drish was there to cover and punish. 3v4 now, but Dagger's very low on HP, so that Zofia's got to be careful on the kinds of gunfights that they take. Beat seems to have fallen back as well, which means, of course, that this area of the map has been given to the attackers to be held. Shots are fired again. That's Rattler getting antsy right now, wanting these kills. But there comes in the Hibana. Gets Beat out of the equation. There's your Mira gone. 45 on the clock. Team Uwu have a very real chance of making this round their own now.
Well, only 30 seconds left. And for Hunters, they just lost both Beat and Sandy, so they've got to figure out a way. No! No! Malik! Oh no, that is so unfortunate. That was so unfortunate. A C4!
Oh god.
Oh, Malik. Oh man, that has got to hurt. Hunters. Jesus, man. The amount of utility games that they're playing right now, the Vulcan Shields, the C4 from Reading Room. Sorry, not on Reading Room, the waiting room of second floor. My god. Oh boy, Hunters LFO. 4-1.
Yeah, just looking very strong right now. 4-1. And mind you, Theme Park is a pretty defender-sided map. I mean, very defender set him up. I think we can all agree on that front. So seeing this match go the way it has so far, this map, so to
Defenders,
speak,
protect your
not
bombs from being defused by
entirely
attackers.
surprising, but we'll have to see if Team Uwu have some sort of big fight back on the second half, because they will need it. They will absolutely need it here and now if they want this map to have any semblance of, well, going their way, as it were. Otherwise, we might have ourselves a bit of a moment here, folks, where, you know, Hunters might be walking into upper bracket round 2 with next to no competition. And I don't want to say that because, you know, Team Uwu, they're a very good team and they've got a lot of potential in that team. Drish, Dagger, Drish, DZ, Malik, and of course Ragnarok. We've seen these players before, right? And of course, some more so than others. But as a team, they are very much packed to the brim with potential as a roster, and a roster that could very well succeed. But the matchup they've gotten here has to be one of the toughest ones. Oh no, Rattler with the spawn peak. And that's DZ, the Jackal, going 0-6 so far in the game. Oh my goodness.
Oh, man, 8 kills to Sandy, 6 kills to both Beat and Rattler. For Team Uwu, man, this is not looking good, especially on their attack rounds.
Attackers
The
have
early
located
pick
a bomb.
is always in favors for Team Hunters, and it shows to become even more problematic for Team Uwu because Sandy decides to continue his aggression. So does Sparko. Okay, all right. There's only 2 players left.
Yep.
In 2 minutes. 2 players, Ragnarok and Dagger. 2v5.
Within the first 60 seconds of this round, it's a 2v5, yeah.
Sparko might be able to get this
Whee.
one too. Maybe if he makes a decision to wall down, but you still have Rattle with the protection. I believe that was a one tap from Sandy, and I believe this can be yet another flawless round for Hunters. Oh boy.
That is
Hunters
gotta
LFO,
hurt.
my goodness. They've prepared for this, Jack. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
They are
I mean that's the thing,
so
right?
prepared.
That's the thing about Hunters, right? They are a team that has Skyscraper as one of their very best maps, right? They were the
Yep.
ones to play Theme Park the most when our region did not want to play Theme Park. They're the ones who played Chalet and beat Mercenaries on what was quickly becoming Mercenaries' stomping grounds, Chalet, right? And they've done it more than once.
Defenders,
Mercenaries
protect your
have
bombs from
struggled
being defused by
historically
attackers.
against the Hunters on their own map. And of course, when it comes to Skyscraper, again, Mercenaries definitely tried to bring it out much more often and establish it as their playground. And then Hunters came in and just broke everything. Because the Hunters are just that prepared as a team, ready to fight for basically everything. I would not be surprised if we see Bank from them in the foreseeable future of the Pro Series, right? We're definitely seeing Bank when we go to the Nationals, right? Because that is where, you know, it's a no holds barred, all stakes on the line competition. So obviously, your best maps are going to be very much required. So Bank is a given there. And I would not be surprised if Hunters show us that, yeah, Bank is our domain too. I mean, what are you guys talking about? 9 competitive maps, we've got all of them. You guys have 1, maybe 2. We've got all of the maps in the competitive pool on our side. So how do you beat a team like that? You have to get on their level, and to do that needs training. So much training, so much map knowledge, and so many strats, one-off strats, multiple round strats on the fly that can be used with so much ease. And the Hunters ooze confidence at every turn. As we have what could be the first kill. Yes, Jittery with the suppressor as well. Rocking it right now, trying to find one more, but Dagger comes back with the refrag, taking the revenge for the death of Ragnarok not too long ago. So it's a 4v4, but again, we're only at the 60 minutes in mark, and Rattler might just get a second here if he pushes up. No, Drish has fallen back as he's still on the first floor towards the lab side. Split door is going to be pushed, seems like, and second floor also is going to be taken over very soon.
Rattler absolutely has no idea about the rest of the players though, and this will give Team Uwu the necessary control that they have. Sandy, oh boy, headshot with
Wait, that's
the
a Twitch
DMR.
DMR.
Yeah, that is a Twitch DMR. A headshot of that
Okay.
too. They will at least, equalize it 3-3. But Team Uvu, they're currently the ones who are having the advantage because mainly they're on defense. Good angle from Malik. He gets one, and that is Parker down and out, which means the diffuser will be down. The diffuser will be down too. At a minute and 30 seconds left, Team Hunters. Oh Jesus, Sandy, crispy shots as he takes yet another headshot to take out Dagger. Oh man, could say it's equalized when it comes to man count, but the heavy advantage goes in the favor of Team Uvu because they can patch things out from the Kiba barriers. They don't even have the hard breach to open up lines of sight either from maintenance or on barrels, even more so on yellow stage too. So they can only rely on doorways, and those two heavy doorways will give an easier control towards Uvu's end. And Sandy, still being as patient as ever, he's not going to give away his positioning just yet. Information being given from the attack drone, and now it's all or never for these two players, for Team Hunters. If they have to get the win, Sandy is almost about to get the headshot, but he doesn't have the proper information. Beat is still here. Smoke's been thrown around to see whether if he can apply this distraction. Sandy, oh, yet another kill, triple. But he's got to fall back. He doesn't have the diffuser, and the Captain EDDs will down him instead. It's just 1v1 now. It's Pete and DZ. He's going to go all the way behind to get the diffuser, and maybe a revival too while he's at it.
10 seconds to go.
He's gonna need some protection, but no, DC! Might have given the chance, but no, it does not beat. He's gonna revive Sandy. The plant is in. The protection is present there too, but the C4, that's gonna deny it! DC! Beautifully done! The C4 was more than enough to deny it. And that would be more than enough for Team Uvu to secure that win in round number 7. Beat was mainly concerned for a post plant, and I gotta agree. Having just 13 seconds left, knowing that you have the man count advantage, you just have to focus on lines of sight, right? But, oh man, what a way for DZ to, get that C4 kill at the right time to give Uvu the win that they need on defense. But they've got a lot of way to go here, Jack.
Oh yeah. That's a long, long way to go. That is for sure. When it comes down to it, Team Uwu still have 3 whole rounds to play to equalize with Hunters. 4 rounds for map point and 5 rounds for a win. Effectively speaking, since they were 1-5 down in the half, they have to now win 6 straight rounds to win. They've won 1 so far, right? And that's not assuming, or that is actually assuming that Hunters will not win a round in this second half. They have to have a 6-0 half against a team like the Hunters to be able to pull off what could be one of the greatest map upsets of South Asian Siege history. But we've said it before time and time again, it is the Hunters, folks. And with Sandy being on the kind of form that they are on right now, 13-3 in 8 rounds, playing a Twitch DMR, as Rattler's going to take the first bit of damage right here, trying to get the arcade window open. Being shot up instead by the Thorn that is here. The drone is giving away Drish's potential location, making sure that everybody knows that, hey, there's this player on this side of the map that I'm trying to push. I'm going to need some help. Callouts are going to be there. The Capcan traps are being pinged. Rattler, be careful about these. We saw what happened in the last round to Sandy. Nonetheless, of course, another cap trap position given away. Shots will be fired. Jackal scans are going off. Rattler, now even lower in HP. Inside a cafeteria, just proning. Trying to get an advancement going here. Trying to get something going for the Hunters. This attack feels a little less overall stacked from what they normally do. The Hunters, that is. Shots about to be fired, but no, Beat misses. Really unfortunate. Rattler trying to go onto the scaffolding, instead gets shot down. Dagger and Drish with 2. And the Twitch DMR comes in again. As Sandy finds 1 and 2. Oh, couldn't find the 3rd.
Kills. Yeah, probably not a best idea to reload out in the open like that, Sandy, but in the end, it will give Team Uvu the advantage, and for Sparko and Beat to figure out a way to get things off, you still got to worry about a lot of players from that hallway side, and it's Sparko who needs to deal with the situation. Will get the confirmation on the down player, Dresh. Now he needs to find 2 more players, Malik and Ragnarok. They have ample amount of information from the yokai drones. They even have the C4 denial from Ragnarok's end. So even if Sparko do decides to go in for a plant and even gets detected from the default cams itself, the only way for Sparko to get this win is to remove the two players. Or maybe
Yep.
if Sparko removes Malik off, those yokai drones would be unavailable for the concussion, which means that Sparko will be free to plant.
That is true, and then the only thing you have to worry about is the C4, and planting in a non-default position will of course allow for Sparko to be safe from the C4, but right now he's got to deal with the first yokai drone. He does so successfully, trying to get in, but no, the breach is actually scuffed, which means he can't enter from that part of the map, and Malik knows this. All he's got to do is just sit back, relax, and chill
15
out
seconds
as
remaining.
the shield is about to be pushed. Sparko with the flashbang deters the mute.
10
No way, he
seconds
actually
remaining.
gets that first kill. He wants to go for this other kill. No, he's going to go straight in. Wants to
5
go for the
seconds
plant
remaining.
maybe, and he's going to do exactly that. No, there is the yokai drone giving away his position constantly. He's going for the plant. He's forced to. The red pings are there. The shots should be fired by Ragnarok.
Bomb diffuser.
Okay.
Defenders have located
There was a moment there that Sparko would have been out of the recovery from the post plant,
Disable the diffuser.
and the mute could have gotten shot if he taken even a microsecond longer. But good on them getting the kill, making sure that the counter defuse went off as well. Couldn't find the yokai in time. Sparko, I think he still shot it, but it was too late by then. Team Uwu, 2 rounds in a row now, slowly trying to mount a comeback.
Yep. A comeback, which can be a possibility. Remember the matches where we saw Retrograde go up against Mahadi Esports, and also when they went up against Kira? Retrograde, they were popularly
Defenders, protect
known
your
as the
bombs from being
comeback
defused by
boys
attackers.
on Theme Park. 1-5 on first half, no problem. We can just push it all the way to overtime match point. And that had happened twice from 2 different teams. And now you could clearly see how defender favored this is on map Theme Park, especially on side's first floor Arborian throne room. All they've got to do is to get the initial picks of removing one of the hard breaches out, and once it's completed, how can they enter into the site now? Knowing that they have to rely on 2 doorways, which is just a deadlier trap,
5 seconds
and
left
easier
before
for the
insertion.
defenders to just use their line of sights to properly aim to the head.
Attackers
Even
objective
have denials
is
from the
defuse bomb.
C4s. Interesting to see that we don't see a smoke being brought out most of the time here from Team Uvu's end. But instead we see a C4 denial from the mute. We even have EDDs for denials from the cap can. And you could see there's a lot of traps being used on the side of defense. So I think it would be best for Hunters LFO to bring in an IQ, maybe to detect exactly where those traps are, remove those traps first, and then you can easily head in. Beat? What did he just do?
I think it was repelling outside of the
Yes,
cash
and
balcony.
just and then
yeah,
just
use
randomly
the
kill
defenders.
Ragnarok from all the way from the waiting room. He just
Yep.
casually just shot his bullets all the way from the barricade of cash room and ends up getting a kill like that. All right. Okay, Beat.
I mean, yeah, it happens every now and again, but it's still a very, very good thing to see. Kills like those, of course, they're very hype, of course, very hype, right? And they kind of bring up the mood as well from, excuse me, what could have been otherwise a rather odd or maybe not as, as much of a performance round for the team as they would have liked. Mind you, getting Ragnarok down is also really good because Ragnarok has been a bit of a thorn on their side so far. Going 6-8 alongside Malik, which means both of those two have been doing a lot of the kill work that Team Uwu have wanted. Jittery's been taking a bit of damage, not exactly sure as to where from, but he's gonna get his replicator up, trying to see where these shots are coming from. Sees one, denies the Surya gate as well. Beat looking at that exact angle where the defender was speaking from not too long ago. Sparker wants to go for the breach. There is, of course, the EMP that'll be thrown in by Rattler. And there we go, breach is done, which means bunk is wide open. Lion scan goes out, giving away a couple of very key positions here, particularly that Aruni, who's playing very dangerously close to the breach. Malik crosses over to right behind the bomb, but is seen nonetheless. Sparko opens it up with the first kill post-breach.
Two players gone, three players left for Team Uwu to survive and hold their ground, but unfortunately it's not happening at all because Hunters LFO, look at how closely they're getting into the side, and it beat getting another kill to confirm another kill. It's just chaos. My goodness, Hunters LFO, oh boy, this is the attack we'd expected it to see. Not quite sure exactly what happened on round number 7 or round number 8. It just mainly happened with DZ and Drish usually winning most of their initial holds from second floor cafe. But I'm glad they figured out the solution for this in round number 9, because if they could not figure out this problem, then we would have seen Team Uwu equalizing it 5-5. That would have been a possibility. I mean, that could have happened. But in the end, Hunters LF4 will recover this round by winning round number 9,
Defenders
and
protect
they're
your
on
bombs
match
from
point,
being
6 to
defused by
3.
attackers.
All they've got to do is just win one more round, and that would be more than enough to secure map number 1, which is in fact Uvu's map pick. Now, here's the problem. We see Team Uvu being a different amount of operators for now, especially Dresh bringing in the Mozi. We have Ragnarok with the Oryx, which means that we have three-speed operators. Alibi, Mozi, and Oryx. And I'm sure that all three operators will be roaming around from second floor, right?
10 seconds to go.
Wait, Oryx is a 2-2, isn't he? 2 armor, 2 speed?
5 seconds remaining.
Right?
Attackers must locate and defuse
I-
the bomb.
I mean, unless
he
you're
is.
talking about unless you're talking about his dash, right, which basically makes him a 4 speed. But he loses control of his gun at that same time, so
Yes.
it's a trade with the ability that he has. I thought you were going to talk about reconstruction, right? Because you've got impacts and you've got the Oryx, but first of all, you've got
Yep.
Malik down already. That's unfortunate, as that is going to be your Azami cleaned up on beat. Make sure of that, as the drones are going to be sent up as well. Dagger trying to find one in the hallway right now, just on top of Dragon Stairs. Drish with the pre-placed C4. He's going to make sure that entry cache is as difficult as it gets, as DZ gets one just about. Sandy goes down, but Beat finds Ragnarok on the other side. That's your Oryx gone. The Captain will be low on HP. Dagger's coming up on someone very close, playing sneaky, and that's the Amaru gone. Beat had no idea because there was no intel coming his way. DZ is still low, but the second floor seems to have been taken over by Team Uwu. I say that, and Jittery finds Dagger. The alibi is gone, but okay, just did not check his corners. Jittery just running down the hallway, doing the 90s right now, and gets shut down because the 90s were over 2 decades ago. As we find ourselves back in this 2 versus 2, very familiar position for this Armory Throne site.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been
A
dropped.
breach will be done all the way towards maintenance room, as Hunters will succeed in breaching one of the walls. And they have ample amount of time at that too. So they have 1 minute and 14 seconds left. And I believe they have information on DZ and Drish's whereabouts from the attack drones. Now, what they've got to do is just wait for Sparko to arrive at the right time. But no, the time is not going to work out well. It's a 2v1 where Sparko needs to cluster this out if he needs to secure map number 1 theme park. Now, Drish is just playing this patiently. Flashbang's being thrown around. He knows exactly where one of the players is. Flashed, but he forgot about DZ. 10 HP remaining. And Uvu will succeed in winning round number 10. By just somehow escaping the grasp of the attackers. It was like 2 times where we saw the side of Team Uvu get away with an unexpected kill. Twice. One was from Beat, and the second from Jittery. And
Yep.
you could say that the main reason why they had it is, I think it mainly has to do with them dwindling out the attack drones on the prep phase, because they have Mozi, right? So what I'm guessing is
Defenders
the main
protect your
reason
bombs
why
from
they
being
didn't
defused
had
by
more
attackers.
info is because they are denying info in the first place, and turns out it's working out well for them for Team Uvu.
That it is. I mean, you look at the kind of combination they're running, the Mute Mozu combo, just so good at denying any and all intel to the attackers, especially when you have the drones caught in jammers, or you get them caught by Mozzie pests, or just those two very gadgets working as deterrents, right? Along with the Echo, whose, of course, yokai drones will be giving away so much info to the defender. So there's a
10
big
seconds to
information
insertion.
game that Team Uwu is playing that Hunters seem to just not be able to
5
keep
seconds
up
remaining.
with. And at the same time, the lack of info that Hunters are not able to make up for
Attackers must locate
definitely
and
seems
defuse a
to
bomb.
be hurting them right here. So that's something to keep in mind, folks. Hunters are a team that very much likes their intel game. They like to know what they're going to be heading into in any given round. Round start lion scan right here from the from Rattler, of course, on the Hunter's side. 6-4 though, as we are very quickly approaching overtime unless Hunters can somehow close out the round here and now.
Well, they could, or maybe they might have problems on defensive side. You know what? Malik not doing too good though, because he's already downed. They will ensure that he will be revived with the help of DZ. Oh no!
Oh,
Ugh. Beat just threw a grenade, gets killed, and then the grenade explodes. Now, where have I heard that? Chuck Norris, right?
the grenade actually direct impact killed the Echo. But Drish is going to get another one in the meanwhile, as that is Sandy now off the board. A couple of big mistakes being made here, as Sparkle's going to rappel right in. Jittery is going to get taken down. In the meanwhile, the Mozzie peeks out, Drish with another. And suddenly, it is arguably one of the worst rounds from Hunters we've seen so far. They have just not been able to do much about what they found themselves in. And Drish, just that is disrespectful to the Lion right there. Oh my goodness. 3 peaks and 3 shots. 3 times, of course, the damage done to the Lion. And that's going to wound the pride as well, as we now find ourselves in a rather precarious position, folks. We were talking about this a while ago. Team Uwu have a lot of potential, and they definitely are a team that could have taken Hunters to the very limit. Well, it seems like they are intent on doing exactly that. 6-5. We are still on map point for Hunters LFO. But one more round
Attackers need to locate
from
and
Team
defuse as
Uwu
many bombs as they
will
can.
see them make a 6-6, which will have been, let me count right here. Yeah, pretty much a 5-1 second half if, and only if, they're able to win this round. They've gone back to second floor bunk, and if I am to remind our viewers, the last time they came to second floor bunk, it was a flawless round for the Hunters.
For Team Uwu to lose majority of their rounds
10
on
seconds
attack in the
remaining.
first half, turns out Hunters, they're also
5 seconds
experiencing the
left
same
before
thing too.
insertion.
And this is the theme park experience after all, mainly because of how strong one of the site is, right? On first floor Harmony and Throne Room. The rest of the sites is just,
Door secured.
they can just handle it out pretty easily if they could, you know, be as aggressive as they're expected to be, right? For Uwu, look at how many times that they've went for runouts, peaks, and also be at an unexpected places where Hunters LFO would have no idea that they would be at. And they've got to ensure that most of the drone nodes that they had, they'll give most of the information. And I believe one of the drone, which is placed in cash room, will give the rest his location, gets picked out, and the second kill will come in from Sandy too. This time they're very angry about this. They knew that the drones were the main reason why Team Uwu were getting away with a kill like that. And Dagger is actually thinking of being an he's thinking of being unpredictable, and I believe that might not happen because he's been detected from the attack drones. Now he is forced to fall back, or maybe he wants to challenge this. I guess he wants to. And if he finds out
definitely
Jittery,
wants
never
Oh.
mind.
Never mind, yeah.
Spoke too soon. Spoke too soon.
Definitely. Beat taking a Capcan trap to the shins. Gotta be careful on where you step there, Beat, as he'll be a little low, a little bit under half HP, but it is all well and good. 2v5 down to Malik and DZ, as they have to try and win this situation. As the Selma will go out, Sparkle's gonna take damage from the drone hole. Interesting area to be getting shot from, to be sure. In the meanwhile, breach has been denied by an impact grenade from Malik. Second one should be flying potentially. No, a full breach
A
has
bomb
been
has been
made. Drones are
located.
going to go in, give away the positions of these defenders. Rattler's trying to find them inside a bunk and security. Can't exactly do that, so he's going to push it out into the hallway, see where the Maestro is, and let his teammates know. DZ, in the meanwhile, trying to contest towards cafeteria in the hallway right now. Another EE1D goes out as you have the Maestro cam seeing the fact that someone's trying to enter the site. Sparko's actually going for the plant in these conditions, and the plant is not going to be denied. Malik wants to get in close. Sandy finds one post plant, but no, Rattler and Jittery close it out ASAP. And that, of course, means after a what's ended up being a rather big fight between these two teams here, it is going to be Hunters LFO who walk away with a 7-5 win on Theme Park, which is, of course, the map choice of Team Uwu, who unfortunately will be losing out on this first map pick.
Yep. What a way to start things off for Team Hunters LFO. Although they had a bumpy ride in the second half, they did ended up winning round number 12, second floor bunk in daycare without having any issues. And also ensuring that none of the information being destroyed from the defenders has been taken care of, making sure that we won't be able to see any, unexpected plays coming in from Team Ovu's end, because I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Most of the plays that we've seen from Team Uvu was like more of like a ninja approach, right? Both of the times where we've seen Uvu get away with one or two kills, where Monkey Hunters had no idea or no information on players' whereabouts, it did ended up having a lot of problems from their end, with them winning 4 rounds of defense on total. And the only attack rounds that Hunters LFO had won was just two. It was just two attack rounds that Hunters had won. One was on round number 9 and round number 12, and it's on the same side, second floor bunk and daycare. Let's take a look at the highlights itself and talk about the entirety match of map theme park. For a moment there, we thought that we would see Hunters make a lot of, presence being shown on attack itself, but turns out Team Uvu also had a fair share of their plays from their own two on defense. So you could say it's more of like a defensive fight, and in the end, it was Team Hunters LFO who got the best of it in the second half.
That it was. Hunters LFO definitely looking quite strong, all things considered, in this matchup, as we have ourselves what could potentially be a 2-0 to start off the Pro Series Fall Edition playoffs. I mean, at the end of the day, between Hunters and Team Uwu, I don't think anyone was particularly voting against the Hunters overall, but Team Uwu definitely put up a very nice fight when it comes down to it on map number 1. Map number 2, of course, being Chalet, the Hunters pick, and we've talked about this before. Chalet is basically the Hunters domain, and they definitely, well, I wouldn't say the Hunter's domain the same way Skyscraper is, but at the same time, Hunters definitely love the map of Chalet. They've beaten Mercenaries here before as well, so to nobody's surprise, they will be a force to be reckoned with on map number 2. Map number 1, Theme Park, definitely not the best way for Hunters to make a statement, so to speak, about their position in the fall series of the fall edition of the Pro Series in total. But I think they'll still be happy with this result because they're going in on a 1-0 in a BO3, which means they hold series point right now. And if they're able to get match point or even close to match point on a Chalet, that will spell doom for, of course, Team Uwu. Well, not the same kind of doom as if you were in a single elimination bracket, because then, of course, well, one loss and that's about it. But when it comes down to it, in this double elimination bracket, we'll have to see how the teams are going to react to being sent to the lower bracket. Team Uwu are one map loss away from having that exact thing done to them, as we, of course, just get ourselves up to terms with everything that we have seen so far from both of these teams.
Although Hunters LFO, I gotta agree, Jack, it wasn't a good start for Hunters to, you know, prove that they were the best in the SA region, but in the end, they still did get the win nonetheless. 7-5. On map number 2, Chalet, Hunters LFO, It's gonna be for Team Uvu. That'll be a force to be reckoned with. That is for sure. So take a look at the match summary itself. Dresh on the top of the leaderboard with 10 kills, 60% cost, and 1 initial kills. Whereas we have Beat on Hunters, 5 initial kills, followed up with Jittery
Ooh,
with 2. Boy, this is one
five
of the
entry.
yeah yeah this is one of the highest entry kill that we've ever seen in this entire series. Jack, 5 is the max, and I believe Beat is the one who's currently holding the record for that.
I think you might be correct on that front. I'll need to verify from the back end a little bit later. But five entry on Beat, and mind you, that's 5 kills. Beat has not gone down as the entry pick once in this entire match. That's 12 rounds that Beat not only survived but thrived as well. Overall scores as well from the Hunters, just in general, better by a good margin than, of course, Team Uwu's. But mind you, Uwu came pretty close at the end there. 10-9 to Drish, 7-10 to Ragnarok, and of course, Ragnarok with the highest KOST score there, 67%. As on the side of the Hunters, Sandy and Beat leading the charge, 13-6, 80%, and 11-6, 80% respectively. But of course, the highlight of that entire chart has to be that 5-0 entry on Beat. My goodness, I don't think, well, we definitely don't see a 5-0 entry much at all. But from Beat, I guess it's to be expected. From the Hunters team in general, it's kind of to be expected. But there you have it, folks. Theme Park, of course, map number 1 going 7-5 to the Hunters LFO. Could have been a 7-1, really, 7-1, 7-2 at some point in the middle of the match. But I say middle of the match, so clearly it was not. And overall, very well fought by Team Uwu on the defender-sided map of Chalet. But we're going to be, Theme Park, excuse me, but we're going to be flipping it up on map number 2 onto the attacker-sided map now, which is called Chalet. And we'll be back to see which team walks away with the win there after a short break. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack, and along with me is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are back for the continuation of the best of three between Team Uwu and Hunters LFO. We've just seen a theme park not too long ago, picked by Team Uwu, but unfortunately for them, Hunters were the ones to walk away with a win on that map, 7-5 to them. Now we're going to be moving on to Chalet, which is Hunters' pick, of course, and they're going to be going attack first here as well, as of course Hunters were the one to pick the map, which means Team Uwu were the ones to pick the side that they would start off on the map, and Uwu have chosen attack. Now Chalet, of course, is a pretty attacker-centered map. It's no secret on that front. So they're going to be going attack first, and Hunters are going to be going attack first, excuse me. And of course, that means that second half, once again, is going to be quite interesting indeed.
Yeah, but It's gonna be Jack, especially with map Chalet being very much in favor for Team Hunters LFO. Let's see whether if Team Uvu can handle it out. So we're not gonna waste any time at all. Map number 2, Chalet is a go. Uvu on defense, Hunters on attack. And with it, we'll get to see the ban phase. Talk about the first map ban phase that we did get to see on Theme Park. We didn't get to see a Thatcher ban nor a Mira ban. So at this point, if I do say a Thatcher ban would come in either from Uvu's and Hunters LFO, high likely a chance that it's not gonna happen, mainly because you have other operators with secondary EMP. So this ban, however, is an interesting one. Uvu make a decision to ban Amaru in the first attack.
Now that is interesting to me. Amaru is not the operator who jumps to mind when you think about the ban phase of any given map, let alone Chalet. I mean, I do kind of get it. Nook is going to be the second attacker ban here. I think we've got a couple of, perhaps target bans, and we'll get into why that could be in just a second here. But Amaru can jump in through a lot of important windows and get into some very important thoroughfares in Chalet very quickly, especially for second floor, which is such an important area for, of course, second floor master bedroom, the site itself, and for both first floor sites. Roam on second floor becomes very important. Amaru can close that gap very quickly and make it very hard for the defenders to, sit down comfortably on the site. Valkyrie will be the first defender banned for Chalet. No real surprises right there. She remains a constant when it comes to the bans across most maps in Rainbow Six. And finally, Mute will be banned by Team Uwu. They are on the defense, but they don't want to play with the Mute, which feels once again like it could potentially be a target ban or them playing the long run, by going into the second half and not having to deal with the info denial that the Mute can bring in. Nook, of course, we all know why that agent operator has been banned. Excuse me, right there. We have the grenades, of course, that have just proven themselves to be so lethal from literally any angle that they can be thrown from, even from below the floor beneath your feet. They can still get you if timed properly. And of course, the very silent nature of Nook's gadget and kit means that she can sneak up on you without you even knowing. And that leaves, of course, defenders in a very unfortunate position to be in. That, of course, is the Hunter's ban, mind you. So they don't want to deal with the Nook going into the second half. As we will be going into the first half, round one will be starting in just a quick second here, folks, as we have the 10 players in. And as soon as they all are loaded in, we're going to be going to first floor bar and gaming room.
Yep, first for bar and gaming room will be the site for Team Uvu to defend on round number 1. So I'm gonna ask you a question here, Jack. Now,
Mm-hmm.
since Operation Brutal Swarm has been released, it's been like 3 days, right, since Operation Brutal Swarm is released. Do you expect to have to see the same defensive bans? Yeah, currently one of the players on the side of Team Uvu, aka Malik, is having some issues, so that's the main reason why we have to go in for a pause. But unfortunately, we cannot go in for the pause, mainly because the timer is already turned down to 0, and now it's at the loading phase.
Oh,
So because of that, we might
Defenders,
have to
protect your
go
bombs
in
from being
for a
defused by
rehost.
attackers.
And if this rehost is accepted from Team
Attackers have
Uvu's
discovered the
end,
location of a
yes,
bomb.
we are going in for a rehost. So, yeah. So, as I was saying, Jack, it's been 3 to 4 days since Operation Brutal Swarm has been released.
um,
And
yeah,
when it
about
comes.
that, Baba, I'm
Uh huh.
pretty sure it's been more than a week. I think we're coming up with 2 weeks now since Brutal Storm's release.
Oh, yeah. It's been two
Um,
weeks. I'm
because
saying it's been 4 days, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember right. The last Tuesday, I was talking to a friend about when not Sense. What am I even saying? When Grim,
Grim.
the new operator, would be available for non-battle pass holders, right?
Hmm.
And well, it's a 2 week thing, right? 2 weeks of lock if you don't own the battle pass or the year pass. So they didn't, right? So they wanted to know when Grim would be unlocked, and I said, yeah, it's been a week already, right? So like next Tuesday, I think you're gonna get your hands on Grim. So that's how I remember. And it's a weird way to remember how things are going. But my sense of time is just all over the place right now after the last two
Yeah,
years.
me
Okay,
too.
so it is
Yeah.
what it is.
So I mean, yeah, talk about Grim, the new operator itself. You could say that he could have been the Grim Reaper for attack, mainly because the way how he gets the information, even with the weaponry that he has, which shares alongside with the IQ, the Commando, which is a really great assault weapon, which can deliver high potential amount of damage. I don't think that Grim would be that useful when it comes to the meta wise. But yeah, as I was trying to ask you the question, since Operation Brutal Swarm has been released for more than a week or two, do you really think that the ban phase that we get to see from most of the matches would it be the similar thing as you'd expect, like a Thatcher ban on attack, Mira ban on defense, or would you see a changes of operators like we've seen from Team Uvu and Hunters? And would you expect to see it on the next future matches that we're going to see in Pro Series Fall?
See, I feel like the question you're actually trying to ask me is if we'll see Grim either played or banned, right? And
Hmm.
I don't think so, particularly speaking. Now,
Not
I
just Grim.
haven't. I mean, yeah, I know it's not a Grim specific question, but I might as well get to the heart of the matter, right? Since it is Grim's
Hmm.
season, I don't think Grim's gonna get played all that much. Because what Grim is as an operator basically is somewhere between a lion and jackal, right? He
Yeah.
shoots out the can of bees that he has, and once the bees come out, mechanical bees, of course, they will track a defender's position if they're able to latch onto the defender. If the defender is in the cloud of bees, then it's pretty much a live ping constantly, similar to how Lion's wall hacks used to work back in the day. But if the defender walks out of the cloud of bees, then it'll be a sequential number of pings, I think 3 or 4 pings, like how Jackal does when he scans somebody with their feet, right? Or Lion now, right? So you could say Grim is basically a sort of mixed version of current Lion versus release Lion, which is a weird sentence to say that is for sure, but that's one of the best ways to describe Grim I've heard of in recent memory, as it were. But to get to the point of all this, right? Where Lion beats out Grim in terms of utility is that Lion is one button, he looks at his wrist for a second, and boom, it's a global ability. Grim has to take out a launcher, aim on a specific line of sight, and since his canister can't bounce, any surface it goes to, it will stick. So he can't even bounce. So he can't do it from a safe position like Zofia can or Tachanka can, whose projectiles bounce, right? Grim has to aim it at a straight line of sight, and if there's a defender who happens to peek when Grim has his launcher out, that's pretty much a game over for the Grim player. Now, in Pro League, of course, in pro matches, that can change. And there are definitely a lot of areas where Grim is useful. I will definitely concede that point. But the very fact of the matter here is that Grim, right now, as he seems to be shaping up, is not exactly all that strong. You can just play Lion, Dukebi, and Jackal and have roughly the same level of impact as Grim would, with more varied secondary gadgets and more uses out of their secondary uh, guns as well. The Gon 6 from Lion, of course, the EMP impact grenades. I almost forgot how to pronounce them. And then, of course, you have Dukebi with the smoke grenades, very, very useful. Jackal with Claymore or smoke grenades as well. And the secondary shotgun for soft breach. So there's so many things that other agents, other operators can do that Grim simply seems to lack. And that, of course, will definitely not be helping Grim in terms of overall pick viability. I feel like we're seeing a lot more Lion these days because teams have been, this has been thinking like, yeah, okay, so Lion or Grim because they're both very similar, and they just pick Lion because you look at the risk, man. That's all Lion does. Just what's the time? Okay, there's a defender. That's it. That's all Lion has to do. Like, oh
Uh,
hey, hello, there you are. And meanwhile,
it's
Grim has
high
to go through
noon
this whole
somewhere around the world.
but Grim has to do this whole procedure of finding a straight line of sight, making sure it's clear, this and that. Then you can go for launching the canister. And if you drone out that area and it's clear in the first place, why even bother using a drone, right? Or why even bother using one of the canisters? Lion
It's like
just
going one of the banks. It's like going one of the banks, Jack. Technically, just wait for the waiting line. Then you have to go in. You got to make reservations, and then afterwards you have to go in for another ticket counter. That's exactly how Grim is, right? And obviously, it's in the name itself. He's grim. He's angry most of the time. And whenever you see a utility being being used, you need to have a line of sight. So technically, even though if there is one particular player who is still constantly looking at one angle, you need to peek in a way to get the info from the launching projectile. So technically it is not a good way, especially if you want to do it on a horizontal way. But if you're, say, if you're at the roof, or if you're at a rappelling window, and if you want to do a quick shoot, then maybe Grim can at least help you when it comes to denying the players to enter in on one of the particular places. But other than that, I gotta give it to you, Jack. Grim, I don't think is going to help a lot in the meta
Yeah,
itself, because in the
yeah,
previous meta itself, we were just highly focused on LMGs, the amount of recoil which it favored so much, and the utility
Finka.
meta, which in fact was a lot of pain, especially for the defensive side. And having Finca in the hand of Adrenal Surge, one Gone 6, two frag grenades, and an LMG which has a total of 100 bullets. What more do you want? I mean, if
Exactly.
Finca
I
was
mean,
more of like a one man army, you know?
yeah, I mean, you look at the pick rate of Finca that has gone down significantly, especially with the loss of her grenades, right? I feel like the Spear 308 that she has is still a pretty decent gun compared to, like, combined with her ability, right? But those grenades determine a lot more than people give them credit for. Losing those grenades has put down Finca's pick rate a lot. And because the pick rate goes down, her win rate goes down as well. It's kind of correlated, but not at the same time. You look at Rook, doesn't get picked a whole lot, wins a ton of games because of the armor. But anyhow, that's besides the point, right? All things considered, it's the same situation as Buck, right? There was a time where people were saying, Buck, Sled, Jackal, so much soft breach. What are you going to do with all of this? You know, like there's no safe place for the defenders, right? I remember that being a conversation a couple of years ago. And then Buck lost his grenades. Then he barely got played compared to Sledge and Jackal. People were picking Jackal actively because they didn't want to deal with Buck and flashbangs. But now, of course, Buck has seen a bit of a resurgence recently, as Sledge, of course, continues to dominate in terms of the soft breach side of things. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, when you have big balancing changes like that, some players, some characters are going to dominate, whereas others will not. It kind of just is a thing. But the point I was trying to make is frag grenades have a lot. Frag grenades, fragmentation grenades, they have a lot of saying power as to who gets picked in the meta and who doesn't. Nook as well. So many Nook picks recently, especially after the patch, because of the fact that Nook has frag grenades and is a stealthy operator. Two things that have been there since Nook released, mind you, but again, frag grenades is what the real conversation is about. Anyhow, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about the match. We are straight back into the game as all technical difficulties that resulted in the Rios have been taken care of. And we are going straight back into round number one, which will be first floor bar and gaming room. At least it would be, but Jittery is now asking for a pause.
Yeah, but we're not starting off just yet, which means that we still gotta wait for Hunter's end to see that, you know, it's just the Moss thing. He needs to make sure that the Moss is up and running on his PC, so that we'll be able to, play the matchup to have, fair competition. And if something happens, we'll be able to see through that from the Moss itself. So anyways, yeah, as we were talking about the entire match itself, Team Uvu, they have lost their own map pick on a 7 to 5 score line, which is in fact on map Theme Park. And now they are facing the deficit of going down to the lower brackets with Hunters LFO's map pick Chalet, which in fact we're about to start it off as of now. We just got to wait it out for Jittery to fix the issues, and when it's done we'll be able to head back in and start off round number one without facing any issues. And I mean, we all know back when me and Jack were talking about it, we just talked more about the game. But how about we talk more about the teams here, Jack? The total of 8 qualifiers that we have on Pro Series Fall. We have Shaheens, who just made their returning comeback on Fall. They couldn't succeed on Summer Edition, so now Shaheens, they still have a chance to come back. Uvu, on the other hand, Uvu and Militant Esports, both teams are new. They just qualified for the Fall Series, and now they're here to duke it out up against Hunters LFO. And the second match, which could happen up against Team when they go up against Team Mercenaries. And then we have on second qualifiers, Kira Esports, Won't Stop Peaking, Team Phalanx, and Mercenaries. Only top 8 will go to the SAE Nationals. And if you take if we when we already took a look at the SA national point system, we have three teams: Hunters, MRCZ, and Kira. The only difference is that Team Phalanx, Shaheens, Won't Stop Peaking are currently secured 4, 2, and 1 points respectively. So for One Stop Peaking, they have a lot of work that needs to be done, which means they gotta win a lot of matches in the upper brackets itself if they have to survive. The same thing can be said for Shaheens and Phalanx too, with Phalanx securing 4 points. They are also qualified in the fall series, and now they're making sure that they would not go all the way below 8th or ninth place, because if that happens, then they're out of the game for SA Nationals.
Defenders,
So
protect your bombs from being
without
defused by
further ado,
attackers.
folks, let us proceed to round number 1. I know we did take a lot of time for that, and we do have to apologize for that, but now we are back. Match number 2, Chalet, Hunters on attack, Uvu on defense. The site will be on first floor bar and gaming room.
Here we go. It's been a bit of a long wait, hasn't it? A rehost and a massive
Yep.
pause in the middle there. But we are now in the round, folks. We are going straight in. Ooh, with the defense on first floor, bar and gaming room. Probably the side that attackers have the most difficulty attacking. I say that. It's a relative term, right? But bar, I've seen probably the side that defenders end up winning the most overall in South Asia, at least if my memory serves me correctly. Again, there's probably some specific stats that my mind is probably not conjuring at the minute, so I'll have to look into that later. But the setup seems like it's going to be very second floor heavy, as there's very little utility or placement on the first floor. Yes, you can see library and mezzanine have been set up massively, but Jittery just does not care. Gets the first kill, and that's Malik down on the second floor. I think second floor window or the mezzanine window, so to be specific. Shots about to be fired. Deployable cam and regular cam going to be taken care of. Rattler with the grenade. Is he going to be able to find one? Yes, there goes Ragnarok. That's library clear within just 40 seconds.
40 seconds and no denial utilities from Wumai, nor a Jaeger. So what's the point of holding on second floor library when you don't have an ADS or a Wumai magnet needs to defend yourself? There's already 3 players gone. Make one more as Sandy gets one headshot. DZ gets to take out Sandy, but at what cost? It's a 2v3. There's not a lot of chances where Team Uvu can survive this unstoppable onslaught. And with the post-plant situation and Dresh being the only player left, could use the C4 to open up lines of sight, but that will only give them a minor distraction. And Rattle, on the other hand, being the Spider-Man as he rappels up on the top, Dresh gets the kill. 1v2, 30 seconds left. And I believe Dresh is currently looking at the cam. Yep, he's currently looking at the stolen attacker cam. He would be able to find some minor information, but he still needs 6 seconds to go for the defuse, and Beat will deny him just like that. Hunters starts it off with a victory on round number 1, as they'll secure the site on first floor bar and gaming room, and it's not a great start for Team Uvu on defense.
I love how I called first floor bar the site that attackers have the most difficulty on, and then hunters just walk in. They clear out library in 40 seconds and make sure mezzanine's clear as well, and they just walk in. Plants off. The other 2 defenders are off on the other side of the map entirely, trying to get back into position. 3v2, and the plants off. We're a minute and a half in the round. We're back on first floor bars, so Team Uwu definitely feels confident despite the round loss. Given how close it was a 1v2 in the post plant, so it definitely seems like it could have been possible. They brought in the Thunderbird this time, but still no Jaeger or Womai, no denial. And that was the very reason why Ragnarok on second floor got cleaned out so early, a well-placed grenade. And that was all. Nobody was holding Ragnarok on a cross angle. Nobody was holding any sort of particular placement like that. It was just one grenade. And of course, any kind of utility denial can be used to take care of that. But this time there's a lot more presence on the first floor, as you can see. Shields, frost mats, Capcan traps, so on and so forth is all being placed down here to make sure that any attacker who walks in has, well, quite the time settling in.
And let's not forget, they're doing the same thing too. No Vermine, no Jaeger, just traps, info denial operators, and a Thunderbird to increase their aggressive approach. But would it be more than enough to handle out Hunters' attack coordination, especially when they have a lot of utilities like flashbangs and grenades? Let's take a look at it. 8 flashbangs, 4 grenades, and,
Oh,
and to start it off, Jittery just gets away with a kill like that. G336, a suppressor which does not negate any damage, does not decreases any damage that the weaponry has. It's a really great attachment, and once you know how to control the recoil, you don't have to worry about it too much. But still got to worry about man count because Dagger still gets away with the kill as Beat gets taken out, and an equalizer will come in.
yeah, I'm not sure about that peek that we saw from Sparko, just unaware of where the Capcan is. Just walks up, gets two. Where is your cross angle being watched? Nobody's watching flank. Jittery's not even here yet. Sandy now vaults in through the open window, but Malik gets him nonetheless. Sandy is now down, and it's all up to Jittery. Nobody watching flank, nobody watching cross. There's no drones being used for any of those purposes. And now Jittery's in a 1v4. Make that 1v3 as he finds the Mozzie. Drish does go down. A ping is off on one of the defenders' positions. Shots are fired, but Dagger gets away somehow. And on the longer angle, DZ will shut down the, well, encroaching Iana. Big mistakes made right there by the Hunters. I feel like there was a, I don't want to say it, but I feel like there was maybe a hint of overconfidence in how they played that. Beats peak on the big window of sight. Unnecessary. Nobody watching blue, allowing the captain to just walk up. Sparkle went down, and Rattler didn't even budge from whatever angle he was looking at. And the Iana wasn't even in. Neither was the Finka. Neither of them were there to, try and watch
Attackers
blue
need to
stairs or
locate
anything.
and defuse bombs.
They just all fell flat so quickly. And yeah, I mean, I kind of get it. They probably weren't expecting Team Uwu to play such a hyper aggressive role, but I mean, you showed them that hyper aggressiveness might work out because Hunters were very aggressive in the first round, right? So Uwu decided to play fire with fire, and Hunters were caught pretty much with their pants down.
Time for a diversion.
10
Not only
seconds
just
to
that,
insertion.
they couldn't get to
5 seconds
succeed
Deployed. Surface
watching
secure.
their flanks out. I mean, they even had Nomad with the air jabs, right? And even with that being in play, it still didn't work out too. Ubu, on the other hand, gets away with a win on round number 2, and this time they have some ample information from the attack drones. The site being on first floor kitchen, interesting way of using the Kiva barriers to block the Windows side, and also yet another entryway towards the office. And you have 2 players holding out on second floor, which means that one of them is roaming around, one of them is defending both the sides, and the rest of the players are currently making the same holdings as they were holding in on first floor bar itself. One player is holding on from mezzanine. There is one player in towards right from below library. Now the main thing is that since they lost control on second floor library, mainly because of the heavy utilities that they used, and Sandy almost missing the opportunity to take out one of the players. Let's not forget, the LMG's recall has been increased a lot. So Sandy really needs to be careful. He needs to make his shots count. And also with the adrenal surge, which could help the attackers to, get themselves back up if they get downed from one of the defenders. But you could say at the early round, Uwu, they're doing a great job at ensuring that they wouldn't get themselves picked out quite early. And DZ, that C4,
Ooh.
really good job at that. There goes Jittery. And with it, the Iana's hologram is not available.
That's a big drop right there. Jittery will be kicking himself for having gone down that way. C4 from below. And that is just one. A second kill could happen, and that's going to be Beat taking it. Dagger goes down. So a fire back is made. Sandy finds Malik as well. Capcan Trap doing a lot of damage right there, the Beat and Sandy. But of course, the Finka can heal them both up. And that is exactly what she does. Beat going out the main door right now, or using that as a potential distraction. The Capcan is there. And of course, the oh, okay, never mind. Takes out the Gone 6, and DZ decides to peek at that exact moment. Again, Cross not being watched properly, I feel like, from the attacker's side right now. Rattler He's right across that wall, but Rattler doesn't know it. These are one of those moments, folks, where casters get a bit of an advantage over the players, but of course we can't tell them what's going on. That would ruin the fun. As the breach has been done, Rattler, nice reaction, finds Ragnarok. There's one behind the shield inside of the site. He's looking at that exact shield.
Sees the head.
Could potentially see the head. Come on, but he can't connect the shot. You see it. You see it, but I think it's just out of the hitbox. I think it's just out of the hitbox. Rattler couldn't get it, but flash rings are out, and a full push to side is going to happen. But oh no, Drish is above. Drish is above, and he could make it big right now. Sparker's going for the plant. Drish is being sneaky in the back here. Finds the sledge. But has to go back to the side very quickly. Opens up the floor and gets another. Sparko's now taking a ton of damage as well. Oh dear. It's a 1v1 that I do not think Sparker wants to be in given the situation. Drish has the health advantage as well. But how do you get into sight? Gonna go through the breach? Seems like it. Drops down. Shots fired. Sparko's hiding by the bomb in kitchen. 20 seconds. He only needs 7 to go for the counter defuse. He's gonna bait with the first one. And he actually gets the shot! Sparko falling for it. Quite literally. And Drish with the clutch in the post plant. We'll make it 2-1. Team Uwu take the lead.
Defusing attempt failed. Defenders win.
Man, what a play. What a play from Uwu. First the C4, second the patience, and the timing to take out the Lion while he was using the Gone 6 to remove the Kiba barriers. Oh my goodness. This is looking good from Team Uwu's end. 2 defensive round wins. Now we will see Ragnarok bring in the smoke this time, and the site will be on Basement Wine Cellar and Snowmobile Garage. It's interesting to see that most of the teams have opted to bring in a lot on basement side, because in the previous season, right, we didn't get to see Basement Wine Cellars and Snowmobile Garage being picked out quite a lot, right? It was either first floor dining or kitchen, first floor bar or gaming room, or more likely second floor master bedroom. But looking at Basement Wine Cellar and Garage, it's a bit difficult for the attackers once they don't have control on having the line of sight towards Basement Wine Cellars. But the usual push that we do more often would be just blow up a wall on Snowmobile Garage, just go for a smoke plant, and then wait for the defenders to just arrive one by one. That was exactly what the standardization was at that moment, but it's been changed, right? The whole strategy's been changed, and now with the introduction of a lot of new operators, especially the Azami being into the play, you can see that the Kiba barriers have been on a complete lockout all the way from Blue Stairs. You saw like 3 Kiba barriers being placed in a way that the attackers are forced to melee it. So it's technically, you're just using a castle barricade from the Blue Stairs itself. It's in itself an interesting concept, don't you think?
I mean, yeah, that's also a nice angle to have, because anybody on the stairs will be exposed, but they don't exactly know that they have been exposed to the defenders, right? Ragnarok, the smoke player, interestingly enough, going up to first floor for a good amount of time there. Still alive, though. That's all that matters. Sparko's going to go for the breach. Just making sure that there is nothing, electrifying or something or the other. Somebody trying to go for a play like that. As Sandy gets a big first kill. That's Mullock down. As a shield will be spotted alongside the potential position of one or other players inside of the site. More areas have been broken open on second floor and first floor by the attackers, as Sparko's gonna go down. That's diffuser dropped as well. Dagger gets a kill on the breach as the Rotero comes in, taking care of a lot of utility within the site. Dagger's in blue, and they need to get rid of that alibi as soon as possible. A ping goes off, but that's inside a wine cellar in the corner as well. Jittery can't do much about that. Shots from blue once again. Rattler preparing a grenade, wants to throw it in, but decides against it for the time being, allowing entry for teammates as the diffuser has been dropped off inside of the building. That's actually quite smart, because they can get the diffuser in from elsewhere. That does not include getting shot on the breach. Jittery can then hold breach without much problem, but Dagger is going to be a problem nonetheless. Finds Beat, as the smoke grenades are now coming in. The denials are going to happen as Team Uru's defense seems almost primed to play against an attack like the Hunters. Dagger again! Grenades out this time as Dagger will be DBNO'd. Shots are fired and Rattler actually walks away with a couple kills here, but Ragnarok comes in towards Connector and gets the kill onto Jittery. It's all now onto Rattler. Dagger has been downed, but there's not much that can be done. He's actually going to be picked back up, and the
15
shotgun of the
seconds to
smoke is
go.
going to be playing on the stairs. There you go. Rattler with no position and no power to try and bargain a round win for the team. Again, very loose from the Hunters, very haphazard, and Team Uwu are taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, even with the proper teamwork we've seen from Hunters and you even saw the RC Rotera to open up the vertical lines of sight towards on Fireplace Hall, removing the wall, getting an entryway towards Snowmobile Garage, but we didn't see
Defenders,
any
protect your bombs from
response
being
being
defused by
shown from the
attackers.
hallway side of Wine Cellar. It was almost as if Team Hunters LFO
Attackers have
were
located a
doing
bomb.
a full-on committed push towards Snowmobile Garage itself. Stairs were present. They didn't had control on blue stairs, mainly because it was patched up from the keeper barriers. So once they knew exactly where the rest of the players are, they just removed the barriers. They just kept going from the blue stairs, see whether if they can pressure them on all the way towards the Fireplace Hall. And
10 seconds
next
to
thing
go.
you know, Hunters LFO, they lost their footing when they realized that Dagger was
5
just
seconds left
mainly
before
doing some
insertion.
major damage there. Triple kill on that previous
Attackers'
round.
objective is to defuse the bomb.
And now Hunters LFO is facing the long end of the stick in the first half itself. 3 victories on defense at the hands of Uvu. And for Hunters LFO, they are yet to make an attack round win in round number 5. Sure, they have won round number 1 itself without facing any issues, but Team Uvu, they have, I'm not gonna lie, they've got some trick up their sleeves, Jack, especially the way how Dragon has been performing on defense, and also DZ with those C4 plays, which is working out to perfection.
I mean, overall, it's just been a case of the Hunters not really performing up to scratch here. Oh, Beat could have died to that same peak or a similar peak he did back in round number 2, but a good shot is a good shot, and that's Dagger gone. The alibi from the last round, who was such a problem for the attackers, will be no more. And that's kind of the thing, right? Hunters have been making these solo plays almost, and these peaks that would contribute to kills if they are able to get them. But the problem is they just haven't been able to, at least so far. And mind you, even in the last round, they managed to get the Azami out from basement before they made any kind of play towards the site. And it still didn't work. They had the first kill, but it just did not pan out the way they wanted it to. Final Capcan trap. Nice timing to put it down, DZ, as he's going to push out into the kitchen hallway. But where are the Hunters? Where are the attackers right now? They seem intent on taking second floor, and that's exactly what they're up to. They're going to be clearing out vertical. The Gemini Replicator giving away the Capcan's position. DZ denying it from taking any more intel as Rattler opens up the floor. Going ham on it, Sparko deciding this time that, yep, I should probably be watching the flank, given what happened the last time we were here. The meta is in play, mind you, and that, of course, is going to be a big point of contention, as an air jab is going to be stuck to that mirror window, meaning anybody going for the, jump into the site to try and deny things is going to have a tough time. Malik's taking so much damage, he's going to be downed as well, and they're the only one in the site, which means that the pickup is going to be so difficult. We're Lucy on the main stairs right now. 40 seconds remain as Ragnarok on an air jab. Trying to go up, trying to flank. Somebody's got to be watching this, and yes, there is somebody watching this. Sandy should get him, and yes, Ragnarok is down, and the plant is happening.
Malik's been dropped, which means that Rattler will get the confirmation, which leads to DZ all by himself, and he gets caught out with a flawless round. The hands of Hunters LFO. Round number 5. Hunters LFO have succeeded in equalizing. I wouldn't say equalizing the scorecard again. It's 2-3. Hunters can end the first half on a 3-3 equalizer, but it's not as an aggressive approach like we got to see them on map Theme Park. Usually whenever we see Hunters LFO, actually no, Hunters LFO were on defense first. Yeah, when Hunters LFO were on defense first in the first half, you saw how
Defenders,
great they
protect your bombs
were
from
when
being
it comes
defused by
to
attackers.
having an opening picks. And Beat was especially the one who did ended up winning most of his initial gunfights, and
Attackers have
Sparko too
discovered the
while he was
location of a
roaming all
bomb.
by himself on second floor on map theme park. On second half, things did not work out well on attack for Hunters LFO on theme park, and it's also the same example on what exactly happening on map Chalet too, despite Chalet being a heavily attacker favored map. Uwu are making an exceptional job when it comes to
10
successfully
seconds to
defending
go.
those sites, and mainly it has to do with Dagger's
5 seconds
challenging
left.
gunfight that he succeeds in removing either Jittery or Sandy
Attackers'
out.
objective is to defuse
He's
the
been
bomb.
doing that. He's been doing this for a lot of time, and this has been hurting a lot from Hunters' end, mainly because with Sandy or Jittery being out of the picture, it's difficult for them to push even more further, knowing that Dagger's presence is still being a threat to them. Action phase is present, and in round number 6, 3 to 2, Uvu still has the advantage in the lead, but it can also be dwindled a bit in round number 6 when that roll swap happens, and high likely chance that it could end up on a 3 to 3. The information game looking very promising for Hunters, knowing that you don't have to worry about Mute nor the Mozzie. But you still got to worry about the gunfights that you've got to win. And Jittery, he has his eyes on Ragnarok. All he's got to do is just find a way out, maybe an opening to see whether if he can get a shot or two. But you still got to be careful on the office side, and Jittery, just got to be careful. Oh no, the traps is in, and so does the shot from Ragnarok. Ending the life of Jittery, and with it, Uvu will be happy about this.
That was a classic case of just tunnel visioning on one thing. You have to be careful about these lines of sights. You have to be careful about players on other angles. Jury simply did not do that. Got caught out as a result. Sandy gets one, but DZ is still here. Rattler comes in with a kill, jumps out, gets the Finka, and Dagger finds two, Sparko and Beat. Quick shutdown from Team Uwu because Hunters simply cannot seem to string two drones together to save their lives. As we have what is a 4-2 in the first half, Team Uwu in their defensive half taking a big lead like that. 4-2. Hunters, I'm struggling to find anything positive to say about that performance. No one watching anything. Claymores, air jabs, none of that. You're going for a clear on second floor bedroom, trying to take the entire second floor before you come to
Defenders,
first floor.
protect your
What
bombs
does your
from being
entry
defused
frag
by
do?
attackers.
Sees that there could be one player on the hallway. That's where the drone was. That's
Attackers
as
have
far as
discovered
the
the
info
location
Jittery
of a
had.
bomb.
Walks into the door, doesn't check for Capcan traps, doesn't check that the Jaeger might have come back to the site, doesn't know if there are any lines of sight between bedroom and office, gets shot by the Capcan who was in bedroom the whole time. In the meanwhile, the Jaeger walked back into office, prone as well, watching that exact doorway. On the other hand, the Sledge
10 seconds left
walked
before
in
insertion.
to office expecting a Jaeger, looking at the line of sight.
5 seconds to
Capcan's
go.
in the hallway. There was no droning, no way to call out the fact that the
Attackers'
Capcan
objective
was
is
there.
to defuse a bomb.
The jump out as well from Capcan. I think it was DZ, right? So
Yep.
much done. One drone in hallway could have fixed all of that. With just one active drone. That's it. You don't even have to have it pre-placed. One active drone. That's all it was needed. I didn't even know how Dagger got the kills on Beat and Sparko at the end. We didn't even see that. But we didn't need to. Because the entire second floor push was completely half-hearted, half-baked. And Hunters will need to get over that. They will need to get over these issues very quickly if they want to clean it up on a 2-0, which is looking less and less likely. Uwu are now on the attack side, which is commonly known as the favorite side for the side of Chalet, but Sparko and Jittery go down after a quick first kill by Jittery, an immediate refrag, and fireback, which allows the body count advantage to go the way of Team Uwu.
This is not looking good, especially Hunters. They're overpeaking this. Both Sandy
Way
Rattler
too much.
are peeking the same window on the hallway side of blue stairs, and this is not a good sign. Hunters LFO They've got to worry about the sign. They've got to worry about the second floor library. Of course, if you have the information, let them come to you.
Clearing the way.
There's no reason to panic. And please don't tell me Rattler did get picked off from that window speak again. This is not good. Especially from Hunters' end, because they're the ones on defense. They've got to make sure that they wouldn't make any mistakes. Sandy, on the other hand, gets an important pick, because that's Ragnarok down with the diffuser. But with him being the only man left, it's not an easy task. And with DZ knowing exactly where Sandy's location is, you still got to be careful on the one on downstairs. He will get one, but not DZ, who was just steadily moving all the way from the stairs itself to get the win on round number 7. I'm not gonna lie, Hunters, they're being way too aggressive. You saw 3 players, Jack. You saw 3 of them, right? Sparko, Sandy, and Rattler, both peeking at the same window. Why? Is that a
And
necessity?
you know what's worse? They didn't even need to. I get
Yeah,
it,
they
you know,
didn't even
first
need
floor
to.
bar being the set of choice. First floor bar is the set of choice, right? It's just holding down library corridor is important. Holding a mezzanine is important. Those windows being compromised early is a problem. You know what can mitigate some of the projectiles that are going to be coming your way from those windows? A Jaeger, a Womai, and a castle. We have a Jaeger. There's no Womai. There's no castle. Okay, I get it. You don't want to play the castle. At least bring a Womai for utility denial. They're not doing that. Sparker's playing the Jaeger, but those ADSs, I mean, they're catching a couple of utilities, sure, but they can only do so much. They need support, and they're not getting that. The Frost is the one playing Blue Shield, or was the one playing Blue Shield, instead of what should have been a Womai. Again, you have this mezzanine-centric defense that's been set up across the map, with no Womai, who is commonly and most effectively seen on that second floor mezzanine side. None of that is being seen from the Hunters. They're playing this strategy with a Frost, and Frost is important. I will give you that. But you need to have proper denial at the same time as well. The smoke is important, sure. And Azami for reconstruction. Jittery loves playing Azami, so I understand why. But why? When you clearly have a need for different operators that your team requires, absolutely necessitates the kind of plays that are being made, you kind of need to make sure that those operators are brought into play. Now, Mezzanine is going to be blown wide open, or would have been had it not been for Jittery coming in at the very last second of those Excaris pellets burn time and shutting them down. I'm not sure where DZ was going, but he gets shut down nonetheless. That's going to be the first kill. And a much needed kill. DZ is going 13-4 with next to no one stopping him. And a great peek from Ragnarok as well. Clearly knew where Beat was as he gets a kill confirmation. Makes it a 4v4 again.
Yeah, the pressure, though, it's still on from Hunters. This time, they realized what they were making wrong on the previous round, and this time, they're just playing it safe. There's more gas canisters present. So does Jittery, who just dropped down from the first floor. Let's not forget, diffuser has been dropped. Not quite sure exactly where. Don't tell me the diffuser has been dropped all the way from the spawn side. Right? I mean, I just don't know it just yet. Maybe it's just dropped in a specific way where Hunters had the exact idea on where it is. But Ragnarok, he gets to win another gunfight. That is Jittery down on the board. Still gotta worry about the side 2 and Rattler. He's not looking too good, only 1 HP, but he somehow succeeds with a kill. But he's the last man left, and not for long, as Malik gets the final frag too. Ooh, woo. Ooh, woo indeed. 5-2 in the second half. Hunters LFO. Something's happening. Like, what is happening to Hunters? First, in map 1, we see them absolutely destroy on Uvu's home turf on Theme Park. On a 7-4 on first half, that was a dominating experience from Hunters. Next thing you know, on map number 2, Chalet, this happens 6-2 with DZ having 13 kills. Meanwhile, on defense, they're still struggling to hold their ground. They're still struggling when it comes to anchoring the side when you have all 3 players just constantly overpeaking on the window side.
it's not just about overpeaking. Some of the decisions that were made from the Hunter side. Now, I will say in the last round, on second floor office and bedroom, that is, I will say that Hunters definitely got a bit more outplayed than made weird decisions, and that is credit to Wu. They had drones. Excuse me, right there. Wow. Okay. They had drones in very clearly important places, and those drones very clearly worked out. There is no mute in play, right? That was Hunters' own ban. They're not playing the Mozzie for drone denial either. They are they only have one utility denier, and you could say Azami is a denier as well in her own right. And yeah, I can kind of see where you'd be coming from with that. But other than that, they really don't have much going for them. And Team Wu are just playing roughly the same or similar operator lineups, as they just don't need to change much. Why would you, right? Because at the end of the day, it's just this one thing that keeps winning you around, so why change it? You've got the Thatcher in play this time, and no Kai tricking from Beat, which means very early on in the round, the breach is going to be wide open. Do not peek this Beat, I swear. If you do, and then get caught, I would be blowing a gasket. I mean, of course, you know, our viewers in chat would not be able to hear it. I'd be meeting myself, but yeah.
Yeah, they're not gonna peek it. They know that this is on match point, and if they lose this, they're going to they're definitely heading off to the deciders. Let's not forget, they have the Thatcher and the Thermite, the deadly duo that we haven't seen in a long time. An aggressive attempt peek from Ragnarok, as he fails to do so. But on the bright side, you saw Ragnarok dropping down the defuse all the way from the breach of Snowville Garage. So they're seeing that they could maybe, you know, get away with an info or two, but this time, Uwu losing one of the important players, although they still have control on the situation, they're still making up yet another attempt, this time on basement wine cellars, in a way that they could pressure Hunters on both of the places. So technically, they've got to watch both of their backs. And in a minute left, we got to expect shots like this from Rattler. One SMG-11 shots and another from Sandy, as Hunters have finally got themselves back into their senses. Several breach charges gets caught out from the Kiba barriers, but will it destroy the deployable shield? Yes, it does. Smoke gas canisters being used, but Sandy is still here with the protection. The MX Post Storm is the storm that is approaching slowly. And DZ, only the last man left, needs to find rest of the players from Hunters LFO. He won't succeed, and Jittery gets the final kill nonetheless. Hunters LFO, they realized what they made their mistakes, and they will end up getting this win on a 6-3 score line. But the damage has already been done. Uvu's already on match point, and all Uvu requires is a single attack round win. They've already succeeded in defending first floor bar and gaming room, second floor master bedroom / office, and now they're going back to the same site where Uvu had won in round number 8.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Oh
bombs.
boy, I'm not too sure about this one, I'll tell you what. Hunters, I will say though, well played in the last round. Credit where credit is due, right? And I know that I've been pretty harsh on the Hunters in this map, but to be fair, the way that they were playing, they kind of deserved it overall. But I'm not one to take away credit when, of course, a good play is made, and they made a good play. They held back. Would you look at that? They held back and held their crosses this time. And that, of course, allowed them to win the round. That's what you need to do on Chalet defense. You've got plenty of areas to take cover in, to crouch down or prone down next to, or just stand comfortably. You've got hallways and cabinets and, you know, cubbies and other areas that you can just use to your advantage. Chalet is an attacker-sided map because a lot of it has soft walls, and a lot of reconstruction can be done by soft breaching, but there's a lot of areas that you can simply play around if you're not too busy triple peeking the same window. So, Hunters putting a round on board, finally, after, how many rounds was it? 1, 2, 3, 3 rounds straight from Team Wu. So the last time Hunters won a round, it was 3-1, yeah. They made it 3-2, and then it went to 6-2. So Team Wu definitely walking away with a large part of the competition so far. But Hunters now have to bring it back. Here comes a Lion Scan, EE1D, Mezzanine being held down by Jittery. And And he's going to have to evacuate. Sandy finds Drish in the meanwhile. Big drop right there, as 3 defenders have retreated to the first floor to make sure that they don't get caught out when the attack comes to them.
Currently, Spark was the only one who's holding out from the Solarium stairs, and even if he's bombarded with heavy utilities, there is likely chances where it will get caught out from the ADS. But Sparko, he really needs to be careful though. There is one from the stairs, and Jittery, oh boy. Ooh. That was a good shot. Headshot to take out Dagger while he was busy rappelling from the Solarium stairs. Now you gotta worry about Ragnarok though. And also the entire place in towards the library. That's exactly where the rest of the players on the side of Team Uwu are heavily focused on opening up the place. And also the site to guarantee for a post plant. But the main problem is that they've lost control on Solarium, which means that Hunters LFO will be heavily focused on the west main side. Sandy, on the other hand, he's finally woken up. The shots has been so pristine, and DZ, we're having a lot of problems with it though, especially with the headshot from Sparko. Ragnarok, left all by his lonesome, 1v4, gets taken a lot of damage. And he's not looking too good, especially with the aggressive peaks. Please, Rattler, you really got to be careful when you make plays like that. But in the end, Jittery gets the headshot in the end. Alright. Hunters LFO, they have finally came back to their senses, and they will win yet another defensive round on second floor master bedroom. But this time, Team Uwu, I've got to give it to them. They've done an exceptional job at, removing the players one by one. They've managed to hold out the aggressive plays that Hunters LFO had been doing for the past 2 rounds. But the adaptations that Hunters has been doing has also been an exceptional job. This time ensuring that they would not make a single mistake. But I wouldn't say that they have fully fixed the mistakes as of yet, because we just saw a running Rattler all the way from the hallway side. So although although yes, granted, it is still a 1v4, you've got to be careful, Hunters. Come on. I know getting a kill is, you'd especially want to have style points in it, but let's not forget, this is Pro Series. And you've got to make sure that whatever decisions you make can have an entire change when it comes to having a spot on the SA National. Sure, you guys have already the spot, but
5 seconds left before insertion.
is it?
I mean, there's more to
Attackers'
than
objective is
just
to
that,
locate a
right?
bomb and defuse it.
At the end of the day, they might have the spot, right? They've got the most points by far. The second place being Mercenaries at 16, so I get it. They can play a little bit comfortably and all that, and that's all well and good, but still put up a bit of a better performance than what they've done so far. And the last 2 rounds have been what we kind of expected coming into Chalet from them, right? At the very least, a close fight against Team Uwu, but they were just wild, and I guess they brought it back a little bit, but DZ will find Sparko. That's a big first kill, as that is your... Wait, Maestro is gone. So post-plant potential from the Maestro, or, well, plant and out potential, I should say, is no more. How did the Maestro get caught out that early? We don't know. I would like to, but there's no way we're getting that answer right now. As, yeah, big first kill right there that the Hunters will simply now have to deal with.
And once Team Uwu gets control on second floor, they'll be heavily bombarded with those cluster charges that Malik has. He even has a secondary hard breach that can open up any of the hatches and even the walls in towards first floor dining. But this time, Uwu's taking their sweet time. The past 3 rounds, they'd usually be a bit more aggressive. They'd usually have a lot of time, and they would succeed in successfully getting their initial gunfights too. So this time, they're just taking it nice and easy. I mean, they did get the initial frag out. Now they just got to figure out a way to remove Beat out of the equation. And it will be a difficult one. He has good protection from the deployable shield. He even has protection from Jittery's end. But nonetheless, he still gets picked off from Dresh all the way towards the office side. And now they're slowly starting to lose control of it. And Sandy, this huge flank might be able to change the entirety. That's one. He finds the second.
Has been dropped.
And that is more than enough to get one more.
Ooh.
This flank was very important for Hunters to get themselves back in the game, because they were already in a very bad spot. But you gotta forget, you forgot about Malik, who's at the main entrance. 2v1, and it's Rattler who needs to clutch this out. Sandy has done an exceptional job, and now all Rattle needs to do is just hold his ground. He has the smoke gas canisters. He could use it at the right time. Cluster charge is being used to fend or destroy any of the single plays Rattler. Oh boy, he needs to be careful of those explosive utilities though. Still playing this patiently.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Secondary
Attackers have
heartbeats being
recovered the
kept
diffuser.
off, and smoke gas canisters is already being used. How can you defend with two more players who is just waiting for Rattler to pop his head? Malik is just playing this patiently. He's
15
so
seconds
sneaky.
remaining.
He can take
He
out
can find him, he
Rattler,
can
but
find
no,
him.
you still
Oh.
have. Yeah, he can still find him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Well, there goes that.
There goes that.
Uh,
There goes that, which means
yep.
map number 3 is a go, Jack. We are going to see border with Team Uvu securing the second map of Chalet. This was unexpected.
Yeah, a little bit unexpected from the Hunter side for them to be performing like this, but they probably took it light, probably took it easy. And all things considered, it was still a half decent performance from them. So there's some good things to talk about, and we will when we go into the highlights, of course, of this match. Although I have to say, in totality, Uwu played pretty well overall. Definitely a lot more of a fight than Hunters definitely were expecting out of them, that is for sure. And the Hunters kind of folding really in the first and early second half. There wasn't much to really say from their end. It was just mistake after mistake after solo fight after solo fight. And we'll talk a bit more about it as we go into the highlights, folks. And you'll see right from the beginning, right? Hunters taking round one, and they did it in such a coordinated, calculated fashion. And you start off round two with that kind of a shot from Jittery, only to then completely lose the plot for the next 3 rounds. Flag watches, none. Usage of drones for, well, any flank watchers or callouts, none. They were just busy, I don't know, doing something, I guess. They would have been on drones watching, giving calls, but the drones also weren't probably in their proper positions. And yes, I know that there were drones that were being watched. It was present in the UI, but the callouts, if they were being given, which they definitely were, still weren't probably all that, well thought out. The overall playstyle from the Hunters just didn't seem like it was thought out all that well. They were just collapsing left, right, and center. It got all the way to map point for Team Uwu before Hunters would bring back a couple of rounds, but by then it's already too late. And that's the thing, right? Even if you're the best in the world, there will be times where if the enemy team is on map point, match point, whatever have you against you, you can't leave it up to too late in the game to make it your match, your map. And after that big flank from the alibi, which honestly should have won them the round, you had to jump down and then immediately gets caught out because there was a fuse, or I think it was a fuse anyway, waiting outside of the main wall of kitchen. That is a common place for attackers to be in when the site is kitchen. That's common. But, getting caught out from that angle is also kind of common when it comes to Chalet, all things considered. So Hunters, again, very half-hearted, half-baked play from them today. A lot of rounds which they should have won. They simply did not. Let's go into the match summary and, wrap things up here as we have 15-6 with an 80% KOST from DZ. Definitely the standout performance.
Yeah, absolutely. DZ has done an exceptional job as the Capcan on defense, getting just important kills, ensuring that none of the attackers from Hunters LFO would make an attempt of, using a lot of time. And I've got to say, Team Uvu, they've done an exceptional job at wasting a lot of time on the second floor. And then when the time is right, they just usually fall back at the right time to hold their final ground. The final round, but by the time Hunters realized what mistake they were doing on round number 9, they decided to keep their momentum up. They wanted to make sure that they would not make a single out just make a single mistakes. And in the end, although no matter how many times you try to realize that you've already made a mistake, it's still difficult knowing that you have to win most of the rounds and ensure that you wouldn't lose a single one, because Uvu was already on match point, right? They were already on 6-2, I believe, at that point. 6-2. Yeah, it was 6-2. Hunters, They were having a lot of problems from their end, and then when they finally, got their momentum back up and running, it's just, fell apart immediately with a 2v4 or 2v1 major disadvantage that Rattler had to contest, which means map number 3 border is open, folks. And that map will be border. So let's see whether if it will favor the hands of Hunters LFO, or will it be on the side of Team Uwu, which can in itself make an impressive performance in the upper brackets itself, Jack.
That it can, folks, but until the border map goes live, we'll be taking a quick break to recharge our batteries, and we'll be right back in a short moment. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are back for what seemed at one point like an unlikely map 3 between Team Uwu and Hunters LFO. But here we are. Border is going to be played. It is now what is in the immortal words of our fellow caster CCV, a glorified best of one. Border with Team Uwu attacking first. This should be quite interesting.
Yes, it will be, especially with border being opened up. Team Uvu and Hunters LFO, both of them are currently in the danger zone as you'd expect it to be. Mainly because the team who gets to lose map border is going to go all the way to the lower brackets, where they have to wait for the rest of the matches to come to an end and see which team would they have to go up against. I mean, the same thing can also be said for the upper brackets, but having that safety net will be destroyed once you're at the lower brackets too. So when it comes to that one final stretch, it's you've got to give it your all. But if you have to deny that, then it's best to make sure that you would win the upper bracket matchups to ensure that you still have that safety net. But all in all, Uvu map theme park didn't really go out well in their favor. Although it was Uvu's map pick, they did ended up losing 7-5 scoreline. And the same thing can be said for Hunters LFO 2 on map Chalet. It was their map pick, and turns out they did ended up losing up against Team Uvu on a 7-4. Chalet was used to be Hunter's strong map pick, and seeing them lose on Chile is actually surprising for me. And at this point, the decider, which will be on border, will play an interesting fact mainly about this just by looking at the map itself. Map number one, Hunters had one theme park, and now on map number two, Uvu has succeeded in defeating Hunters LFO on their home turf Chalet and border. Oh boy, this is where only one team gets to cross on the other side.
Absolutely. One team will win, one team will lose. But the question is, who will it be? That is what we are trying to figure out. Of course, as Team Uwu will definitely be riding high after that win on Chalet. Hunters lost on Chalet. Not something I thought I would ever be saying. But here we are, folks. Sometimes life throws these weird curveballs at you. Hunters losing on Chalet, man. Even against mercenaries, they don't lose on Chalet. But Team Uwu definitely proving a point here that yes, Hunters are not quite unbeatable. They might seem like that, but it is possible to just every now and again throw them down a little bit, knock them down a couple pegs, and keep them on their toes. That is for sure what we'll be seeing on border as well. Team Uwu have a very good chance of potentially walking away with a win over the Hunters right now. And we, of course, can't wait to see how this match will continue on as a result of that. Just waiting on some final confirmations. And then, of course, we'll be going straight into the game, folks. Don't you worry. And as soon as we get those confirmations, well, of course, it is showtime, as Mr. Incredible once said. All things considered, though, I gotta say, Hunters, they will need to clean up from what we saw from them on Chalet. It was very haphazard, very half baked, and some of the things that Team Uwu did should not have worked. But Hunters, well, they were on a whole different level of it does not work if you do it that way. Single play, solo peaks, and just weird decision making galore. That's basically what really lost them Chalet. Team Uwu outplayed them in a couple of rounds, I'll give you that, but it simply was Hunters' mistakes that ended up losing it. But anyhow, folks, we're going straight into the match. We're not waiting any longer. It is now time for the decider map, the glorified best of one, as we head into the ban phase.
Yep, there it is. Map border already opened up, and we've already started off with the ban phase itself. We haven't seen a Thatcher ban, nor we did get to see a Mira being banned from both teams. So I'm guessing there will be yet another targeted Nook ban coming in. No, instead it will be a Flores ban this time. Mainly because on Chalet there was a lot of destructive utilities, which was easier for them to destroy the deployable shield when Mute was banned, which was specifically banned from Hunters LFO's side. If I get that right, Mute was banned Actually, yeah, Mute was banned from Team Uvu's end. Never mind. On map number 2. This time, Osa will be banned once again on border because she's exceptionally strong with those bulletproof shield, and even when you include the impact EMPs, which can easily open up walls, even though if there's any electronic gadgets that's been present from the defensive side, it'll just easier to just disable them once and for all. Uvu, on the other hand, makes a interesting decision to ban the Azami. The Kiba barriers prove to be very efficient to make your own line of sight, and also it's more of like a portable cover for the defenders. So, with her not being available, you still have the final ban on defense. And I'm pretty sure either a Melusi or a Valkyrie should be banned. And there you go, Valkyrie will be banned nonetheless. Ample amount of information inside the site where the attackers being unaware will force them to bring in the IQ. So it's best to just remove Valkyrie instead to ensure that IQ isn't played, right? So, all in all, Uvu have secured the opposition's map pick Chalet. Hunters LFO also succeeded in defeating Uvu on their own map pick too, Theme Park. And now it has all come down to this map number 3 border with the first site for Team Hunters LFO to be defending
Defenders, protect your
on
bombs
second
from
floor
being
armor
retrieved by
lockers slash
attackers.
archives. So without any further ado, folks, let's just start it off with round number 1, as only one team will proceed into the next phase of the upper brackets.
Only one team can move forward. One team has to go to the lower brackets, as is the nature of competitive matchmaking. And Hunters, of course, we're going to see the setups coming out from them, extending their lines of sight into, of course, break room and onto a long angle on the balcony. Somebody's definitely going to be playing this east hallway, that is for sure. Red carpet hallway, 90 hallway, whatever you call it. This hallway is definitely going to be played, and there's going to be a player or two here
Attackers' objective is
with
to
a
remove
shield, maybe some denial and so on and so forth. But looking at the Ragnarok, not Ragnarok, looking at the Team Uwu lineup, look at a Monty. They could very potentially go for an east rush, as it were, if they wanted to. What do I say when I mean? What do I mean when I say east rush? I mean, of course, hard rushing the site on archives. Rattler wants to go for a cheeky peek right now out towards east balcony, but not gonna find anyone just yet as the push drone comes in, takes care of utilities left, right, and center. It seems like there's gonna be no particular east pushes coming in from the attack side. They're just playing to play normally. Malek already getting challenged and not exactly too happy about that. Beat trying to get an early kill here is not going to be successful. There's the Montaigne right by East Stairs door. And Beat is playing around in this area. The Montaigne, if they push in East Stairs, could be giving away a ton of position on the Jaeger. But nothing just yet. Shots fired vertically. Jittery, not able to confirm the kill right there. On to EZ, still trying to get him. Can't take shots back in return, as this Frost on this interesting hallway position here is not going to be the first couple of kills. That's going to be Mulligan and Dagger taking Beat and Rattler down. Ragnarok falls, but it's just a Montaigne. That is, of course, Diffuser Carrier, but Dagger finds another. That's Jittery down. And all of a sudden, Hunters are in a 1v4.
Yeah, they just kept dropping off on mid, in the mid round itself.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Now Sandy, he doesn't have anything. He doesn't even have control on the side. Good flick though to take out DZ. But by the time his location has been revealed, all you gotta do is just go in for a simple wall bang. And with it, that's exactly what happened. Round number 1 goes at the hands of Team Uvu. What a way to start things off. What a way to kick things off from Uvu's end. Only with Ragnarok being taken out, Dagger and Dresh were the ones who brought it back up by taking out 2 players at the hands of 1. It was the Montaigne who did get picked out, but in the end they had the information, and it ended up being in favor for Team Uvu. I'm not gonna lie, Hunters, they had a really great setup.
Defenders, protect your bombs
The
from being retrieved by
castle's armored panel right from second floor, even the line of sight that they had, that Jittery could have almost got the kill off of DC. Not being able to get the shot right is what's going to let Uvu get away from that easily and ending up getting that victory on round number 1. They'll still make the same attempt. No, actually, they won't. They'll go with a different site this time on first floor bathroom slash tellers. Interesting usage of the castle's armor panel right from the west main stairs. That would give them
10
good amount
seconds
of cover
remaining.
for the defenders and also ample amount of cover and protection
5
from the
seconds
west
left before
stairs,
insertion.
which will put Uwu a considerate amount of
Attackers are
pressure
moving out
and
to locate a
utilities
bomb
being
and
put to
defuse
use
it.
from that particular place. But when you have a cluster charge like Ragnarok, then it's easier to just remove every single utilities that's been present from that particular place. So with the action plays coming in play and with Jittery bringing in the Oryx, and I believe it's a two-speed, two-armor operator. I believe so. I did make a bit of research, but I mean, let's face it. When it comes to an Oryx, even if he is a two-armor, two-speed operator, in my mind, he's just he is literally Lightning McQueen. You know, he is the speed.
Is that so? Well, a good bit of use of an impact grenade will net Sandy one kill, make that two. DZ and Ragnarok, not expecting the Malusi to be this aggressive, get taken down very early. Not something that they probably would have been wanting, as Jittery again runs through another wall, but oh my goodness, spray transfer. Sandy goes down, but the C4 from Beat will net him the refrag as well. That's going to put them in a 2v4, make that a 1v4. Very quick work being made of this attack of Team Uwu by Hunters LFO, as Malik is not the last one standing. And again, this is one of those situations where, yes, the aggression worked out, and that is all well and good from the side of the Hunters, as Jittery will shut down Malik, get the last kill as well. And that, of course, is just one of those things, right? Hyper aggression will work. It's not like it won't. But the problem is, when it's not executed properly, it will lead to rounds lost the way we have seen Hunters lose rounds so far in this match, so to speak, not in good ways. Round 3 will now be in play. It is a 1-1 scoreline, as Customs, Tellers actually, was the one site that was won by the defense. And now we're going to be moving up once again to a different site in round
Defenders,
number
protect
3.
your bombs from
As we
being
load
defused
in,
by
it
attackers.
is Armory once again.
No changes in the operator specs this time. Some minor changes from Ragnarok. He brings in the Buck, Malik with the Lion. And on the side of Hunters
Bomb
LFO,
located by attackers.
although round number 1 didn't favor them a lot, mainly the way how DC did ended up getting control on the side, leaving Sandy on an impossible 1v4 situation where he had no info on players' whereabouts.
10 seconds to
You
insertion.
could say that there is still a chance for there is still a chance for Team Uwu to bring this back up, especially with the setup that's already been placed all the way from West Main Stairs. Trouble shields, ADSs. You could see that there is an extended hold being made from Hunters' end. This is the same strategy that they used when they went up against Kira Esports on in spring, actually on Summer Edition. Summer Edition was the match where Hunters had to go up against Kira Esports, and the map was on border. They used the same similar strategy, and now they're using it up against Team Uwu. So it's been helpful for Hunters in a lot of situations. But now, since they're going up against Team Uwu, will this be red?
As we have more shots fired, it's actually Drish who's going to be the one to get the first kill. Big first kill at that too, as that is Sparko, the castle player, now gone. More pieces of utility are being used as the Monty gives away the position of not just one player, but the other one by that wall of Office and Fountain. And Ragnarok gets Sandy. Beat is on the floor. All it takes is one Monty actively giving callouts to the attackers, and suddenly a full collapse of the attackers happens. Jittery now in a 1v5, gets one, can't get the second though. Malik will get the kill, and that is once again second floor armory taken control of by the side of the attackers, by the side of Team Uwu. Once again, scatterbrain performance from the Hunters, as they just seem to be getting outclassed on the site no less than twice now. Team Uwu looking very strong on border. Again, they really seem like they're prepared for this map. Hunters, on the other hand, well, they're not exactly doing all that well as they go down to customs inspection.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It kind of feels like hunters are currently out of sight, out tuned, because map number 1 was a different case scenario from Hunters' end. What exactly happened on map number 2? Like, on theme park, they were looking so confident, they were looking so sharp, only to get 7-5, actually 7-4 on map Chalet, and now it's a 2-1 in round number 4, where in round number 3, Hunters LFO,
5 seconds left.
they had their setups right, but they couldn't get to execute it properly.
Attackers are
Like,
moving out to
what is the
locate
reason
bombs.
behind this? What happened? Is there some slight miscommunications happening from team's end? Is there like some miscommunications regarding information from the attack drones? Because hunters, they've got their setups right, but they're not succeeding when it comes to winning most of their gunfights. And Uwu, they're getting the best off of it, mainly at the hands of Drish and Malik. Actually, not from Malik, from Dagger's end, who's been dealing a lot of major damage from the team, from Hunter's end. But my goodness, what just happened? I mean, at this point, I'm still trying to understand what went wrong from Hunter's end. How did they just end up being in the situation where Uwu are just being this strong on the attack round itself, especially on border?
It's honestly hard to figure it out right now, but as the match goes on, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to find a reason as to why things happened the way they did. For the time being, though, we'll simply have to wait and see. Jittery in Armory for the time being, just kind of chilling. Plenty of things to allow him to play in this place comfortably as Sparko takes the first bit of damage. Ragnarok will be DBNO, but Sparko's the first one to go down. I think he really wanted to confirm that kill on the sledge, and Dagger took advantage of that, killing the castle in return, keeping it in a 4v4 and not letting hunters get any kind of man advantage. That is important, as that word man advantage is something that the hunters simply cannot get easily from the side of Team Uwu. They simply won't let them. Shots fired, but Molly getting a bit too aggressive there. Gets found by Jittery, but Jittery, unaware of the position of Dagger on East Stairs, gets caught out. DZ finds another, and it's now all up to Rattler, last one standing. Gonna have to find a couple of peaks, couple of players here. One's coming from the waiting room side. Rattler, does he know? No, he doesn't. And that'll be another cleanup. As round 4 goes to the side of Team Uwu, it's 3-1, and Hunters now will not be able to get a lead in the first half. Even if they win the next 2 rounds, the best they can do is 3-3, and they had better hope they make it a 3-3. Otherwise, Team Uwu might as well just run away with it right now.
Yeah, they can. And what exactly happened on round number 4? They had ample amount of information from Pulse's cardiac sensors. They had no idea where the rest of the players were? I mean, even Jittery had no idea that Lion was playing all the way from right outside the doorways of server room. All in all, for Team Uwu, man, they're doing doing a really great job at it, especially with Dagger, who has currently 6 kills as of now. The pushes are going great. They've even succeeded in removing players out. They even succeeded in winning their trade games. Their trade games are looking very promising on map number 3 border, in which we didn't get to see any of it on map theme park, mainly because of hunters who were just so very dominant when it comes to making those aggressive plays. Now, what I can say is Uwu, learning their mistakes on what they did on map number 1, they know that for certain moments that hunters loves to go aggressive. So on map number 2 and map number 3, map number 2 being on Chalet, they expected the aggressive plays that hunters did and decides to play to it accordingly. And guess what? They're doing the same thing on border 2, and this time it's been working effortlessly for Team Uwu. Hunters, on the other hand, they do decide to tune down the aggressiveness a bit, and they've decided to at least make an attempt to see whether if they can get an opening pick or not. But apparently, we're still having some issues coming in the alt chat, as we can see that a rehost has been requested or something, mainly because of ping issues. But all in all, looks like they're going to resume the round nonetheless, with Hunters LFO being the one securing only one defensive round and Uvu having 3 on attack.
It was definitely weird what just happened right there, but I guess it doesn't matter. Accidental grenade throw, I think, from the Iana, but Jitter's gonna find one. That's Dagger down. Big drop right there, as the Zofia will be the first one to fall. Shots fired, but that's just Drish taking a couple of shots at what could be a potential player position inside of ventilation. Now then, one player down, and they need 4 more, and they're definitely looking for it. There's no second floor clearance yet, and that's why Sandy's been allowed to play upstairs with next to no problems. Jittery finds another DZ on the prone peak on the balcony. Gets shut down. A couple of unfortunate plays being made here, as Drish will find one in return. Ragnarok goes down, and Malik, unaware of the castle's position, goes down. Beat confirming the kill. Drish now the last one standing in a sudden turn of events, as he just drops straight in to the site right next to where the pulse is. Shots are going to be fired, and yes, they are. Who's going to win this gunfight? It's going to be Drish. 1v3 now. Pistol is out. Position potentially given away. More shots about to be fired, as this Iana is really trying, but can't quite get it. Beat gets the kill, and Drish goes down. It is now a 3-2 on the map count. Some would say that it's better late than never that Hunters got this round back. Technical difficulties aside, Timu definitely would not have been feeling themselves in that moment from what they seem to be talking about in the alt chat we did see. But anyhow, round number 6, as we could be seeing a 3-3 equalizer if Hunters manage to get themselves together for this round.
Round number 6, 3-2. Uvu still claims the lead.
Defenders, protect your
For
bombs.
Hunters,
By attackers.
they didn't have any problems dealing the attack phases from Uvu's end on round number 5. But yeah, apparently the Uvu is currently having some issues, mainly because one of the pings on the side of Hunters is having their issues. But all in all, we'll get to see whether if a rehost is going to happen or not. But all in all, we're still going to resume the round nonetheless. Round number 6, with Uvu still being on the lead 3-2. And talking about the entirety of the map here.
5 seconds to go.
Map number 3 border clearly favoring for Uvu at this moment. But there are some certain moments where Hunters do get the best of them on certain situations. But all in all, let's get to see whether if Team Uvu can handle out by ending this first half on lead 4-2. Or on round number 6, mainly because Uvu will be going on defense in the second half. But for now, Hunters LFO, they've got their bearings. They're making sure that they wouldn't make any aggressive attempts and just wait for the attackers on the side of Team Uvu to make their plan, so that they can end up using their own counter plans to ensure that none of the plays would not happen from their end.
Well, counterplays, of course, are going to be very important for both teams right now. More specifically, the Hunters, especially if they lose bodies like this, as Ragnarok finds the first kill, and a big kill at that. Their Malusi is gone. Beat can no longer influence the round. I mean, of course, the Banshee deterrence can still, and they definitely will. But Jittery, trying to peek down the hallway, decides against it. Of course, better judgment taking hold in that moment. They definitely need that. That is to say, the rest of the Hunters do as well. We've got ourselves a position and a half, shall we say, as we saw this roughly the same thing happen in the last map, Chalet, as well. It was 3-2 going into round number 6, and then Team Uwu just started taking round after round. Grenade goes out, but I think the Kai trick will actually work out there. But they, of course, have secondary EMPs. Malik allowing for the breach to go off, and DZ finding Jittery on the rotate. Cross being held, more shots fired. Sandy not able to confirm on the Ash. That, of course, leaves them still in a 5v3. Make that 4v3 as Sandy fires back with 1.
The main problem has to be on the fountain side. I believe one of the utilities from the bench will give away some of the information, and Sandy, he goes aggressive. Gets one more, equalizing it to a 3-3 score count, which would put Hunters in a very good spot in this mid-round. But does he have any information on players' whereabouts, especially from Ragnarok? No, he does not. Gets down, but not out just yet. Could just give some vital information, or maybe some protection would be given from the defensive side, but no. He gets denied, and now it's Rattler who needs to deal in this situation. Ends up with a wall bang, and that too with the pistol. Okay, let's get to see that in the replay too. Whips out the pistol and predicted. Prediction. It's just that prediction was so good, I'm not gonna lie. But in the end, it will give Uwu the lead that they require in the first half, 4-2. As a role swap would come in, Uwu will be on defense, and their first defensive choice will be on Tellers and Bathroom.
Well, we've got ourselves pretty much a mirror situation of Chalet. It is 4-2 in the first half, as it were. The first round, the only difference here is that the first round team Uwu won instead of Hunters, but really everything else has been just the same, right? Round 1 and 2 were the only differences. Other than that, we are seeing the same thing happen for Hunters LFO here, as in the map continues to simply go away from them, and Team Uwu definitely are looking much stronger. And like you said, map 1 feels like such a long time ago, because it was such a different Hunters that we were seeing dominating, cool, calm, collected. Here we have Hunters that are jumping and stumbling over themselves to try and get any sort of advantage over Team Uwu, and it's just, you know, not exactly looking all that great for them. If it keeps going like this, then Hunters definitely will be going to the lower bracket, and that lower bracket run will certainly be contentious, to say the least. So there's definitely quite a lot that they need to work on. But for now, we will have to see if they are able to even finish off this game, Uwu that is, without overtime, because Hunters will be fighting. They're going to be giving us a show. I certainly at least feel like this isn't quite the end of this game. Not even close to that just yet.
Here's a forgive me not.
Hunters, they're currently in the danger zone. Only 2 wins on defense, and now they've got to make it worth their while on attack. Gotta be careful, but okay. Jittery will definitely start things off with a bang. The grenade to claim the life of Ragnarok. But still gotta be careful on one of the players who is still all the way from the main stairs. He might get caught off, but somehow Ella gets away. Drish gets away from main stairs. But in the end, they'll still get the second floor control as they intended it to do. They have good opportunities, mainly because they did remove Ragnarok early. And there is high likely chance that DZ might get picked off too at the hands of Jittery. Yes, it is. 2 kills. And now, Jittery might be able to find his third. That it can happen, because he's currently all the way from the main stairs. And Team Uwu, they just lost 2. And now they've got to be careful, knowing that Hunters are slowly coming to the side.
That they certainly are. Establishing second floor control, making sure that they've cleared out whatever area they can of the site before making a play for the actual square space in there. But the question is, can they find the remaining defenders in time? Malik waiting patiently for a C4 play. Rattler, a little bit of damage done to that player there. Of course, Capcan traps are all over the map. Malik's getting very close to detonating that C4, but that sledge just isn't biting just yet. Rattler has no idea how close he is to death right now. As you have the Gemini's going out, the Kaid's position I don't think has been given away. Nobody really seems to know where the Kaid is. Rattler's fallen away from breaking open more floor area on second floor, as the Kaid will take care of one Gemini. Shots are fired, and Dagger gets 1 kill, unaware that there's another here. Beat will shut down the Kaid. 4v2, and they're gonna start coming into the site now. The Pulse knows this. Where is the Ella? Malik, dazed out of his mind, unaware of who is even where or why, gets shut down, and Drish now has to make something off of this. Sees 1. It's a big first kill. Can't get the second one though. Beat with the F2 wins out the gunfight, and Hunters, after such a long time, will win another round. Well, I say after such a long time. It's really just been 1 round, but still, They win a round and make it 4-3.
4-3. And Hunters LFO will respond back on their attack. 2 kills at the early rounds really did give the advantage that Hunters required to just focus on the site. And once they did, they didn't had any problems to focus on the rest of the players, especially with a good concussion being used
Attackers need to
from the
locate and
Sophias,
defuse bombs.
which really did put Pulse on a very bad spot. He mainly because when you get hit by a concussion, obviously you couldn't hear anything properly. The entire vision would be dwindled out a bit, and because of that, the Pulse was mainly focused on the windows, thinking that one of the attackers would just vault from the windows itself. But only did he not realize that there was one of the player who was just holding on from the doors itself. So unfortunate. There are a lot of moments where we do get caught off in a situation like that, but in the end, Hunters will get away with the win on round number 7, and they will choose to get one more. Let's make sure to get one more win too, equalizing it to a 4-4. Action phase will come in too, with Malik bringing in the Goyo's Vulcan Shield. Already been placed on some certain places where it will, of course, deny the attackers for a total of 20 seconds, so it will be used at the right time. Information will be given from the Alibi's holograms, at which would give them good information, and plus, you have the C4s and the EDD traps from DZ, in which Hunters really needs to be careful when they step foot on those doorways.
That they most certainly do, as a breach will go off on second floor armory. Of course, an important area to take control of, as we're going to have explosions coming off. Sandy finds a big first kill. That's DZ off the board. And that's not going to be too good. Grenade from Rattler finds Dagger. Makes it a 5v3. There's one more player up here. Ragnarok could potentially find one. Sees the thermite, but can't get the kill. Even despite the pings coming in from the Alibi's Prisma, decides to fall back instead. As we're going to have another grenade potentially coming in. Yes, but it does not find any operators, probably some more utilities and some such that were, of course, up there as well. Area clearance is happening, slowly but surely. Goy canisters, of course, they're going to need to be popped very, very soon. Drish, nearly found Jittery, but Sandy actually does find Ragnarok, and that's now a 5v2. We've got ourselves a very dominant round from the Hunters, but Malik and Drish with 2 quick kills, making it a 2v3. They got to be careful, though. There's one in the waiting room and one towards the other side. Beat.
Timing.
That's a position given away. Does he know that the Goy is there? Oh, it doesn't matter. Sandy's is going to take the kill anyway. No more suspense, folks. And the plant's happen. It's going to be a post-plant situation. No, Spark actually gets off the plant. Where was the Twitch going? I would like to know. As it's all down to Drish. 1v2 now in the post plant. Needs 7 seconds to get the counter defuse running. Shots fired. So that means position is now given away. And the thermite will go outside the window. As is the right thing to do. There you go. Goy canister is popped. He's going to try to cross. And the Zofia gets that kill. Drish tried to play it as smartly as they possibly could. But of course, that would not matter. Sandy was there lying down, watching that angle, making sure that even if, you pop the Goyo, it doesn't matter. I'm out of its range. All you got to do is pop up in my line of sight, and you are out of here. That's what happened. 4-4 now, going into the 9th round. An equalizer between Hunters and Team Uwu, which means, folks, it's really just anyone's game now.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
4-4. This time, Hunters has finally managed to brought it back up, and for Uwu to be losing that lead, it'd be troublesome for them. They've done a lot of work in the first half, winning a lot of attack rounds, denying a lot of strategies which was placed from Hunters' end. And Uwu, I believe they'll be struggling a lot on the on defense. On the operator picks, though, this time we see a Mute Mozzie combo being brought out from Uwu's end. Still have the pest from the Mozzie and the mute jammers to deny a lot of information, important drones for the attackers, which is vital for them to, have information on players' whereabouts. Gotta be careful on that run out though from the Mozzie. Sparko stays alive. A second attempt from Dresh. This time, we'll be able to give some information, but won't be able to get a kill or two. So I think it would be best for him to just fall back. Good usage of the shock drone from Beat to take out the deployable cam. Actually, not the deployable cam, the defender's cam, that is. To take out the cam all the way from the hallways. This gets picked out, meanwhile. Hands of Jittery. And now, we see Hunters doing the same push that they'd usually do on the site on second floor armored lockers. It's just the usual opening up the walls and then getting control on main floor. The main problem has to be Dagger and Malik, mainly because he has the Yokai drone. Yeah, Ragnarok. So close, man. He's almost about to get picked off from Jittery, but he doesn't know the player's whereabouts. Now he does now. And Ragnarok's going for a full haymaker attempt. Might be the cause of his own downfall if he's not careful about it. But Jittery, oh boy. Almost getting himself picked out, but he still stays alive. Ragnarok, he wants to go aggressive. This could be huge. That's 1, 2.
Oh
Ragnarok hits 2.
goodness.
And that is definitely an Uwu moment, Jack.
Huh? Okay, that gonna take me a second to wrap my head around that one, Bob. I'll be honest with you, but I do agree with you. That is a big moment right there from the mute. Ragnarok really just going full send in that moment. And Jittery and Rattler definitely are going to be regretting not watching that breach. DZ goes down in the meanwhile. Sandy makes it a 3v3. Equalizes. Body count. Shots are going to be fired. The Twitch is the one taking damage off that. More damage done to Beat. As the Mozzie walks... Oh, not the Mozzie, excuse me. The defender walks away scot-free, effectively speaking. Fountain is where they've all taken up Shack for the time being, but a C4 from Ragnarok, and Ragnarok again on the quad, on for the ace, and there it is! It only takes one mute, and the spirit of sheer determination. An ace in probably one of the best times that Team Uwu could have possibly hoped for, gets them back in the lead, 5-4. Having lost 2 defender rounds back-to-back, Uwu will be very happy with this round that they just snagged.
Yes. And what was that? Ragnarok. Jesus. A C4 to top it off. An ace in the end.
Bombs from being defused by attackers.
Hunters, they were just taking it nice and easy, but man, for Uwu, didn't expect that aggressiveness that Ragnarok did show all the way from the detention room itself. He saw 2 players, even the Sledge was looking at it. The Sledge, Rattler. How did he end up losing that gunfight from Ragnarok? Man, I mean, you could say on the bright side, Jack, Hunters, they were watching flank. But somehow...
5 seconds.
I mean, at least this time they were, yeah.
Yeah, this time they were, but somehow
Attackers are moving out.
they
to
lost
locate a
watching the
bomb and
flank.
defuse it.
And Ragnarok, he was mainly focused on removing Jittery out, right? All the way from detention, he was just... He heard the footsteps. He wanted to challenge Jittery. But how did this ended up being in favor for Team Uwu? And yes, like when I saw the 2 kills, I ended up saying that this was an Uwu moment for Ragnarok. Mainly because that run out, you weren't supposed to win that. Ragnarok wasn't supposed to win that run out. And somehow it ended up being in favor for Team Uwu. But if you focus on round number 10, Sandy ends off with taking out Thresh all the way from main stairs, thanks to the information being given from the balcony where the attract drone was removed. And this time, Uwu They have got to be careful because losing a lot of players early in the round means more dangers that Hunters will make good use of it.
More than that, I'm just kind of trying to figure out what Drish was thinking going for those kinds of plays. And Sandy, well, catching Ragnarok. And I'm pretty sure Ragnarok was just not expecting a sudden punch hole to pop up in that wall. That's the Oryx gone, and that's two of your frontline players out of the equation. Malik and DZ have pretty much just been, playing support for the most part in this match, in this map so far. Dagger, 7-4, is going to have to step up for the time being, as Hunters have a big body advantage right now. 5 versus 3. As we could have a potential C4. Once again, DZ playing for the C4. The pulse, that is. But no one is quite close to where that C4 would have been. Fires it off, but nope. Just walks into Sandy's line of sight. Instead, resulting in a 5v2. Hunters LFO walking closer and closer to what could be a massive round win here. If they get this round, it'll be 5-5, and that's one step closer to overtime, folks.
A bomb has been located.
We have, there's the Iana inside of vents, and of course though Mai just walks away, but Malik gets that kill. Sandy off the board, one down. Sparko taking damage. There goes a Lion, the Mai coming around. Sparko gets another, as Rattler finds Malik after that kill onto Jittery. Could have gotten a little bit hairy there, but again, Hunters holding their cool this time, holding themselves up to the standard that we, of course, expect out of them. Round 11, and it's a 5-5, folks. We can go to match and series point, and we will after this one more round. A pause has been requested due to what seems like some sort of technical difficulties from the side of Team Uwu. Once the pause is unpaused, okay, it's a tactical timeout that they're asking for. Again, I feel like we need to reiterate this. Tactical timeout, of course, is the team's call, not the admin host call, as it were. So they're calling for a tac timeout, as it were. It's an in-game thing that can be called for. It gives 2 minutes to any team in the pick phase, and each team has 2 of them in any given custom game. So they're going to have to find out who, there it is. Okay, I was going to say. And there we go. Tactical timeout is in play. So we've got some time to look at what these players have been bringing out for us. And overall, once again, Drish going 11-6, but Sandy and Jittery 14-8 and 10-8 respectively, really pulling the Hunters along right now.
Even with the recovery from Ragnarok on round number 9, Hunters LFO, they did keep their calm. They knew exactly what to do on that push. And the best part about it is that they didn't require a timeout at all. What teams would do is just they'd usually, whenever they're stuck in a very difficult situation, they'd usually go in for a tactical timeout. And that's why Team Uvu has decided to take it, mainly because Hunters LFO, they were, losing a lot of ground. Uvu already had the advantage. They thought they could have, got themselves out with yet another map point on border. But seeing how seeing how strong they were on that execute, Hunters ending up winning round number 10 to equalize it once more on a 5-5 scoreline, Uvu needs to think of a different way. So knowing that you still have sites like second floor armory lockers, actually second floor armory lockers is not open just yet, mainly because they just won round number 9. So the only site where they have higher chance of winning has to be on ventilation room slash workshop. I know that they've lost it on round number 8, but they were this close of winning it, right? So you could count that into consideration. So for Uvo, I believe the main discussion has to be which sites do they have to pick first, what kind of operators do they have to pick, and what kind of counters do they have to use from a hunter's end. Should they, aka Uvu, needs to make an aggressive attempt like Ragnarok did while he, made his incredible ace? That can happen, but there has to be something, some other way that Team Uvu can get away with this strategy. So let's see how well it will work out for them with believe the site will
Attackers
be
need to
on
locate
bathroom and
and
tellers
defuse
once again.
bomb.
Yep. Actually, no. Workshop. Ventilation and workshop will be the site. So let's see on round number 11 on whose side will it favor to. If it favors for Hunters LFO, then they have guaranteed. Then that means that they've guaranteed a map point on board.
It really could be anyone's game here and now, and that I think is what makes this game so satisfying to me overall. I mean, sure, Chalet definitely left a lot, emphasis on a lot, to the imagination, but Border has been pretty fulfilling so far, and I feel like it's going to be continuing on that trend for the foreseeable future of this match. But the match has to end at some point, folks. It could end in the next 2 rounds, it could end in the next 3, it could even end in the next 5, depending on how long we go into overtime. That is, of course, the best part of all of this. But for now, we'll have to zoom back. Round 11 in play. Second last round of regulation. There's only one more normal round to go after this, after which is overtime. So how will both of these teams react? Lion scan goes off. Ragnarok just does not care. Plenty of windows and areas that they could get shot from, but it is still fine. There's mute jammers as well that would stop the Oryx from getting detected so long as he remains in their range. Mute, just a pretty powerful operator in general. As we've got ourselves a little bit of a calm moment here. Drones being taken out on whatever intel positions they were being put in, as Ragnarok will open up another whole line of sight, another whole rotate, along with the breach being made. That's towards the armory side. Rattler finds Ragnarok, though. That is the Oryx down, but Dagger comes back with the refrag and gets Rattler. This could be a second kill here. DZ. No, it's Malik who finds Jittery with a pistol, no less. Sandy finds DZ in the meanwhile. 3v3, 3v2, 2v2. Beaten, Thrish getting kills respectively. And now we've got ourselves a moment here. 2v2, and it's still so close. No team really has the big upper hand against each other than the fact that Dagger and Malik have got some pretty powerful positions that they're holding. Sparko and Beat, they don't really have much map control to speak of, and they're going to try and earn it here.
Replay C4 from Malik. He's currently been anticipating whether if they could go in for a default plant. And this could help them. This could help Team Uwu if they got to time it right. I believe they just heard the C4 noises. They're going to make sure that they would not make an effort to heading off towards that main stairs entryway. Detonation's being used, but unfortunately it does not. Mainly because it gets caught out from the EMP, the secondary EMP that's been used. As you know, the Dagger, aka, yeah, Dagger knows exactly where Beat is. He does not. And Malik, he has to go all the way upstairs. He could use a C4. Good shot. And confirms that 1v1. And Sparko, he needs to clutch this. If he wants Hunters to put themselves on map point, then all hopes is on Sparko right here. The same thing can be said to Malik too on Uwu. He's just patiently waiting. He's waiting for Sparko to come to the site. It's 5 seconds left and Sparko needs to find this one player and Malik gets it! Oh boy, would you look at that. No info, and all Malik had to do was just patiently wait on the site and let Hunters arrive right where they wanted to. And with it, we will see Team Uwu be on match point 6-5. Second for Army Lockers and Archives will be the site to cement their spot on the upper brackets. And Hunters, they are this close to being sent into the lower brackets. I was about to say Shadow Realm, but lower brackets.
No, Baba. The Shadow Realm is reserved for us. You know, when we have technical difficulties, we get sent to the Shadow Realm. When players have technical difficulties, they get sent to the, I don't know, the Banished Realm, I guess. It's a different realm for sure, because I don't see any of them when I go to the Shadow Realm, right? But yeah, anyhow, jokes aside, and that was a very corny joke at that, so I apologize for that one, folks. 6-5.
Maybe they might
Not only is it...
maybe they might go into the Nether Realm, you know? I know with both of us going to Shadow Realm, the players might go into the Nether Realm. Well, they have a lot of problems, you know, and then they
Yeah,
come back.
they
Seconds left before
definitely could,
insertion.
yeah.
Yeah, just
Anyhow,
don't mind our corny
yeah.
jokes, guys. Just don't worry about that. Yeah.
It's the B&B show, folks. You expect a couple of bad jokes here and there. It kind of happens. It's been a while since we've had the B&B show rolling in full swing, so I'm just happy to be here making these jokes. Anyhow, coming back to the match at hand, it is series point for Team Uwu as well, because it's just one round and the entire BO3 will end. Hunters LFO, the ball is in their court and they're going to be attacking Armory. And looking at Armory, it's not looking good. Round 6's Armory went to the Hunters. Round 9, Armory defense went to Team Uwu, excuse me. Round 6 Armory attack went to Uwu. Round 9 Armory defense went to Uwu as well. So they've got a good track record on this site. Hunters, not so much. There's going to be a lot to say here as what is that peak, my guy? Rattler will be the one to find the Wamai. Drish, I'm not sure what the thinking was there, but Dagger fires back. Gets the refrag onto Rattler. Sparko is low, so is Dagger. So it's pretty much even Stevens here for both of these teams in terms of health and body count for V4.
Yeah, the ball could be in anyone's court at this point. It could still favor for Uwu, it could still favor for Hunters, but maybe it might go more all the way to Uwu's. Because Sparko just got himself down all the way from the hallways of... all the way towards the hallways of the main stairs. He's got to be careful from the C4 as you can hear the sounds all the way from east stairs. But a revival will be given nonetheless. Sparko will be back to at least 20 HP, but the amount of time it required for them to revive, to breach, and to get an entryway towards the fountain will be exquisitely high. Aggressive attempt from Ragnarok. Why would you do that? Why? 3v4, Uwu, you shouldn't be making an aggressive peaks like this. They only have 1 minute left. All you've got to do is just stay patient and let Hunters come to you. Let them come to the site. You've lost the C4 play, especially when Ragnarok has it, and Sandy gets one more. There goes Dagger, only 2 players left, and Jittery gets the better off of it. DZ is the only man left. He gets one as he takes out Sparko. Can he get the second? No, misses the opportunity, but he still gets it anyways. 1v2. There's still a chance. He sees the head, but doesn't get the shot properly. 35 seconds left. DZ, he needs to be careful. He needs to be patient if he has to succeed, but he lost the sight and also himself as Jittery gets the final frag, and Hunters will finally equalize it to round number 12. So we all know what time it is, folks. So I'll just leave the mic back to Jack. Just get it. Just do it. I don't know what's wrong with my... I don't know what happened to my pronunciation in the end, but yeah, Jack, go ahead. The mic's all yours.
Yes, thank you, Baba. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Say it with me now. It is round 13. Overtime is in play as we are now 6-6. I know people probably missed the Are You Ready to Rumble, but yeah, I'm trying out something new. Let me know how it is. Anyhow, round 13, overtime is in play. I certainly am ready to rumble. That much is for certain. As we have gone all the way in this first match. The teams playing in the second match, they're probably watching this and thinking, really, these guys had to go overtime? When will we play? Don't worry, folks, you will. In just a moment, don't worry, there's only at the most 3 more rounds remaining. The match has to end at some point, and it will. As we have the Twitch, of course, beautiful drone spot from Drish right here. Drish has been getting caught as the first entry frag for quite a while now. Drish or DZ. DZ is actually 5-11 in now 13 rounds, so certainly not quite looking all that good for the Ash player, that is. As Team Uwu are on the attack, and the site is first floor bathroom and tellers. So this is a site that we've seen Team Uwu struggle on a little bit before. Not a whole lot, but they struggled a little bit. They've actually not won the site in the first half of their attack. So Hunters definitely look good on this particular site here. They could make it 7-6, make it overtime match point. But again, they're going to have to contend with everything that Team Uwu has to bring here.
They've got to do something about this, especially with Hunters, who just finally managed to at least bring this match back on track. But Uwu could say the same thing about them. Sandy taking a lot of damage, but in the end, he gets away with the kill. So does Jittery. Both Drish and Dagger has been eliminated, and now Malik is also getting taken a lot of damage too. But DZ on the other hand, he's still alive and still kicking. He has to find one more, and Ragnarok gets taken a lot of damage all the way from main stairs, unaware of players' positioning. But the push needs to happen. Uwu are pushing all the way towards the second floor, but they're losing bodies left, right, and center. Never mind, but it's DZ who gets the better end off of it by taking out Sparko. 3v3 equalizer, and Ragnarok still using his extended shield to get some information. And Rattler, thanks to his information from the cardiac sensors, they'd be able to get some good information out of it. They don't have those C4s to deny anything except Beat has it. He could use the pre-play C4 from Beat and get 2 kills instead of 1. But he doesn't want to give it up just yet. They want to waste a lot of time, and that is their main objective. And let's not forget the side is on first floor tellers. So for Uwu, they've got to drop themselves all the way down to the first floor and ensure a post plant, knowing that they only have 53 seconds. Shot it is. Great shot from Rattler as a 2v3. Still favoring the hands of Team Hunters.
Oh boy.
But you can favor for them if they get that headshot right. And Ragnarok, you've really got to be careful because one single shot from that UMP is more than enough to get the kill off. Look at that.
Not even a C4.
Patience.
Does we have a C4?
So
yes,
patience
Beat
here.
still has the C4. They're being patient. Shots are fired. DZ's taking damage, but no. He walks away with that kill. Rattler getting it. Shotguns out. This could be huge. Jittery finds DZ. And the Monty ADSing towards the hallway. Doesn't know where Beat is. And a very, very quiet play from Beat allows Hunters to walk away with another round win here. It's not over. We're moving to round 14. Overtime match point. As a Team Uwu are going to be on the defense. They're going straight back to second floor armory. I'm not sure about this as it's 1-1 in terms of Uwu's armory defense. They won it in round 9, yes, but in round 12, they lost it. That's why we're here in overtime. Had they won round 12, it would have been done. But the Hunters had a lot to say about that defensive site that was picked. And Hunters LFO right now, they stand 1 round away after so long and such a struggle that they've put up. 1 round away from confirming themselves for upper bracket round 2. Or 2 losses away from a lower bracket run. It could really still be anyone's game. I know Hunters have the advantage of the number of rounds here, and Uwu are definitely going to be feeling this pressure. But Hunters, they desperately want this win, and they're going to be doing everything in their power as we now go to the action phase. Round 14, folks.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Setting up. Adding my +1.
6-7. Hunters, they're this close to securing map border. And Uwu, they can also do the same thing. They could just put this back all the way to round 15. The major problem of it all is just how can they deal with the initial gunfights that they have to deal with Sandy and Beat? Not to even mention Dresh, who's been getting caught off on most of the situations. Wait a minute. Is Jittery already all the way towards the supply room? Yes, he is. In fact, he's slowly making his way towards the side. Rattler is also there with the protection too. Gets to find out Ragnarok. And it's all just 4 players left. Uwu, they just lost Ragnarok, but still have those EDDs present. Dagger gets 1 this time, taking out Sandy. He's been dealt a lot of damage, 17 kills. And now it's just even ground from both Uwu's and Hunter's end. They're still trying to manage to find a kill or 2. And with that heavy gunfight that's been happening all the way from retention, Jittery, he ensured that this place would be his. Main stairs, the players on the side of Team Uwu decides to fall back. And with it, you could see there are some explosive utilities that could favor for Team Uwu at this moment. And Hunters, they've got to make sure that they'll be able to counter it as best as possible. Did not expect Malek from that angle. And with that diffuser being dropped, Hunters, they're in a very tough spot.
That they are. They're going to have to rely on kills here. And if they can't get those, well, we have one more round to go. Shots about to be fired. The Frost, unfortunately exposed to the angle from 90. Beat will take that, and the diffuser will be recovered. So this round is still possible. Drish trying to find one on top of metal stairs right now. C4 is out, does not find anything as Rattler's grenade goes in, denies one piece of electric utility from the bandit. Shots will be fired from below. Jittery has gone downstairs to try and find somebody, as there's one alibi in Fountain. Dagger watching the entry from the door like a hawk. Rattler taking damage in the meanwhile. Capcom traps are taken and denied, 35 on the clock. It is now all or nothing for both of these teams as they're waiting so patiently. You have smokes being thrown out, shots fired, blind from the wall, and the alibi gets one. Drish and Dagger with multiple kills. And this match is far from over. We are going to have round 15, folks. Maximum overtime will be in play. As my goodness, we've got quite the rounds going. It was intense in that last one. I'll tell you what, the 3v3 could have swung either way, but no room to work with, no breach on the main wall. And that diffuser drop that took so much time away from the Hunters, really costing them quite a big part of that round. Now with Team Uwu having one second floor armory defense, we go to round 15, the very last possible round of this game. And it is going to be Hunter's defense on first floor customs inspection.
Yeah, but it all comes down to this. Final round, round 15. And that too, this is just the first match, Jack. This is the first match on the playoffs, and we're going all the way to the distance. 7-7, the final round will determine who will claim a map border, who will get to the next spot on the upper brackets, and who will go down all the way to the lower brackets. And boy, oh boy, the fall season for the Pro League series has been it's a lot to take in, you know. Let's see how well it works out in the action phase. Hunters, although they had a lot of problems on attack, they're always strong on defense. And Uwu, you could say the same thing. The only difference is that this is the final round, so anything you make in this round can change the entire factor of this match.
That it can. I have to agree with you there. It's going to come down to the smallest things in this round. Everything that has led to this point. As we have the Pulse giving away info, and Rattler sees this, wants to take a shot, but can't quite do that. The Twitch just out of range of that Windows line of sight, but not out of range of the cardiac sensor. The Twitch's position on east stairs, east balcony stairs to be specific, given away. More shots are about to be fired. Rattler knows that there's somebody else outside of, outside of the teller's window. Gets away with his life as another drone comes out. You have the Zofia with the impacts, opening up a castle barricade. Shots should be fired to a Jittery. Things are coming in. They know he's here, but Sandy with the C4. But Ragnarok fires back. Sparkle goes down. Jittery, how are you? Is still alive. Goes out, finds one, finds two. Jittery, unstoppable right now as he gets two very quick kills and drops the diffuser. Makes it a 2v4. Malik has to come in, has to get Jittery somehow out of here as he comes towards Fountain or through the office entryway. Minute 20 on the clock. Here comes the EE1D. As they need intel, something or the other, to somehow solidify this attack, somehow make this attack their own, if they are able to. But it's going to be a very tough fight. DZ on the first floor in the meanwhile, trying to find maybe a kill, maybe two. Some shots will be fired very, very shortly. 56 on the clock now, as it's all down to these two players. These final two trying their ever hardest. Another E1D. Malik falling down the hatch on the first floor, trying to find another kill or two maybe. DZ trying to suspect every possible angle. Shots fired, but Beat still somehow alive. Malik not aware of the Oryx's position. Jittery with the triple. And there comes the trade. Z and Beat. And that is it, folks. After a tumultuous 3 maps that have been played and an absolute tidal wave of intense rounds, we have a winner. It is Hunters LFO winning 8-7 on map number 3. A 2-1 to them, and a very intense fight indeed. What a match between Hunters and Team Uwu, and my goodness, I don't think I would have traded it for anything else in the world. Hunters with the 2-1, as they will walk away and into the upper bracket second round. Team Uwu will unfortunately be relegated to lower brackets.
Yeah, but in the end, what a mess I did get to witness here, folks. All the way to map number 3. It had to go all the way to the final round. And in the end, it is Hunters LFO who will succeed and proceed into the next phase. And for Uwu, not gonna lie, they've given a really great fight, and that to going up against the Titans of this region. Lower brackets will also be a tougher competition, knowing that we still have 3 more matches left in the upper brackets. Let's take a look at the highlights itself, talk about the entirety of map border. The first half, it was Team Uwu who got things under control on a 4-2 scoreline, being so powerful on attack. Even you saw Hunters use their unexpected strategy, like they did get to use it when they went up against Team Kira Esports, right? They use a deployable shield. They decide to, apply a lot of control in towards west stairs. Unfortunately, that tactic did not work out well from their end, and it did kind of end up being unfair for Team Uwu. They've got the confidence. They did, push themselves all the way to the limit. And then second half, we also saw Hunters LFO realizing what kind of mistakes that they were doing, and they decided to fix it. And this round, though, man, this round from Ragnarok, an ace, and that run out, which which was supposed to be looked at from Rattler, in which he was looking at it, but losing that gunfight, ending up losing Jittery's life too at the hands of Ragnarok, really did put Hunters LFO in a very difficult situation. You could have even saw there, there you could have seen Hunters LFO, where their mental state would have been even much more difficult at that point, right? But no, they did not. In fact, Hunters LFO, they decided to keep themselves calm. They decided to, make sure that even though Ragnarok did get the ace, they did evidently win the round, the next round itself. That clearly shows that Hunters have proper good stability when it comes to their focus, when it comes to their strength. And although there was a lot of mistakes being made from Hunters' end, in the end, the results is still favoring for Hunters.
At the end of the day, I think both teams can walk away from this match having learned quite a bit. And not just that, but also having grown a little bit as well. I mean, Uwu definitely need an experience like this because they're a very good team that has the potential to really dethrone some of the region's greatest. I mean, literally look at this match that was played, right? They've got a chance and a very good chance at that. Hunters, on the other hand, they will definitely need to once again reinforce this lesson. Clean up your plate when you have the chance. Don't let teams just catch up to you because you're too busy making solo plays and single plays and this and that and all that. I get it. Sometimes they work, and yes, that's all well and good, but they're not going to work every time, especially if they didn't work in one given round. Trying them again in the very next round is just going to lead to less and less chances of success because the team then learns to expect it. Your enemies then learn, like, oh yeah, sure, yeah, they're gonna play hyper aggressive. We're just gonna hold back. That is really all there is to it. But I have to say, Ragnarok, that one round had so close to just completely pulling out the match and making it Team Uwu's victory. I swear, Ragnarok will definitely not be feeling all too happy that even after a performance like that, it just was not to be. Let's have a look at the summary, folks, of the match final scorecard, as it were, and look at the number of double digits we have from both sides. 4 players in double digits, and DZ was just 1 kill away from going up to 10 kills as well. 13-10 to Drish, 11-9 to Dagger, 11-11 to Malik, and 10-12 to Ragnarok. DZ going 9-14. A lot of deaths for DZ and for Ragnarok. To be fair, though, a lot of these players died a lot in this match so far. Entry wise, again, not exactly all that great for the side of Team Uwu, as most of them died on entry. Ragnarok, in particular, going 1-5. So, not the best, as it were, but hey, entry is not what Ragnarok was most interested in. It was the kills, it was the support, and an 80% KOST by Drish, 60 from Dagger, Malik, and DZ, each 33 from Ragnarok. On the other side, Jittery, 17-10, a very good map with a 4-0 on entry, alongside Sandy, 4-0 on entry as well, both having a 73% KOST, Sandy going 17-11. Both of them with nearly identical stats. Sandy just happened to die one more time. My sentence construction is off today after this game. And Beat, of course, following up with 12, 11, and a 67% KOST. Rattler and Sparko very much on the support on the back end, 6, 12, and 4, 10 each, with 53% to their KOST efficiencies.
17 kills for both Jittery and Sandy. And what a last round to pop it off at that too, right? Jittery was just on point with those shots with the T5 SMG. Uvu, on the other hand, the no matter how many times that they try to defend so good or try to attack, there's always some certain mistakes that they do. If I have to give an example, I have to say Drish, who was just at the main entrance barricade, who didn't had much cover from his end. He thought he would get away with an early pick or two, but instead it just ended up in a very bad spot. Let's take a look at the brackets itself to see the results of the first matchup in the upper brackets. We will see Hunters LFO proceed into the next phase. Meanwhile, Team Uvu will go all the way down to the lower brackets. But we still have 3 more matches to go, ladies and gentlemen. One match, which will happen in right now. And tomorrow we'll have 2 more matches. That is Militant Esports versus Kira Esports. And then we have Mercenaries, who will go up against Team Shaheens. This match will be very interesting to be looking at, mainly because it's Mercenaries and Shaheens. And then we have Militant Esports versus Kira Esports, which will happen on tomorrow. But we still have one match left, folks. It's Team Won't Stop Peaking, who's going to go up against Team Phalanx on a best of 3. The winner of that match will go up against Team Hunters LFO, and the team who gets to lose will go in the lower brackets, facing off up against Team Uvu. But for now, folks, in order for match number 2 to happen, we're just going to take a short little break, and we will be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition, supported by for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft and powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course our broadcast partner Loco. I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host Baba Gusta once again as we are back for this next match in the upper brackets. That is correct. We are going straight through to the next set of matches here, and that is, of course, Won't Stop Peaking versus Team PHALANX. Baba Gusta, after the 2-1 and very close game between Hunters and Uwu, what do you think? What do we have, or what do these two teams have in store for us?
Well, to start off, I'd say that Team Phalanx and Team Won't Stop Peaking, both of them secured good points in the table. 4 points, claiming fifth spot. And Team Won't Stop Peaking currently in seventh place, having a total of 1 point. And if Team Won't Stop Peaking has to survive, they got to ensure that they win this match, or else Phalanx would get the better end of it to ensure that they would have the maximum points. As we take a look at the map vetoes itself, Team Won't Stop Peaking will make a decision to bring in Chalet first, and Team Phalanx making a decision to bring in Border, which means that Border will be the first map which will be being played by Team Phalanx and also from Team Won't Stop Peaking. Decider, on the other hand, will be on Oregon. Interestingly, mainly because we'd usually see Oregon and Clubhouse being brought up most of the time, but Map Chalet, Map Border, and Map Oregon will be the three maps being played on the second matchup here, Jack. And I kind of feel like we're going to witness a lot of changes. It's not going to be the same thing that we did get to see in the previous series. This series will be definitely a bit different, especially with the Operation Brutal Swarm in play, Jack. So.
I mean, yeah, the many changes that have come across from Operation Brutal Swarm definitely will be in play, and we'll talk more about those as we go into this match, folks. But there you have the maps: Border, Chalet, and Oregon. Border brought out by Phalanx, and of course Chalet brought out by Won't Stop Peaking. We have two maps in common with the first match between Hunters and Team Uwu. That is, of course, Border and Chalet. Now, Border was decided there, is being played as a main map here. But other than that, Chalet, of course, remains map number 2 for both of these teams. Oregon as the decider, SA Classic, as it were. But with all that being said, let's not waste your time any longer. We know you've waited a while for this match. So, Won't Stop Peaking and Phalanx will be duking it out as map number 1 of match number 2, goes live with the first few bans. Phalanx, of course, taking their not taking too much time to ban, as they have this usual thing where they disconnect right at the beginning, as they are on the defense as well. So they will, of course, have the first ban of the map, and it's going to be Osa.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of OSA bans on the rise, mainly because of the introduction of a new secondary EMP impact. So, especially when you mix it up with the bulletproof shield, she is considered to be one of the most toughest operators on attack, and gaining control on choke points will be a lot difficult for the defenders. Nook bans, we do tend to see a lot of Nook bans being made on the attack, similar on the previous matchup when we saw Uwu go up against Hunters LFO. So I'm curious to know what exactly is the main reason why Nooks get banned. But talk about the defensive bans, we will see the meetup being brought out from Team Won't Stop Peaking, and Phalanx's final ban will be Melusi. No, it will be Azami nonetheless. Sure. I mean, especially when you have the utility which can help you gain good amount of cover from those keeper barriers, surely will bring a lot of problems from the attacker's ends. But with her being not available, they need to find a different operators to check it out. I believe the main reason why Nook gets banned mainly because of the attachment that you can use. You have the suppressor for the FMG, which does not decrease the damage on that particular weapon. So maybe it can be a possibility for that to happen. But for now, let's just focus on round number 1, with the site being on second floor, armory lockers and archives. And let's see who will be the one who will get the advantage in the first round.
Well, the first round is about to get started in just a quick minute here, as of course the teams are going to load in nice and quickly in terms of the rosters. There we go. We're going to be going into round number 1. Of course, I think Phalanx has 4 players in, which should be cause for a Neo Skull, unless they're actually playing a 4v5, which I think they just might be. They're already going for the setups and everything. So it looks like we're going ahead with round number 1 with 9 players in the lobby. And let's have a look at the 9 players that are in the lobby for us tonight. Actually, make that 10. Devastating has returned. They just won't be playing the round, it seems like. So anyway, let's have a look at the 10 players that are in the lobby for us today. From the side of Won't Stop Peaking, we have Desmond, Mojo, Dark Lord, Cobra, and Violet. And from the side of Phalanx, we have Hercules, Guy with Audacity, Hussein, Shetty, and Devastating.
Yep, and with the timer running down to 0, we will proceed to the action phase. As Team Phalanx will be defending on map Border, Team Won't Stop Peaking will start off on the attack. Phalanx, on the other hand, will start off on a major 4v5 disadvantage. So they've got to make do with certain utilities and the certain weaponry they could to hold off or fend off any attacks from the side of Team Won't Stop Peaking. We will see Cobra bringing in the Thatcher, or one of the most high band operators of all time. Those EMP will help them to disable some certain electronic gadgets to ensure that they'll be able to open up the side. But Hussein, on the other hand, is already in towards the hallway side. He was about to get picked out by Dark Lord, but didn't have any proper information regarding this issue. But Hercules, on the other hand, he starts to get one. There goes Desmond. And with it, Phalanx gets to equalize it 4-4. Another kill comes by as Cobra gets another headshot. This time, actually no, not Cobra. Cobra just got his first kill. So technically, taking Sherry out of that place is going to give Won't Stop Peaking a bit of a good room to deal with, knowing that one of the roamers has been taken care of. Now we just got to focus on the players in the side.
Minute 35 on the clock as the approach from Phalanx, from Won't Stop Peaking, definitely has already met with a couple of roadblocks. Desmond, of course, going down. Not exactly the best thing, but Mojo finds one back. That is Hussein. Hercules, my goodness, so close to the breach right now. Shots fired. No damage done from that big spray as Mojo gets one more. Hercules goes down as Guy with Audacity is now the last one standing, trying to potentially stop something, but, well, the only thing that's going to stop is that Echo's heart rate. Cobra makes sure of that. Round one on second floor armory goes the way of Won't Stop Peaking on the attack as they will start things off by taking, well, like I said, the first round.
Things were a bit too difficult for Team Won't Stop Peaking's side, especially when you saw Hercules holding his ground from the fountain side. It was a bit difficult for Team Won't Stop Peaking to, get into the building, see whether if they can, the, I believe they were mainly focused on second for armored lockers. Again, I do have to apologize for my for me changing the topic from one side to the other, but mostly when you'd see the attackers make their
Defenders, protect
approach,
your
they'd
bombs
usually
from being
go with
defused by
second
attackers.
floor archives, mainly because you have the barricade door. It's it's very near for the attackers going for default plant. It's easier to force the attackers to be in a post-plant situation. But Won't Stop Peaking decided, instead of just getting control on archives, it would be best for them to get control on fountains too. And that's the main reason why you saw Won't Stop Peaking pressuring that particular place. And they did end up finding a lot of players who were currently holding out from Phalanx's end. So removing them one by one,
Seconds to insertion.
it did give Won't Stop Peaking the necessary requirement to not only just gain control of the side, but get an entire win on that round clearly. So,
Attackers are moving out.
but
to
you could
locate
say that
bombs.
Phalanx also had a major disadvantage too. But round number 2, there's still chance that Team Phalanx can come back, and with Devastating coming back into the fray, we'll see how well Team Phalanx defense is going to be on the side of second for armored lockers.
As we gear up for round number 2's defense from Phalanx's side, I would like to point out that they have the full 5-man roster in play here. Devastating is going to be playing in this round. After all, they did reconnect in the last round, but they weren't able to play because they reconnected in the middle of the prep phase rather than the pick phase, so unfortunately they had to sit it out. No pause or rehost requests from Phalanx's side either, which was very interesting to me. Normally a team would jump at the first chance for something like that, but not today it seems. Anyhow, Silver Armory with an interesting extension of line of sight, so to speak, out of the main armory wall. You have to rotate into the hallway with somebody watching that exact cubby, sitting in there, making sure that nobody, or at least anybody who gets in to CC or break room would have had a tough time. Devastating, unfortunately, will have to sit out the round again, and all it took was one drone and one grenade, and that kill has been confirmed.
Yep, and that it was Devastating, but Sherry, he wants to fall back. He wants to ensure that Devastating's role on that place that he was supposed to defend won't leave unattended. They will succeed in removing Cobra off, which means that the trade game is still balanced 4-4 it is, and Sherry needs to be a bit afraid of that main hallway. Mainly because there is one of the attackers who's just pushing all the way from the window side. Hercules, on the other hand, he gets dropped down. Not quite sure exactly where did he get dropped down in that moment, but it's going to put Team Phalanx at a very difficult situation. Audacity, with an attempt of a wide peek, will be able to get some information, but not the kill. Desmond, on the other hand, confirms the kill on towards Hussein, which means that Team Phalanx, they are definitely falling apart on this defensive hold here, Jack.
That definitely seems to be the case. Sherry, this could be big right now. Goes for a peek from the back. Guy with Audacity pushing up as Sherry's peek works out. Diffuser has been dropped as well, so no plant. But Dark Lord finds Sherry on the turnaround. 2v2. And it's all down to these final 3 players now. Desmond finding Hercules. Guy with Audacity has very low HP on the Echo. Peeking towards Archives. Flashbangs are out. He's still somehow alive. Walks away from the site itself. He's the Echo. He could survive this, but no. Goes for the peek, and Desmond shuts him down. And the plant didn't even need to be stuck at the end of the day, as we have Won't Stop Peeking taking round number 2.
2 rounds back-to-back at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peeking. And in the next round, Phalanx, they have got to be careful with those nade picks that's been made. But I've got to give props to both Sherry and Guy with Audacity, holding out that ground from second floor armory lockers. That 2 crossfire angles that they've established, and that timing for that to get 2 kills while not being traded out is an achievement of itself from Phalanx's end. I got to give them that. They've almost turned the round to their favor when they made a play like that. But once they started to lose some certain important chokeholds, which is heavily required for Phalanx to hold their ground, when you started to lose that, and when you have players like Desmond, who would always get the best end of removing the roamers first and catching them off guard like that, that is going to put them in a very tough spot. Especially for Won't Stop Peeking. Especially for Team Phalanx's end. Won't Stop Peeking, they're just, they're just figuring out with the help of their info being gained from the attack drones. We don't see any certain operators that can deny them, you don't see a mute being brought out, neither do we get to see a Mozzie being brought out from Team Phalanx. So it's more of like gaining information, denying some, you still have the mute for the mute jammers itself. You even have the combo between Wamai and the Jaegers for the magnets to ensure that none of the utilities could get caught out or get destroyed. So it's mainly relied upon protection, but once you start to lose that protection, okay, Sherry, calm down. He just gets away with a kill like that, with a wall bang like that. Okay. And a second of that too.
Okay. Sherry's not happy about being 0-2 down. I'll tell you what. Mojo and Desmond are big pickups as well. Because, of course, soft breach, but more so than anything else, grenades and throwable utility. And, of course, in these first 2 rounds, those two have been doing a lot of work collectively to give Won't Stop Peeking as many advantages as possible. Excuse me. As the drone goes in, but that's the Thatcher's drone, so then EMP will be sent out to make sure that the drone has no deterrence in going into the site, second floor site that is, and finding out if there's any more operators above that need to be cleared out. There might just be, yes there is, 1 in the hallway and 2 towards Armory Archive, so there's plenty above, and Hussein will start things off by finding Dark Lord, leaving it now in a 2v5 here for these attackers. They're not looking good. Here comes the C4 from Devastating. And with that, it's all up to Violet on the upside down rappel. Outside the building, no less. Run out is seen. He's going to counter that. But there's another one trying to get at him. Gets another. Okay. This could still actually happen. If everybody decides to peek Violet at once, though. Maybe, maybe not. Violet's going to come around, try to catch the player on CC door. That is Sherry, who could actually surprise him. But Violet is going to drop down instead. Out towards front door. Trying to get into the building from the front door, but Hussein was there on the long angle. Finds the ace, finishes it off. And Phalanx put a round on board for themselves.
Yeah, almost a flawless round win from Phalanx's side. Once you saw Sherry popping off with those two early picks from that MP5, I mean, you're more likely to get destroyed on the other ends of the side of Team Phalanx. Great job onto continuing the aggression that Sherry did. That would eventually give Phalanx the win that they require on this round on defense. Round number four, site will be on armor lockers and archives. This time, with some
Attackers need to locate and
potential
defuse
of
as many bombs as they can.
Phalanx having that confidence of winning round number three, won't stop peaking. The two rounds that they had succeed, it has been on second floor armory, and mainly it had to do with the execution. First round, we saw one stop picking push from the archives. It eventually did ended up working out well for Team Won't Stop Peaking, but they lost a lot of bodies in the end. The same thing can be said to round number two too. This time, instead of pushing from the archives doorway, they've decided to make a different approach by opening up the walls towards second floor armory and just going in for a default plant, the standard way on map border to go in for the usual plants. But it was put a stop to it from Team Phalanx with the exceptional crossfire angle which was placed from both Guy with Audacity and Sherry. So
Attackers
knowing that on round number four, with Team Phalanx winning the third round of the site being on ventilation and workshop, you could say that this round Team Phalanx have understood what they're going to do, and they're going to pop it up a notch with the aggressive plays, especially from Hussein. He just succeeded in downing out Dark Lord, which means that even though if he does get revived back up, he'll be back up with only 20 HP, and the attackers won't have any stability or sustain to give that HP back, which means that Dark Lord, he really needs to be careful when it comes to making peaks, giving information, and also placing those air jabs as best as possible.
More so than just that, Dark Lord's certainly not going to be happy, I'll tell you what, about getting downed like that. That spawn peak is one of the more common ones when it comes to border, and still it downed Dark Lord. He's not going to be happy. You have the Iana coming up really close. Hercules taking damage and goes down as well. Desmond unrelenting in that push. Got to be careful on East Stairs, but actually Hussein was the one on East Stairs, I just realized. And the Umai happened to fall back right as the Iana started pushing, so there was no help to be had from the teammates there for Hercules. EMP goes off, and I think they want to go for an Archives breach, as the Echo Drone has spotted where the Thatcher is sending out those EMPs from. Sherry, drones shot, and a couple extra shots, but no, Desmond just finds the kill and puts them in a 3v5, make that a 3v4. Devastating fires back, finds the Iana. Desmond down. A refrag to be sure, but that's two for the price of one. And the defenders need one more kill to equalize the body count before they can proceed with potentially winning the round. It's going to be difficult as you have frag grenades and some other utilities being thrown in. Fountain is still under the control of the defense, and they need to win it away from them. Flashbangs are out, shots are fired, but no, Hussein missed. And because he missed, of course, his position is kind of given away. 35 on the clock, though. And unless they get this Wamai out of here now, Won't Stop Peaking might have a problem on this attack.
Now this time we see Hussein succeeding in one, no, two,
attackers dropped the
two
defuse.
kills. And turns out Phalanx, they're starting to fling things back up with Guy with Audacity holding down the site, holding down the fort, and with it, they would end up winning this round nonetheless. Beautifully done with the hold being made from Phalanx's side. Both Hussein and Guy with Audacity ended up winning a 3v4 situation. The odds were stacked against them, and somehow they ended up winning that round in round number four. A job well done for Phalanx to hold, a job well done for Team Phalanx to succeed the site on second floor armory lockers slash archives, in which they had lost twice. And now in round number five, the site will come to a change with the site being on bathroom and tellers.
All right. Bathroom Tellers, of course, the site in current border that is just so good to defend. And A lot of teams have been really utilizing that border map buff. They called it a
Defenders,
rework, but
protect
really,
your bombs
border
from being
didn't
defused by
change all
attackers.
that much other than this site. This site was the one that was most affected, and it's just become so good ever since. You, of course, need to bring a castle here, need to bring a couple of site reconstruction operators, and then you'll be all hunky-dory when it comes to the setup of this site. Couple of castle barricades in the right places, couple of ADSs, and extension into workshop and ventilation. And there you go. The site can be very well defended, that is for sure. Round 5, of course, is a 2-2 equalizer between PHALANX and Won't Stop Peaking, meaning that, Won't Stop Peaking, they've lost the momentum that they had not too long ago. The momentum that was allowing them to go for some pretty big plays and make some pretty big and bold, decisions. That momentum is no longer. They're going to have to fight. They're going to have to fight to get that momentum back. And this defense that I'm getting to see from PHALANX here is going to be a difficult one to fight against, that's for sure.
Not only just that, they just have to focus on ensuring that PHALANX wouldn't recover back just like they did in the previous 2 rounds. And you could see the changes of operators that you see from the attacker's end. Violet bringing the Fuse Cobra with the Amaro. You can still see the Garo Hook prepped and ready. Just waiting for the perfect moment. I believe the attackers are waiting for the timing. They're just gonna drone it out, see what kind of operators see what kind of operators are present from the site itself, and see whether if they could put a stop to it on certain moments of it. But let's not forget, the site is on first floor tellers, not on second floor armor lockers, so getting control on second floor requires a lot of time, and if they're taking too much time on this, and when they do finally get the control, how will they have enough time to get control on the site itself, and also losing one of the players with Guy Audacity starting one of his frags?
Water fire back right there from Violet, finding Hussein. That's the Wamai gone, and that means a fair number of those magnets will no longer be in play. Cobra towards the CC break room side. Hercules has got plenty of ADSs to keep them protected here. Trying to just hold down the fort for now, making sure that time is wasted. Minute 15 on the clock, and they need to get the Jaeger out of there, but Hercules will not budge. Still alive here, and Hercules finds another. Dark Lord goes down. They just can't get him. Cobra gets one in return, but okay, there we go. I was gonna say Hercules, if they had gotten the fuse, that would have been a curtain call for this round for Won't Stop Peaking, but it's not done yet. They can still get things done here. They just need to get the site clear, and absolutely clear at that. Cluster charges from the fuse should be raining down to take out those Echo drones and other pieces of utility, so on and so forth. Especially, of course, whatever remains down there. ADSs, maybe there's one there, maybe a few Wamai magnets, and of course the mute jammers. All of that needs to be taken out. Fuse is very good at all of this, but the Echo drones are coming back to the site. Wait, the plant's happening already. Devastating. Do they know where the plant is? Yes, they do, but they can't get the counter. And it's a post-plant situation. The Echo, unfortunately, not coming into play when it should have. The Echo drones not allowing for much. And Violet finds Guy with Audacity, who got distracted hearing the Amaru's Gara hook sounds, excuse me. We saw the Echo look up, expecting somebody to be up on the hatch somewhere, but no, the fuse was down here and got the kill. 3-2 as Won't Stop Peaking take back their lead.
Slow and steady wins the race, but for team Won't Stop Peaking, all they've got to do is just get the momentum going, and it did ended up getting that win nonetheless. Side though, round number 6 will be on ventilation room / workshop. And that will be the last round for Team PHALANX to secure or succeed a 3-3 scoreline. There's always that some certain moments where Team PHALANX, once they get the initial first 2 kills, they would continue the aggression. They don't stop it right there. They don't decide to, take it a day off, like, already got 2 kills from the top stairs. Why should I be making more when I can just defend on the side and make my final hold there itself? They could have done that, but doing so would make the defenders lose their important choke points that would be more favorable for the attackers' end. So Phalanx, they did what they could to hold their ground. Evidently, although they did lose the control on their choke points, they did more than enough to keep Won't Stop Peaking at bay. But turns out it was too much to handle when it comes to the aggressiveness that Won't Stop
10
Peaking
seconds
showed
left.
on the previous round, and it did end up being their demise once they
5
started getting
seconds remaining.
control on Teller's side itself. So, on round number
Attackers
6,
must locate and
you
defuse
could
the
still
bomb.
see that Won't Stop Peaking haven't budged when it comes to changing operators. They still have the same. Still have Cobra with the Amaru, you still have Violet with the Fuse, and you do know for the fact that they want second floor control very badly. And look at Cobra already. He might be able to get a kill off from the Melusi Sherry, but he's being a bit cautious. He knows that if he makes a single play right from that west main stairs, he is done for. So he needs to make his shots count. He needs to get this information right so that when the time is just perfectly favored for Team Phalanx, or if it's favorable for for Sherry, then this would at least help them change the side on border that they could help them succeed in those rounds. Again, Sherry.
Okay then. It's just
My goodness.
Sherry
All
with
right.
these shots, man. It's just something else. But Sherry does finally go down. Desmond gets that kill. And Hussein in the meanwhile has gone down as well. Cobra, of course, the Amaru was the one to bite the dust at first. But the body count advantage has gone to Won't Stop Peaking since 4v3. As despite the first kill being the Malusis, doesn't seem like it's going to factor in too much through the rest of the round. Drone has now given away Hercules' position, which means the Jaeger will simply fall back into sight. Just take cover, stay in the site, and play for the plant. That's all these defenders need to do now, but they have to be careful of vertical, because Mojo is the soft breacher, and there's a fuse still in play. They've got one C4, devastating C4, already on the ceiling, pre-placed. All they gotta do is get the audio cue, and then, well, it should be curtain call for at least one attacker if timed correctly. All Devastating has to do is get the sound cue and get that C4. Well, just dial the number as it were. It's one of those phone C4s, right? But let's see if that even happens. Hercules has moved out towards customs as well, trying to find somebody on a wider angle, as it were. Here come the cluster charges. Here come the shots fired as the cluster charge of Violet will clean up on the mute. And that means that C4 will no longer be in play. Hercules' position in customs is now given away because of the shots fired towards the hatch. As 35 remains on the clock, the plant can still be stopped. The Echo has to stay alive. Guy with Audacity cannot afford to go down here and now. This Echo, where is this player? Well, all the way to his bathroom. Shots fired, and that might actually be the position given away. Plant is happening, and peeking very much face first from the rotate into bathroom gives away that position. And shots are fired. Won't Stop Peaking will end the first half in a very good position of 4-2 up as they go into the defensive second half.
Second half is in with Team Won't Stop Peaking in the lead, 4-2. And now we got to see whether if Won't Stop Peaking can continue their win streak on second floor armor lockers and archives. You see how patient they were on that previous round, getting that information, removing players out from that teller's aside. And for Phalanx, the only two rounds that they were confident on winning was at ventilation room and armor lockers, and both of them almost was a close round. It wasn't usually like a 3v5 or or maybe a 1v4. No, it was just usual 2v2s and a 3v3 situations where Phalanx did ended up winning a 3v4 situation, though, even with One Stop Peaking having the major advantage in man count. So gotta give props to them in the first half, but only getting two wins on defense is actually a bit difficult. Because on border, sure that there are some certain sites which favors for the attackers most of the time, but there are some certain sites on defense like first floor tellers which is more favorable for the defensive side. So you got to be careful when you keep losing a lot of rounds on defense. And Boy, ending things off on a 4-2
Attackers need to
might at
locate and
least
defuse bombs.
give Won't Stop Peaking the motivation that they'd require to win the rest of the rounds on defense. But Phalanx, although what they lack in defense shows more on offense. And in attack round in round number 7, with Hercules, with Sherry and Devastating, both of them bringing in their main operators, Zofia and Nomad, you could say that Phalanx, they don't change most of their operators much. They still stick with the same operators. They don't usually,
10
bring
seconds
in
left.
the Amaru or maybe, you know, just go in with the
5 seconds
Kebi.
remaining.
The Kebi doesn't, the Kebi isn't seen in the South APAC region a lot, so you don't get to see Phalanx bring those kinds of non-meta operators. They'd usually bring it when they're having a fun time, and when it comes to the Pro Series Fall Edition, there is no fun time, there is seriousness. So they've got to be very careful, they've got to be very attentive. And in round number 7, with Phalanx being on attack, they have to figure out a way to bring themselves back up to equalize it 4-4.
I mean, at the end of the day, folks, it is, of course, all about the fun, right? Sure, it's a Pro Series and fun will be had in less amounts than normal, but, that's because it's a serious competition, and especially for the teams at the bottom of the chart, the second half of the Nationals points chart, it is a very important competition that they absolutely need to get good in and get a good placement in, because otherwise there's a chance they might not make it to the Nationals, especially for a couple of teams here that are new in the Pro Series. Team Uwu, after their amazing match earlier today, and of course, Militant Esports, they don't have any SE Nationals points to speak of because they haven't been to the Pro Series before. They are here now. But we'll see as to how far they can push it, as the Sane starts things off by finding Dark Lord. That's a big drop right there from the Won't Stop Peaking side, but Hussein also is quite low on HP, so he's got to be careful on where he goes on peaking next, as we have what seems to be a take towards the a take towards Fountain office side, intending to go for the breach on that office wall. Guy with Audacity, of course, the player with the diffuser and the Thatcher as well. EMP is going to be out, and they're going to be requesting a breach here from Hercules in just a second. Hercules is here, and the breach should get started. There we go.
Yep, breach should be done. And now Phalanx only getting Dark Cloud out from Team Won't Stop Peaking. They still need to focus on the side itself. C4 has been used, but in the end it will be Mojo who gets the better end of it, equalizing it to a 4v4 as he succeeds in taking out Devastating. But there's a lot of factors that Team Phalanx really needs to be careful about. Another C4 attempt in which it's not going to be detonated as of now, and the attackers are slowly making their way towards the side. They still need to be careful of the shotgun, not really great at mid-range. And Guy with Audacity gets the better end off of it as he gets one more. One more goes to Hussein as he gets the double kill. Cobra is still there all the way from below to hold his ground, but it's still not enough, as he's the only one. He needs to go back all the way upstairs to second floor armory lockers and contest this side, in which he'll be bombarded with 3 more attackers. So low on HP, lot of shots being dealt around, but doesn't get the shot right just yet. And that is going to cause Hercules to get the final frag out and give Team Phalanx the win that they require on round number 7.
That was a much needed round win right there for Team Phalanx. They needed that round win without a shadow of a doubt, because we've seen what happens, if you give away too much momentum, but won't stop peaking. Although I will say, won't stop peaking definitely, should have stopped peaking after a point in that round, because, that staying true to their name is exactly what gave away the round as well. Bathroom Tellers will be the site of choice, coming out from the defensive side immediately, switching it up, seeing that, maybe that top floor site was not the best idea for us here and now. So they're going to change it up,
Defenders,
and they're
protect
going to
your
move
bombs from being
to a
defused
different
by
site
attackers.
here with some different operators, not all different operators, of course. Desmond bringing in the Oryx for quick and easy rotates, barbed wires, and a pretty good SMG, the T5 SMG, and the Capcan, of course. We all know exactly how powerful he is at this point.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Capcans being brought out. the EDD traps, which is very powerful, especially if the attackers have
10 seconds
no
to
idea, or it mainly has to come with that drone works use,
5
right?
seconds to insertion.
So if
Attackers
they
have
don't
discovered the location of the
properly
bomb.
use their drone works right,
Attackers'
check
objective is
every
to
single
defuse the bomb.
corners, check every single one of the doorways to see whether it's been trapped or not, it's going to give the difference between victory and defeat in this round. And what's more important is that they have ample amount of information from Valkyrie's cams, so the attackers may be forced to bring in an IQ if things go south in this round. So you could say that team won't stop peeking. Their defensive hold consists of information and C4 play. You have two C4s from Mojo and Dark Lord. They're gonna play to it accordingly, and I just forgot about Violet too, but he also has the C4. So you have three C4s, good ample amount of information from the Valkyrie's cams. All it requires is just perfect timing and just patience from the defensive end. Phalanx, on the other hand, they've got a lot of work to do. And when it comes to work, they've already found out one of them. One of the Valkyrie camps will be detected from the attack drones, and they're gonna destroy it as best as they can. So they're just taking their sweet time. But for Phalanx, the main weakness is time itself. They take a lot of time to to try to understand the strategy, to try to see what kind of avenues which would be the possible causes for them to succeed. But look at that. Vertical lines of sight being used, and it will succeed in the hands of Sherry. As the first frag goes down at the hands of Phalanx.
And that's a big kill as well. Violet, the Kaid, no longer in play. That means, of course, the Electric Claws have been deployed, but that's a C4, and the AUG on defense no longer available. Violet also a pretty good player in their own right. No longer in the round. Another kill could have happened, but the guy with Audacity not quite lining up the shots properly. C4s are being used left and right. But Mojo and Dark Lord have missed with their C4s, not quite hitting the mark, which is a little unfortunate as Desmond runs through another wall, dazed. I think he wants to go up the hatch in the CCTV side, and that might actually be the play here. Going up a hatch and spooking one of the attackers, surprising them. Maybe even taking them out. But no, guy with Audacity goes down to Mojo from down below. Makes it a 4v4 as the hatches are being watched. The drop is being lined up. And this could be a huge play right here. Depends on who comes down first. Dark Lord is DBNO. Could be taken out. Yes, they will be. Devastating is now off the is gonna take that, but goes down. Sherry finds Desmond in the meanwhile. The plant's happening. Mojo can't stop this. Not quite yet. Decides to push aggressively. Gets shut down. Cobra gets the post-plant ace. But the hatch, of course, was where things were being watched from. Unfortunately, the planter should have been stopped where the plant was happening, but it was a crouch level plant. Of course, that's a crouch level plant. The shots were just sailing over the ace's head from Mojo's end. And now it's a 4-4. Won't stop peaking, and Phalanx equalized.
Equalized it is. Second 4 armor lockers and archives. The site 14 won't stop peaking to bring this round back up. And at this point, you could say the Team Phalanx have succeeded in both of their attack rounds. And on defense, they're struggling. I mean, they're currently having issues when it comes to like the picks that they're supposed to make on second floor, because there was not a lot of defensive holds that they're trying to make. Sure, they had a lot of information from the Valkyrie camps, but once they started to gain pressure on some certain places, once you saw Team Phalanx get control of that one specific hatch from the second floor fountain, it was just too much for Team Won't Stop Peaking to handle out the situation. Not alone, most of the information were just on towards second floor, but not a lot was present on the site. You even saw Mojo almost getting a wallbang kill while the ace was too busy planting the diffuser. So if that wallbang did somehow connect to the head, that would have given Phalanx, that would have forced Phalanx to force one of the attackers to drop down once again, in which Won't Stop Picking could have had some time to recover and recuperate. But wait a minute, Cobra is already started off with his own spawn peak. Not quite sure exactly where though, but that's going to remove Guy's audacity first and foremost out of the picture. Second kill, but this time it will be Sherry who gets to remove Cobra out. I believe it went all the way from West Main Stairs. I believe this is exactly where it went. Most of the gunfights went all the way from West Main Stairs, with Cobra ending up taking out Thatcher, which means that the utilities from the mute jammers will be very powerful in this round.
Desmond finds another. In the meanwhile, Hussein goes down. That's your IQ taken care of. And that, of course, is another very, very big kill, as the IQ could have found those, utilities used by the attackers and denied them. But no more. The Valkyrie cams will stay safe for the rest of the round, as pings are being given away towards the Iana's location. Sherry is low, which means things can change very quickly for the worse, so to speak, for the side of PHALANX. They need to be careful. Very careful with how they decide to push this, as won't stop peeking. Once again, body count advantage. All they need to do is hold back. Again, don't stay true to your name here, folks. You need to just chill out for a second and allow yourselves the room to work with. Oh, beautiful, beautiful use of the C4 right there. Mojo pre-placing it, asking for the ping, gets it, and that is another body down. Hercules and Sherry, the last two standing, as Dark Lord C4 finds Sherry. Mojo went down in the meanwhile. It's all up to Hercules now in the 1v3.
After the 1v3, Team PHALANX, although they've recovered this round in the second half, it's all down to him to make things work out well for his favor. 1v3, he will succeed to down Desmond. There's still two more players that have the proper information on Hercules' whereabouts. Still don't have the C4. Actually, Violet still has a C4, so if Hercules does go in for the plant, still have Valkyrie. That will ensure that his frags would not go out well for his favor. Let's get the first, the second. Be a bit difficult, but he still gets it anyways. The third can be a possibility. Oh, misses it. But now, he has all the control on the side. All he's got to do is just plant. No C4s to worry about. And you see Dark Lord just splinting around, providing distractions. But he might be able to get this shot. No, Dark Lord gets the better end of it with that peek. Wide peek, right all the way from the side, to give One Stop Peaking the win that they need on round number 9. This was a 1-1. What most of the rounds that we've seen in the first map of Border, it's usually a 1v1 situation. We didn't get to see a lot of, a 5v1s or a 1v4s. It's just usually a 3v3, and then after the mid round, when they try to go in for the execute, it's usually either a 1v3 situation or a 1v1, in which clutch situations, Won't Stop Peaking had won some of them, so did PHALANX. But now it's 5-4, with Team Won't Stop Peaking finally understanding Team PHALANX's motives on attack. They're here to challenge it once again
Defenders,
on
protect your
bottom and
bombs from
tellers.
being defused by attackers.
5-4. Won't stop peaking. Once again, back in the lead. We're going all the way down to tellers again. As we saw what happened in the last round, it was pretty close, actually, all things considered, until PHALANX dropped in, started planting, and there were a couple of very unfortunate missed shots from Won't Stop Peaking's end that lost them the round. So they're going to want to avoid doing that going forward into this one, as we have another round coming in
10
from
seconds
these
remaining.
teams. Of course, the ADSs and so on and so forth are going to be used
5
as
seconds to go.
just deterrents, the usual stuff. You have the mute jammers being
Attackers
brought
are
in, the
moving to defuse
electro
the
claws
bomb.
from the Kai. The Valkyrie cameras, of course, are going to be very important. But you know what else is super important? What is that attacker lineup I'm looking at? Of course, Zofia, Ace, they're the normal ones to be expected. But Hussein with the Ying, Sherry with the Lion with the Claymore this time, but most importantly, devastating as the Glass. There's 4 smoke grenades as well. As we have an E1D scan being used up, do they want to go for a big play here towards the window? The Glass is going to watch this one down. Here comes the Ying Candelas. C4's out. It should be blown up, and there goes Hercules. The ace is down.
Already? Jeez. And one more from Guy with the Acidities, and he gets
Oh boy,
two more.
oh boy,
What just
oh boy.
happened? They already just pressured all the way towards the side, and they ended up getting 3 kills. And another from Devastating. The sniper rifle is just going haywire. C4 attempt, this might connect. Yes, it will. There goes Devastating. A second from Cobra Zog. Ends himself on a 1v2. A clutch can be a possibility if they mess this opportunity up. The drone will give some information on his whereabouts. So close, there was a proper pixel angle that will deal Sheriff some minor damage. But Guy with Audacity, he gets away with the better end off of it. Team Phalanx. What a way to start off their aggressive attempt and end up with them cleaning out the entire site, leaving with just Kaid left on the site. And would you look at that? We are back at an equalizer once again, Jack. It's 5-5, and it's the first map of Border.
Yeah, I know, right? What I'd like to know is how Devastating was just allowed to. Okay, I forget exactly who was playing the Zofa. I think it was Devastating in the last round because they're playing.
No, it
Thatcher in
it
this
was
round,
Guy
right?
with Audacity with the,
It
it was
was,
Guy
right?
with
Okay,
Audacity
okay,
with
okay.
Sophia and Devastating with the glass.
With the glass, right? So what I want to know is how was Guy with Audacity just allowed to walk into workshop? After the first kill, did Won't Stop Peeking just stop looking at workshop? Like what happened there? Because we didn't get to see it, right? We only saw the aftermath of the Zofia already in workshop. We didn't quite get to see how all that happened. But I will say Phalanx played a very fast round. A little loose, a little bit ill-ordained, I would say, with the Ying and all that. But still, it was a decent attempt at a rush plan that they managed to actually salvage from there on out. So, credit where credit is due. We're going back to Bathroom Tellers again from the side of Won't Stop Peeking. Have we seen ventilation from them? We have not. The last time we saw ventilation. Yeah, the last time we saw ventilation was on round 6. No, what?
Does my eyes deceive me, or do I see a total of 12 breach charges from Team Phalanx?
Whoa. Yeah, okay. That is...
Too much breach charges.
You know how there's too much of a good thing? Yeah, there's too much soft breach on that team. They didn't bring
Too
a
much
sledge.
soft breaches.
This is why. This is why they didn't bring a sledge. And Hussein finds Desmond to start things off. The Jaeger is gone.
Well, why would you need explosives when you have breach charges? Am I right? Like, why would you need flashbangs and frag grenades when frag grenades has been nerfed when it comes to range-wise? So they decided, you know what? Why would I get kills from a frag grenade when I can just get kills with the breach charge itself? If I have to just place it like a claymore. Maybe they want to place their breach charges like a claymore, Jack. That's exactly what I'm trying to think about here. One of the breach charges will be used from Guy with Audacity to open up lines of sight. Just to add things off with the cluster charges to push the defenders at a very difficult situation. But they have ample amount of information from Valkyrie Camp, so let's see if Mojo gets this.
He could. He's definitely got LOS on 1 and gets that as well. Beautifully done. Finding Sherry through the wall nonetheless. And with 1 kill onto the Zofia, it's going to allow them a little bit of breathing room. Won't Stop Peeking, that is. They got to worry about it so much more. You've got the cluster charges. You've got the breach charges. You've got the Selma breaches. Just breach everything from Phalanx aside. That's the message they're trying to send here. Mind you, they still have 9 breach charges remaining. I don't even know why they need so many. But the pings are off onto one defender's location. Hercules knows where they are, but can't get the shot, unfortunately. More vertical lines inside are being opened, but Cobra and Mojo just get the kills nonetheless. It does not matter. As Devastating fires 1 in return, Violet goes down. They gotta watch metal stairs, though there is a player trying to climb up those exact steps. As Devastating is gonna get another line of sight opened up, this time on the bathroom door. But they don't know where these final defenders are, not quite. They've got a couple of drones in very important places, that is for sure, but 30 seconds remain. They need to go for the plant. Hercules is the one with the diffuser, but they're nowhere close to getting anywhere in a comfortable position for the plant to happen. Drop down from Devastating onto waiting room. Going straight in towards the side, but no, doesn't see where Devastating is. And it's all now down to Hercules. Drops in. Gets the Capcan. Okay, Mojo is down, but Dark Lord is going to get the kill nonetheless from inside of the workshop area.
And with it, that's going to give Team Won't Stop Peeking map point on border. Let's not forget, this is a site, this is a map picked by Team Phalanx, so being them this close on a 6-5 scoreline, that has definitely got to hurt if Team Won't Stop Peeking ends up winning their defensive round in round number 12. And Team Phalanx, they have always ended up, losing one attack rounds and then winning it back again, only to lose at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peaking on round number 11. It's more of like a recurring theme where once you understand what the site is, and then the second when Team Won't Stop Peaking decides to go on a different site, it's difficult for Team Phalanx for adapt in that situation at the moment. So they'd
Attackers need to
usually end
locate
up
and defuse
winning
as
it
many
in the
bombs
next
as they
round.
can.
I believe that's exactly what is happening from Team Won't Stop Peaking. So all in all, they're currently in match point. Second for Armin Locus is the side once again. And it's 50-50. Phalanx had won round number 7. Team Won't Stop Peaking has also won on round number 9 too. So you could say that odds are still favoring for Team Won't Stop Peaking's end because they've adapted to the way how Phalanx have been making their aggressive pushes on attack. So clearly they have a proper understanding. And plus, when you see Dark Lord bring in the Valkyrie and Phalanx not being able to... I believe we didn't see Valkyrie being brought out on the first half. Did we, Jack? Did we see a Valkyrie from Team Phalanx's side?
Yeah, I do remember a couple times where you saw Valkyrie from Phalanx. It's, like if I'm remembering it correctly, of course, my memory can be a little weird sometimes. But yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw them play the Valkyrie, so yeah.
Because, mostly you'd usually see Sherry with the Melusi, right? So most of the time it was just the usual operators that we see from on defense, especially from Phalanx. But let's just focus on this round itself, folks. Round number 12, Phalanx. This is their map pick. They're starting to lose control. And if they want to put themselves on OT, this round would at least cement them.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Or should I say, help them to make sure that they'll be able to, respond back. But for Won't Stop Peaking, they don't want to give them that opportunity now, do they?
I mean, absolutely not, right? Why would you allow your, opponent teams to be getting any kind of opportunity at all? Breach is being set up slowly but surely by the side of Phalanx. They want to get the breach done so that they can pressure the site. And look at that, the stack up here is quite large. As the EMPs will go out, you have the cross being established from within the break room as well. There we go, breach is going to be done. Phalanx have a ton of pressure into the site now, and that means somebody is going to try to flank CCTV and or break room. But that flank is also being watched. But these guys have to play for time and try to pick off Phalanx's operators as they come to them. Slowly but surely, Iana Gemini has spotted the fact that there is no line of sight on the small office wall, which is a bit of an oversight, I feel like, from the Won't Stop Peaking side. They need this area to be opened up a little bit, at least, to be able to get a line of sight going. But they don't have that. Where is the Thatcher going? Moses actually going to find one. Desmond finds one as well. 2 massive kills right there. As a third one could go off here. No, Sherry gets one. And there's a rappel on sandwich window. Sifa from below, but that, of course, was on the soft part of the floor. Sherry is safe from that. Shots fired again. Desmond taking damage on these peaks. Sherry's just in here right now. And the plan's happening. Hussein's going for it. It's a 3v3. Plan cannot be denied. Not just yet, but Mojo... it's actually right there. C4 is now devastating, somehow alive, but Mojo stops the... well, doesn't stop the planter, actually, but it doesn't matter as Dark Lord's there to allow support and get that kill. Won't Stop Peaking. A bit of a chaotic round, but they will get it nonetheless. They win over their opponent's map pick. That is to say, border. Phalanx picked border, and that is Won't Stop Peaking's map to win. 7-5 victory, as we have the first map having just ended.
First half, and it's won't stop peaking. We'll end up winning map number one border 7-5. What a performance being laid on from Team Won't Stop Peaking's end, especially on attack. The first half on a 4-2 scoreline where Team Phalanx had a lot of issues, but they did end up, trying to recover it back in the second half while they were on attack, especially on round number 7, 8, and 10. There were some certain attack rounds where I was a bit confused, especially with the 13 breach charges on attack, with them bringing in the glass. Although glass was a bit of a good addition. Let's take a look at the highlights itself and talk about the entirety of the match as I continue the conversation about them bringing the glass. Although Glass really did work out well on one of those rounds, which Phalanx was so powerful on Bathroom and Teller's side. They didn't even let a single player stay alive from right from outside the building. Mainly, it was because of Guy's Audacity who dealt the major damage, right? So you could say that devastating was more of like playing a part of a Blackbeard who has the rifle shield as the support, but instead you have the sniper rifle using the smoke grenades as your bulletproof shield. It's just you're just playing in the shadows. That's technically how most of the glass main players would play, and the amount of wall bangs that Sherry did get all the way from the window sides always astonishes me. This is like I see Sherry do the same wall bang twice, and he ends up getting 2 kills just by doing that. There was a lot of memorable moments that I have to highlight it out from Team Phalanx's side. And yeah, talk about devastating. Good hold, good execute, but there were some certain situations where it felt like maybe it would have been better if they had grenades instead. You could have just flushed out one of the defenders who were holding out on workshops aside, but sometimes mistake do tends to happen. And in this last round, when you saw Team Phalanx just open up the second floor army lockers, they still hadn't gained control on the first floor. Valkyrie still had cameras up and running, which means that even though if you head on in for the plant, you'd usually get C4. But although on the certain floors there are some hard rocks, so currently the attackers do have some good support, even with the smokes. But still, not having control on first floor and not being able to remove most of the important Valkyrie cams is high likely a chance that the attack rounds would end up not only just wasting the time but also wasting the round nonetheless. So all in all, with the match summary itself, 7-5, 7 at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peaking as they are currently in map point in the upper brackets. And in map number 2, Chalet, that map will be the deciding factor to see whether if Team Phalanx can push us to the limit all the way to the deciders.
Well, map number 2, Chalet, as you said, Baba, definitely going to be a very, very important and interesting map. But let's look at the match summary in the meanwhile. Mojo, 12-9 with a 77% KOST. Cobra with 11-9 and 69%. Nice KOST right there. 3-1 for entry on Mojo right there. So pretty good stats overall for Mojo and a pretty good game as well. Sherry following up with 11-8 from the Phalanx side with 69% KOST. There's a couple of them there. And 3-0 on entry as well. So pretty good entries from both Sherry and Hussein. Overall, not bad from the Phalanx. It's just that they simply couldn't keep it up for as long as Won't Stop Peaking were able to. And thus, of course, we saw the round go the way it did. Not particularly great, not particularly, the way they would have wanted it to. Won't Stop Peaking, definitely going to be happy about this. As Chalet, they seem to know what they're doing there. It is their map pick after all. But right now, the match has just ended. Map number 1, Border, has gone in a 7-5 to the way of Won't Stop Peaking. And they are definitely going to be happy about this first map being taken. They now stand 1-0 up with series point in their pocket. All they have to do is win out Chalet. But hey, we said the same about the Hunters and Team Uwu game, where they just had to win out Chalet. So who knows? We might see a map 3. I mean, given how things have been today, I wouldn't be surprised. But at the same time, you never know, do you? So, with all that being said, folks, 7-5 on Border, and we'll be right back with Chalet after a short break. Stay tuned.
We got something.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Presents Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course, our broadcast partner Loco. We are back with the second matchup between Team One Stop Peking versus Team Phalanx. Team One Stop Peking has secured map number one on a 7-5 scoreline on map border, which is, of course, a map picked by Team Phalanx, and they have secured map point. The only question is whether or not will we get to see Team Phalanx gets to succeed on winning map number two Chalet and put us to map deciders, or we could see Team One Stop Peaking succeeding map two itself. So, Jack, we've seen the plays being made on map number one. What do you think is going to happen in map number two?
I mean, it's hard to tell with Chalet, right? It's a map that is normally pretty attacker sided, but defenders have also gotten away with some really, really good rounds on this map, as evidenced by the Hunters LFO game. So, you know what? Let's not speculate for too long, actually. Let's go straight in to the match. Won't Stop Peeking versus Phalanx. Here we go, folks. Right on your screens, live now with the ban phase. Starting off with Phalanx having the first ban of the map. They are Won't Stop Peeking having the first ban of the map. Phalanx are attack first, as after all, Won't Stop Peeking were the ones to pick this map, and Phalanx had the side choice. They chose to go attack first, take the attacking side advantage in the first half, and see what they could do for the second. The first ban, it is going to be a Nook ban.
Yeah. Seeing a lot of Nook bans recently, more than Thatcher, interestingly enough. Second ban from Team Phalanx will be the Flores. You don't want to have those 4 explosive RC terrors that can destroy your important precious utilities. So he will be benched as of now. Talk about the defensive bans. How likely a chances that we might see a Valkyrie ban? Valkyrie ban is currently on the rise. So there's no question that a Valkyrie ban could come in from Team Phalanx's side. There you go. Valkyrie has been banned, which means that the final defensive ban at the hands of Team Won't Stop Peeking. What can they go in for a ban here, Jack? What do you think it's going to be?
I mean, either a Melusia or Omai, or if they're feeling adventurous, Capcan. Mira, although we could actually see a Mira ban as well. On Chalet, Mira's pretty strong, all things considered. There we go. Mira will actually be banned. There is going to be the final ban of the map taken care of. Mira is off the board. A pause has been asked for, and there we go. Pause is given, as you have to wait till the pick phase till the pause comes through. So while we wait for the players to come back in from the side of Phalanx, let me now go in, a little bit more in depth about what we could see on Chalet here, folks. That is to say, we might actually see Won't Stop Peeking walk away with the win here. Now, why do I say that? Because one, obviously, Won't Stop Peeking picked this map, so they definitely have some strategy or the other to play for here. But outside of the obvious, Phalanx are attack first. Now, normally what happens is when a map has a certain side advantage, you play that side advantage, right? Obviously. But the thing is, a lot of teams opt to play that advantage in the second half by going, like say Oregon, you go attack first. Or here, you go defense first, because the second half is important. And if you manage to make it a 3-3 first half, then there's a good chance Won't Stop Peeking might actually walk away with a win here. But they're going to have to really work hard, because Chalet's attacker side advantage is pretty big. And we've seen exactly how quickly matches can turn into just absolute landslides in the first half alone. And then in the second half, of course, things can get all the more difficult. But with all that being said, I think Hussein has just returned, and once they load into the game and select their operator, we'll be good to go for round number 1. The defenders seem intent on going to master bedroom and office, the site that we normally start off on. And now we're just waiting on the ready confirmation from both teams, well, specifically from Phalanx, of course. As once they give us that, we will be going straight into the round once again. And minor technical difficulty here, but yes, the ready confirmation's in. So, folks, let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Well, we will go in just a sec here, straight into the round. There we go. The ready confirmations are in. The round is started. Let's get into map 2.
Yep. Let's not waste any time at all and proceed to map number 2. Chalet, which is of course very favorable for the attackers, but just as we keep saying that it's heavily attacker favored, sometimes it always ends up being in favor for defense most of the time. Especially if I have to give an example, Uvu versus Hunters LFO, map number 2 Chalet, where we did not expect to see Team Uvu
Attackers need to
winning
locate and defuse as
map
many
Chalet,
bombs as
which
they
is
can.
Hunters' very strong pick. Now we see Chalet being brought up once again. And after this match comes to an end, I am going to make a thorough research as to why Nook is being banned, because we're seeing a lot of Nook bans recently for most of the matches that we're casting right now here, Jack. We've seen a Nook bans when we saw Team Ubu go up against Hunters LFO. We saw Nook bans being made thrice, and even on the previous round too. Sorry, not previous round, the previous matchup on border. We see Team Won't Stop Peaking going in for a
5
Nook
seconds
ban.
to insertion.
Now, you could say mainly it has to be with the frag grenades, or just like I said, it could be mainly because of the suppressor attachment, in which it does not negate the damage reduction. Suppressor does not have that, so you can just still equip it. The only difference is the recoil. So having a Nook have a suppressor attachment still gives you that stealth element, and maybe that's the main reason why you see a Nook being banned most of the times on certain reasons. But kind of happy to see that Thatcher has been banned almost every single match, and he's being played on certain almost every round too. So mainly because of the secondary EMPs being played, but nonetheless. As we focus on the action phase, the teams on the side of Team Phalanx are heavily focused on the mezzanine hallway. And there you have it. The first frag is in, and it's Hussein who takes the first frag.
Dark Lord to go down. That's a big first drop right there. But Sherry on the Pog mat will be revived up, mind you. Oh, never mind. There's a Sifu from below waiting for exactly that. So a kill is taken nonetheless. Sherry will fall. That's your Saw Breacher gone, by the way. And the breach charges on the Thatcher just became that much more valuable. Wait, there's an attacker unaware of Desmond's position, and that's devastating. Now gone. That means those air jabs. One was deployed, we did see that, but the other two will no longer be in play either. Lots of utility being denied here from the side of Phalanx, and they will need to somehow stop this bleeding of what could be potential utilities and so on and so forth. Looks like a Kai trick might just come in here. Nope, it's going to be denied. So the breach is going to be made wide open and available. But again, the
Bomb
breach is
located by
one thing.
attackers.
But you got to get in there, and to do that, you got to clear out the site. Phalanx knows this, but the problem is they are at a man disadvantage. There's a player on blue stairs. They should know this, or at least suspect it. Cobra is there, the Thunderbird, that is. The guy with audacity wants to challenge it.
He's not going to move a single inch though from Thunderbird's end, but never mind. He still gets the kill nonetheless. Using the EMP as a distraction, he'll end up getting a kill from Cobra's end. The second EMP being used, but I believe they have at least one Salmo breach charges that can at least open up one certain line of sight, but the breach has already been done. And we see a Kaid being detected from the site itself. We still have some protection. The best side about it is that it's still 3v3. Kaid, bad way to be swapping his weapon at the wrong time, but Desmond is still here for the rescue. He gets two! And the third from Mojo as he gets the final headshot. Although the Kaid a bit, focused on, switching up his weapons from the pistol to the AUG, in the end, it was Desmond's flank, which will give Won't Stop Peaking a good start for the round.
Well, a very good start at that. I think we can all agree. Well, okay, maybe not a very good start. I'll retract that statement almost as instantly as I said it. But a good start, yes, they needed the round win, and just to sort of set the pace for this map. This is their map pick. They brought this on to us. They brought Phalanx to this map, so they now have to live up to the responsibility of winning this map. It is
Defenders,
their
protect your bombs from
selection,
being used
and
by
they
attackers.
need the win. That is for sure. And boy, howdy, would they just love to win out a map here. Give themselves a real nice, advantage here. Maybe go into upper bracket round 2, try their luck against Hunters LFO. Because winning here means exactly that. They go up against Hunters LFO in upper bracket round 2 a few days from now. Phalanx, on the other hand, of course, for them, winning here, well, winning this map means map 3, and then winning map 3 means going up against Hunters LFO as well. But on the flip side, losing here means going up against Team Uwu in the lower bracket. And I'm not exactly sure if they would be too happy about going to the lower bracket in the first place. And Team Uwu, being the kind of team they are, they're not going to be happy about being in the lower bracket. So, they're bound to be pretty miffed about it. So any team that has the misfortune of being paired up against them is going to be, well, really, really fighting for survival there. Jones will find Cobra's position as the Thunderbird will just run all the way back up to the top floor. But there's one out on the balcony, office balcony, excuse me, which means that, anybody on second floor has got to be careful. There's somebody on the rappel as well, bedroom big window. So a lot of areas are being covered by PHALANX, but the question is, can they get these kills as and when they need them?
Yeah, absolutely. The way how Won't Stop Peaking had succeeded the round on round number 1. Granted, it was a bit shaky at certain times. Round on number 2 though. Sights been changed, deployable shields. There's 2 deployable shield. One from mezzanine and one from blue stairs. Vertical lines of sight. Actually, a hatch has been opened all the way from first floor kitchen to get a direct entryway on a particular place where it could be easier for the attackers to apply pressure. Scarus pellets to give an angle all the way from the main stairs to remove that deployable shield. But how can you how can you remove the Vermeil's magnet nades present from that particular location? You can see that PHALANX are just taking a lot of time just opening up the window side, see whether if they can find an opening pick or two. But wait a minute, a lot of utilities being used around here. Grenades at that. Seeing whether if they can at least remove one of the deployable shield, but turns out they're a bit stuck.
That they definitely are. Stuck, I think, is a bit of an understatement, as the gas grenades have pretty much halted any and all progression they could have made here. Shots are going to be fired, but no defenders have been caught out just yet. There's one on mezzanine into library. Dark Lord gets the first frag of the round, and a big one at that. Because that will be Hussein down the sledge, just kind of walking, gets caught, and Desmond finds devastating as well. And there goes Hercules, and Guy with Audacity won't stop peeking. A beautiful lesson in wasting time and playing on the back foot as necessary, because that's all you need to do. Just make the attackers come to you and waste their time along the way, and they will make mistakes. PHALANX made so many major mistakes there that they simply could not have afforded to, but they did. And well, we are seeing the result. 2-0. Won't stop peaking now with a pretty good start here.
Yeah, and the main mistake for PHALANX was just wasting time. You saw all players for Team PHALANX. Like maybe you saw around 3 or 4 players all the way towards the piano side. They did open up the hatch which connects towards the kitchen. Maybe they could have gone downstairs as quick as possible, see whether if they could, find a player or two from the first floor fireplace hall. But not a lot did we get to see Team PHALANX apply pressure into us library side. And plus, the deployable shields, both of them which were present from mezzanine and blue stairs, none of them didn't thought about removing mezzanine first, No, there's 2 deployable shield, there's only 1 Vermeil. And those magnet nades will be heavily focused on blue stairs deployable shield. Well, would it be a good idea to go all the way towards library window, make another opening hole of the soft wall which connects towards mezzanine and then destroy it? That was an option for PHALANX, right? And yet they were too hell-bent focused on the blue stairs deployable shield, which in fact, they ended up wasting a lot of utilities. Won't Stop Peaking did respond back with the smoke gas canisters, which in fact put Team PHALANX to wait for another 10 seconds. Like, you could see how well Won't Stop Peaking is playing accordingly to time. We don't get to see them make spawn peaks. We don't get to see them make a lot of runouts. It's just patient time wasting with some certain elements of utilities being used at the right time. But the only difference in round number 3 is that we don't see smokes. Instead, we see a lot of traps being installed here, especially from Mojo's Frostmat trap and the Cobra's EDD. So PHALANX the main focus that they have to do is to ensure that these traps are detected from the attack drones, to ensure that none of those problems should occur in the mid or late rounds.
For the time being, what they're going to need to do is clear out second floor, and that's exactly what they're here to do. Kitchen being the side of choice, of course, makes second floor clear just a little bit more linear, I would say, because it's the floor directly above the site. And sure, you could say the library is also linearly connected to first floor bar and gaming, but the thing is, teams will extend all the way into bedroom side, right? When it comes to the library second floor defense, but with the defense of kitchen's upper floor, they kind of just tend to stay in bedroom. It makes you think, right, what actually is the best side to be in when it comes to the second floor? As Sherry takes a bit of damage in the starting conflict on 2F, the breach on kitchen will be taken care of nice and quickly, along with an ADS inside of the site. But once again, time is what matters here. There have been no casualties from the defender's side. The attackers have all of their bodies available, yes, but the thing is they have no clearance. They haven't gotten started on any vertical yet. Cobra has taken a bit of damage, sure, but that's really all there is to it. The shots that are being fired are completely unsuccessful. Cherry takes a bit more in the meanwhile, but Devastating will start things off. That's a kill that they needed. Mojo is gone. The Frost no longer remains. 50 seconds remain as the Magnets are being deployed left, right, and center. As you have these angles that are being watched, but Hercules will go down. Violet with a beautiful swing. Not even a swing, just a peek. Desmond goes down to Sherry. In the meanwhile, one kill taken in return. More shots are fired. Be careful, Violet. There's a long angle that's being watched right now. Saw the Thatcher, couldn't get the kill. But they know the location. The ping should be given away, but the flashbangs are in, and that means Violet can't do much about this angle that they have. But Dark Lord is here, finds Devastating. In the meanwhile, 3v3. They need to get the plant off. 15 seconds remain, but is it going to work out? No, not quite. Shots are just being fired all over the place. Left, right, and center. Pistols out. Dark Lord gets one, and the other, as Guy with Audacity gets Violet in the meanwhile. My goodness. That was quite the chaotic end of round, but won't stop peaking. Once again, that's what I said, right? One, they're wasting so much time, and Phalanx just seem to have no way of quickly expediting the process of getting themselves into an advantageous position. And the other thing is, because Won't Stop Peaking have all 5 bodies available, they can just go for plays. And that's exactly what they did. Phalanx, again, with a next to no answer.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're doing the same thing for the past 3 rounds, right? They're taking a lot of time to understand what to do.
Attackers need to
And
locate and defuse as many
when they
bombs as
finally
can.
understood and decides to execute on that idea, it ends up clouding their judgment. Thinking that, was this a good idea to push it? Maybe it's a better idea to just, go on a different way. Right? Actually, no, they still stick to it. When it comes to an execution, yeah, they still stick to it. It's not like they changed it mid prior to the execution. No, they don't exactly do that. Team Phalanx, they are being thorough about this. They're using the attack drones to their full potential to understand exactly what to do.
5
But
seconds left before
the problem is, once they make a push to the side, you saw all 3 players from Team
Attacker's
Phalanx
objective is to locate
just
a
push
bomb
from
and
the
defuse
breached wall and also from the doorway. There's no distractions, or should I say, a lot of suppressions being made from the stairs of both Solarium and Basement Pantry. Sorry, not Basement Pantry, from Basement Wine Cellars. You don't get to see a lot of pressures being made on those exact place. It's just one narrow place, which is easier for Team Won't Stop Peaking, mainly because they just had to focus on one particular place. And Dark Lord, he was at Trophy. All he had to do was just wait for the attackers to make their move, and when the time is right, you just take him out. Easier said than done. And even with the deployable shields being destroyed, removing their cover spot, you still forgot about Trophy, which is one of the most highest defensive hold for any defenders or attackers once they get a hold of it. But for now, focusing on round number 4, we see Cobra, who wants to contest this angle from the Sophia. You still gotta be careful on Library, as you hear the proximity mines giving away one of the players' location. Cooked nade will disconnect to Dark Lord. No, he still stay alive. The main problem is that there's a proper crossfire angle being placed from both Cobra's end, but oh no, it's not going to work out too much though. Library has been compromised, which means Cobra is met with a decision to either contest or fall back. Devastating comes back once again. The second kill, third, this time Phalanx. They've had enough of Won't Stop Peeking's good methods, and now they want to push a lot of time. I mean, they don't want to play according to time. They want to brute force this, Jack, and apparently it's working out for them.
Seems to be the case. They've gotten the jump on multiple of these, defenders so far, as Moses is getting healed from the Thunderbirds that are within the site itself, watching the cross angle, waiting for the Zofia to maybe get in and, get caught on the Frostmat right now. But Mojo's still alive, and so is Violet. That's what really matters here. They've got these angles, and the down, and the kill. The first one will happen. And a heal is coming soon with, of course, the Thunderbirds Kona Station being refreshed. Mojo can survive another bullet. These are the things that really matter here. But Hercules finding Violet is going to make things so much more difficult. And, okay, just no reaction from the Frost right there, being shot from the back by the Zofia. Well, it is what it is. And there we go. The kill is confirmed. And with that, oh, okay, Desmond was probably having a bit of a unfortunate moment of technical difficulties. Probably going to be a pause from the side of Won't Stop Peeking, but Phalanx have finally put a round on board for themselves.
Yeah, they finally have. They will win at least one of their attack round. At least they won't go empty-handed in the first half. But never mind. Desmond is back, and so is the round. Won't Stop Peeking. They decided to play with time, but it ended up for Team Phalanx losing patience. And when you saw Team Phalanx just go full ham on the side, it ended up being in their favor. 3 kills, and it was all left to Desmond, who had good protection from the deployable shields and the Frostmat trap. Even Zofia was very quick to notice the trap.
Bomb located by attackers. 10 seconds to go.
But in the end, I have to say, Phalanx, if they have to win a lot of their attack rounds, they've got to pick up their pace. They cannot waste a lot of time once they've entered towards second floor. They've been doing it for more than 3 rounds. They've understood what their mistake is. They decided to not take a lot of time on round number 4. Now all they've got to do is to do the same exact thing on round number 5 and 6, but with the different methods, because it's on a different side, right? Different side requires different, positionings for the attackers to hold an angle, remove players out once they get the proper information. So I believe they will have a lot. And with some, I'm guessing that Team Phalanx have some pre-placed drone being placed on the site itself. So let's see whether if these informative drones can help them proceed to victory.
They're gonna have to try their hardest to not only get that utility, but of course, use it. The intel, excuse me. As Desmond finds Sherry, that's a big drop right there. Your soft breach and your sledge gone. Not sure exactly how that kill rang out, but it did. As the first one to go down from the attacker side, you've got Hibana getting some breaches ready. Sounds like it's towards the bedroom side, which means the player on mezzanine above is going to be under fire very, very soon. That's Dark Lord. Though Mai's got to be careful up there, as you have 4 players on second floor trying to push the Omai and the Jaeger out of there and get started on clearing out the verticality of it all. Violet on the cam right now sees the fact that there's going to be somebody on the hallway window, and the call's going to be given. The shots will be fired very soon, as one shield will be denied thanks to the EMPs and so on and so forth, but flashbangs are used, and the same just about, surviving the encounter with the flashbang there. Nobody on blue stairs, curiously enough. Not this time. As the Won't Stop Peeking seem like they are intent to just hang back and see, again, how much time they can waste. Less than a minute remains, mind you, on the side of Phalanx. They've lost a body, and they don't have any vertical control whatsoever. And they are still struggling to get in there because of all of these problems that they need to iron out one by one. They don't have the return, and Violet just gets another. That's Hercules down. And in the 5v3, Devastating's trying to get in, but Dark Lord gets another kill. The Jaeger unaware as Mojo finds his aim. Devastating comes down with 2, but it's really just all down to Devastating in this 1v3 now.
Yep. One single default cam is more than enough, but maybe Devastating's play here might be able to help Phalanx to put themselves back on board. Cobra knows exactly where this player is, gets picked out, and won't stop peeking, ends up winning round number 5. Just because of a single default cam that the attackers didn't choose to destroy. They played to it accordingly. They saw all 3 attackers for Team Phalanx just hunkered up in the windows. And all they had to do was just play to it accordingly. One was playing from library, one was playing from mezzanine. Not a lot of distractions were made on the library side. This kept happening when the site is on first floor bar and gaming room, interestingly enough. I mean, I'm surprised. Because bar and gaming room, the main thing that you need control has to be library. So there has to be at least one of the attackers holding on library window, whereas the rest of the attackers could make their way getting control on piano. Then in there itself, at least you'd be able to make use of that distraction, and with that current angle that the attacker can make good use of from the library window, they could end up getting a kill or 2, maybe a nade kill or a surprise attack. But instead, Phalanx chose to go for the obvious route. They chose to only push from piano and second floor, not from fireplace hall, not from library. Not a single player from Phalanx have made a decision to play around there. And once they did, they'd eventually get picked up from either from Dark Lord or Violet. I believe Sherry was there from the library window side, who did eventually get picked out. That's what I'm guessing at this moment, but yeah, this is... The attack from Phalanx, they're taking a lot of time, and this is going to bite them a lot in the second half if they can't do anything about this. Oh, down it is, as Desmond just tries to crawl away, but in the end, Sherry gets the kill, fall back safely, and Dark Lord just comes back at the right time to just trades it back immediately.
A good trade and a half, but Dark Lord wants another. Very, very clearly so. The drone there giving away his position. He's gonna have to hang back for just a second and just reevaluate if he really wants to take this gunfight. So many lines of sight are being opened in the meanwhile. Desmond going down, mind you, means that the Mozzie drones, if the pests of Mozzie caught a drone or 2, they will not be in play. And once again, the first body to fall for Phalanx is Sherry. Sherry in this map has been rather quiet, which is a little unfortunate, because in Border, Sherry was just popping off left, right, and center. Not this time around. Guy with Audacity is now downed as well. That's unfortunate. I think it might be a Pogmat situation. Whatever it is, Dark Lord's going to get the kill nonetheless. Devastating coming up from first floor. Should hear one on top of blue stairs as the Sane takes a bit of damage. Cobra, do they know that there's somebody down below? Yes, they do. They get the kill as well. 4v2, C4 comes out. It's going to be shot out, and the kill is not confirmed just yet. Bearing 9 comes out. Cobra is just more than happy to tease for the time being, as Hussein just doesn't have much of a choice in the matter, decides to fall back.
Losing time once again, and Team Phalanx, they've even lost a lot of man count. Good shot though from Hercules' end. Take out Cobra. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and Dark Lord is not going to let them do it. Another kill to confirm the kill, and also the win for Team Won't Stop Peeking, as they'll end the first half on a 4-1. Actually, no, it's 5-1. 5-1 for Won't Stop Peeking. 5 round wins on defense. Round number 7 is a go, with Won't Stop Peeking being the ones on attack. And Team Phalanx, my goodness, the attack rounds, like I said, it's gonna bite them in the back. And in the second half, 5-1, which means that Team Phalanx have to win 4 defensive rounds back to back without making any mistakes. And that, of course, is it's a tough pill to swallow.
I mean, for them, most certainly. And for fans of Phalanx in the chat, I'm pretty sure this is probably one of the worst situations you could have thought of going into map number 2. As Won't Stop Peeking just, well, they haven't stopped applying the pressure. very clearly. Second floor going to be the side of choice. This time, a big difference from the Won't Stop Peeking defense. Phalanx bringing in Castle, Mute, and Echo. Of course, Mute is a mainstay for both teams, but Castle, I don't think we saw much of Castle from Won't Stop Peeking side. Definitely no Echo. Hussein more than happy to bring in the Japanese defender and, try to spice things up a little bit, try to catch a couple of fools off guard
Seconds left before
with
insertion.
those sonic bursts, as it were.
5
Certainly would very much like to, wouldn't he? As we have the setup being readied, it's probably going to have a breach line of sight angle going in towards the library corridor. The usual stuff to be expected from the teams here. And yeah, overall, I think we're going to have a pretty standard first round of the second half from both of these teams as they figure out what to expect and what not to expect, and what to try and counter for going forward into preceding rounds from here.
As you can see, the attackers from Team Won't Stop Peeking starting to lay ground control by gaining control on library room. And also, you still have Violet having the diffuser in hand, currently using the power of the verticality to see whether if it can get an opening pick or not, all the way towards mezzanine. One player though, guy with audacity, who could be able to make a major damage. But for Won't Stop Peeking, all they've got to do is to just win 2 rounds. 2 rounds on attack is more than enough for Team Won't Stop Peeking to secure map number 2. You can see the Jaeger Hercules just decides to fall back. They realize that they don't have great control nor good cover from mezzanine. And he decides to just run all the way to trophy stairs. He had to leave it. And the attackers have 130 seconds, which means that they could take all the time that they need on opening up lines of sight and getting control on the side as fast as possible.
Breach is going to be taken care of with 1:17 on the clock. But there's 2 players down below, and one of them has a C4. Devastating. It's probably going to be that C4 player. So there's going to have to be a bait used here. Devastating has gone downstairs. There you go. There's 3 players below, but the castle and the alibi are going to be going up. Air Jab has caught
Bomb
1
located by
player.
attackers.
There's going to be information given away as well. Vital information. As Devastating waits patiently on the bottom floor. Guy with audacity starts things off by finding Cobra. Big drop right there. The jump in from Dark Lord is going to get caught out by Hercules, but the push into Piano is not covered for. Sherry comes in, does get the refrag onto Desmond. More shots are fired onto Mojo as he's now the last one standing. Guy with audacity finding Violet in the meanwhile. More shots are fired as Mojo gets one, somehow still alive here with 20-ish seconds remaining. Castle Barricade stopping him from seeing where these other defenders are. Shots are fired once again, and from the rotate is going to be Guy with audacity to get the kill. Phalanx putting another round on board for themselves. Finally, they will be thinking as they somehow are going to be scrambling to put a stop to this absolute monster of momentum that Won't Stop Peeking have gathered.
At least on the bright side, they will secure round number 7 to at least gain some of their confidence back on round numbers on the side second for master bedroom / office. But now we will see Phalanx defend basement, wine cellar, and snowmobile garage, the site where Team Won't Stop Peeking haven't gone through. They've only went to
Attackers
second
need
for
to
master
locate and
bedroom,
defuse
bar
bombs.
and gaming room, and kitchen and dining room, in which all 3 of them they have successfully defended, except second for master bedroom and round number 4. So basement, wine, and cellar. Out of all the sites that we've seen in the Pro CDs and also on the Community Cup, what I've gathered is this site never favors for defenders. Not a single inch. What most of the rounds I've seen with basement, wine cellar on site, it usually ends up being in favor for the attackers.
Attackers have
Especially
located the
if
bomb.
they,
10
open
seconds to
up the
insertion.
wine cellars right, including with the snowmobile garage, making up that perfect angle. Won't Stop Peeking, they would end up having majority of the advantage if they gain control on certain situations. But Phalanx, they chose Basement Wine Cellar for a reason. It kind of feels like they're taunting Won't Stop Peeking, saying that yes, we have the least picked side. Come and get me. No, like a taunt that Won't Stop Peeking might end up, you know, not working out well in their favor. So they've got to be careful, and at least they've got to be cautious as to how Team Phalanx are trying to play into their cards and see whether if they can find a loophole or a turnaround.
Well, for the time being, Won't Stop Peeking have only lost one round in the slew of rounds that they've won. So overall, they won't be too pressed about the situation. But seems like the breach is going to happen. It's towards the side of the big garage and trench that this breach is being taken up. Desmond, of course, the ace, going to try and breach on a different angle. No, he's actually going to be the one to play around this area. Hussein really losing his head there. Got to be careful. The echo on the yokai drones, of course, such an important cog in the wheel, such an important cog wheel in the machine. That is this defense of Phalanx as another EMP goes out. And there should be another breach happening as well. Yes, devastating. This is such a position to be in. Shotgun shot. There we go. What a place to be sitting in. That is for sure. Cobra gets the refrag though, as Devastating thought, hey, there's going to be one more. I'm going to go get that kill. Not quite that simple, folks. Grenades are being prepared. Dark Lord tosses it out, and Sherry takes a ton of damage in the meanwhile. As the Wamai falls back from whatever position they were playing before. They're still on the first floor, mind you. That is another thing to be weary about for Won't Stop Peeking. Another bit of breaching is going to be done here. Sherry will find himself on the floor, and the kill will now be taken as well. Dark Lord confirms it, which once again puts this situation against Phalanx. They need to somehow find a way to clear out the site, to clear out the breaches and hold down the site. Won't Stop Peeking, well, they won't allow it. They don't want to allow it. As the Echo Drones are going to be used in just a second here. Shots are fired, and Hercules actually gets the kill. Cobra is gone, but more importantly, Diffuser is dropped in the site. They now need to recover that. But the problem is, doing so is so difficult. There's a whole cross being watched from Wine Cellar, but Mojo comes in, gets the kill anyway. A big walk-in is happening. Guy with Audacity gets the kill. The plant is happening. It needs to be stopped. Can it be? Violet gets another. It's a 1v2, and no, it's a post-plant. The Echo Drone was too late to move, but he gets one anyway. Hussein! And it's all now down to the SAT operators in a 1v1. It's a clash and a half between these two, as the Echo Drone should give away the Hibana's position in just a second here. But no, the sounds will be enough. 25 seconds. Hussein has to move, and he will do so, walking right into Violet's line of sight and allowing Won't Stop Peeking to push further in their round count. It could have been so close, but the reaction on the Echo, Hussein was just simply too late to stop the plant. And thus, we find ourselves now on match and series point for Won't Stop Peeking. One round, and that's it, folks. It's game, set, and match. Currently, they're on the check, and they just need to make one more good move for checkmate.
Hussein was this close. He was this close to clutch that round. He even had good info on basement wine cellars. There was absolutely no reason to sprint like that. Like, he let his guard down, Jack. He thought that the Hibana would at least be right outside the breach or maybe in towards connector. And I can understand. He could have a very long angle, but still got to worry about the diffuser plant, right? Hussein knew exactly where the plant had happened. He did get the first initial frag out too. The second, though, just, man, so unfortunate for Hussein. But there was, if I have to be brutally honest, there was no need for Hussein to sprint like that.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
There's no need. But anywho, round number 9 will commence with Won't Stop Peaking securing series point 6 to 2. And now they're here to see whether if they can succeed on bar and gaming room. And for Phalanx, this will be one of their strongest sites. And this will be their one final chance to hold their ground in the upper brackets. Wait a minute, Cobra! Cobra! 2 kills! The G8! Mezzanine is entirely cleared and won't stop peaking. It's free real estate on library room. Oh no! Triple kill for Cobra. The surprise element is more than enough for Team Won't Stop Peaking to secure first floor bar and gaming room. Not a good way for Team Phalanx to be losing out on a site like this.
Bomb located by attackers.
All it needed was just Cobra to use the Gara hook and land a
he's
surprise attack. He's in for the quad, but no, Hussein is still here to deny it nonetheless. Still gonna guard that side as best as possible, but it's too late. It's been flooded. The whole side is in the danger zone. And Dark Lord, he gets the final touch. Round number 9, Team Won't Stop Peaking will be your victors, ladies and gentlemen. They will secure their spot on the upper brackets as they will face off against Hunters LFO. But on the other side, for Team Phalanx, they'll be heading off into the lower brackets. And also, I do have to apologize. I believe they won't go up against Hunters LFO just yet. We just have to see the brackets to determine which match do they have to, in which match does the team will go up against. But all in all, 7 to 2 will be the score line. Team Phalanx, they were not looking good, especially in the final round where Cobra just decides to give us an instant double kill with a G8 LMG out of nowhere. But in the end, Won't Stop Peaking, they'll be happy about this. They'll win 2 to 0 and they will secure the next spot in the upper brackets. Congratulations.
Big ups to Won't Stop Peaking. I mean, this match just entirely was pretty clean from them overall, right? And just in general, a very good display of their prowess on Chalet as well. I would love to see them go up against some of the other big teams in the region, given how they have played so far. Upper bracket run looks pretty good from them, that is for sure. Let's go into the highlights to talk a little bit more about the match that we just had. And mind you, after Border, I was like, in the back of my head, I was pretty sure that Phalanx would put up a bit more of a fight than we ended up seeing, but just not all there for them. Their flank watch was a little off sometimes, or maybe their execute was just too late. They were taking way too much time. There were many, many issues with the overall playstyle of Phalanx, and that kind of contributed to their downfall. It was the little things, one by one, really. And after a point, it just got too much to keep up with. And even the one round they did win in the first half, it was just down to Won't Stop Peaking making a few too many mistakes that they very quickly cleaned up on. And then we had to go into the second half, of course, and that's when things started to change, at least for just the one round on second floor bedroom. But that basement round was so intense. For just a moment there, the Echo, Hussein could have done it, but was far too late on one, the amount of time it took for the Echo to get the drone off the ceiling and go and try to deny the plant, and two, for the fact that the Echo drone probably was still there, so I'm not entirely sure why Hussein was just running around in the site, almost like a headless chicken, but unfortunately, that caused them to get caught and get taken down by the Hibana. So, that round could have been Phalanx's round, and had it been, I think we'd still be in the match. Like, I'll be completely honest. I think we'd still be in the match had Phalanx won the round on basement. But they didn't, unfortunately for them. And of course, if you're a Phalanx fan in the stream right now, pretty sure you're pretty sad about your team losing out this match. But don't worry, it is a double elim bracket after all, and that means that Phalanx still has a shot as we go into the match summary nice and quickly, just to see what the numbers are for this game. And there you have it. Dark Lord 12-6 with a 78% cost. Pretty good match for that player. Cobra and Mojo with 89% KOST, so really good stuff from both of them as well. 8-6 and 6-5 respectively, while Desmond 7-5 with a 67% KOST, and Violet bringing up the rear with support and a 5-5, 67%. On the other side, of course, we don't really have too much from the side of Team Phalanx. Guy with Audacity, 7-7 with a 56% KOST. Devastating 6-7, and Hussein as well. Same KOSTs as well from both of them. But not much else from the team to really talk about. Map number 2, Chalet, was just pretty one-sided, I would say.
Yeah, looking at the stats here itself, Dark Lord 12 kills, Galdacity with 7. Phalanx on attack Chalet, they took a lot of time. And you could say the way how they've went in with the execute was more of like a one-sided push. There were some certain situations where Sherry did try to manage to go in for a sneaky play, but he was all by himself, and the amount of challenges that he had to face ended up not being in his favor. So fortunately, it did ended up favoring for Team Won't Stop Peaking. And as we take a look at the results itself, 7-5 on border, 7-2 on map Chalet. Will secure a 2-0 on the first upper brackets matchup of this playoffs, and they'll proceed into the next playoffs. So I've got to say, Phalanx, they're not out of the game just yet. They're in the lower brackets where they'll have their final fight, either up against a Team Uvu or the next two matches that we're going to have on tomorrow. And those two matches will definitely be an amazing one to look at, Jack, especially the two matches between Team Mercenaries and Shaheens. And then we have Militant Esports, who's going to go up against Kira Esports. Those two matches will be an important factor because Mercenaries and Kira Esports, they're currently in second and third place. So might as well give it a shot, right? Might as well make sure to have, might as well sure to, get to the next phase instead of being relegated down to the lower brackets. So I could say the same thing for Militant Esports too. They're trying to get more points. They still have a chance to be selected in the SA National qualifiers. So it's all or nothing. Still have like 10 or 11 teams still racking good amount of points in it, but for now, let's take a look at the brackets itself. We have our two matches done and dusted. Hunters will go up against Team One Stop Peaking. That will be our first upper bracket matchup, which will happen in day after tomorrow. And then we have a lower bracket matchup, Team Uvu and Team Phalanx, all the way down, where they will have their one final fight to determine if they can survive or will they have to go home with at least 1 point in their hand. But for tomorrow, folks, we have Militant Esports versus Kira Esports, and then finally, we have Team Mercenaries and Shaheens. And when that match is done, we'll proceed to the lower brackets, which will happen in day after tomorrow. So there you have it, folks. That is the first stream of the playoff done and dusted. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And also, if you want to take a look at the game of Tom-Clancys-Rainbow-Six-Siege, check the link in the description below. You'll be able to get some great discounts about it. And also, if you need some high tier and gaming devices, you have Zotac Gaming with their high tier graphic cards. So make sure to check their offers and deals in the description below as well. And also our broadcast partner Loco with some fun entertainment and also the latest streams from our great content creators in India. But for now, folks, we're just gonna end the stream as of now. Hope you guys enjoyed it. It's me, Baba Gusta, on the caster's desk with my co-caster Blackjack, and also on the production end Assassin 47. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Until then, if you ever don't see me, and if you ever didn't see me, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
We got something. Chalet.